like there's a reason I paused on the hitting the buttons, but we have now hit the buttons. The buttons have been lit. The buttons have been hit. The beacons have been lit. And we will summon our friends, allies, countrymen, etc. for some Journey of Wrestling shenanigans.
Let's do it.
You do indeed love to see it. Let me get that music going. Yeah, let's talk. So, I mean, we need a pre-call topic anyway here, Xander.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's phrase this to Eduardo. Eduardo, you're familiar with the Arc series of video games, right? Arc Combat Evolved, I think is the name.
Survival Evolved.
Survival Evolved.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've survived and I have not survived a couple times. Xander can testify to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, did you know they're making an animated series?
I did not know. Which studio is behind it?
That's a good question. I actually don't know what yet. It is.
I need to add a tugging
because
the
if
collar
it's
animation.
like Studio Trigger, it's going to be like legendary.
It's Lex and Otis Studio Wildcard. So, and it's going to be released on Paramount Plus, which I didn't know, just for the record. But apparently, that's who bought it.
Got it.
So,
I don't think I know any of those animation studios, which is, I don't know if a good sign, but it's a sign.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I think that the animation looks good, okay, from what they've shown so far.
And Lex Studios, I think, has done a lot of stuff with, like, the DC movies. I'm seeing a few different DC animated films.
Okay, nice.
Like,
that makes sense where the animation looks good.
Yeah, Superman, Batman, Public Enemies.
Superman,
Brainiac Attacks, Crisis on Two Earths.
Okay, I can get behind that. Yeah. I can get behind that.
So we'll put it this way: the animation looks good. All right, and they've been teasing this animation for a while. Actually, I think the first discussion about it was trailer release for it was 2 years ago or something. But Wildcard's been, let's just say, slow to roll everything out. They are not as effective as maybe a Riot Games would be. It's a much smaller studio. But so the reason it came up because I showed it to Chase, and he immediately registered, and this was a term I didn't know. It's an isekai anime, right? Mm-hmm. So transported to another world, blah blah blah. Not a term I actively knew. I had heard it get thrown around, didn't know what it meant. Literally, as far as I knew, it was just there's shonen and then there's isekai. That was my registration of that term. But now that I understand it, so my thing with Chase, right? So Chase, you can speak on your part here, right? You basically said hey, this looks okay, or you were mixed on it, but you were just I'm not really into one to jump into another isekai, right? It was basically how you framed it.
Yeah, look, the animation looked good, and there were some bits that I liked. Some of the voice acting I really liked. Some of the voice acting felt like the common problem where they got celebrities to come in who aren't voice actors, and they sound like they are not professional voice actors. It was more for popularity than the skill per se. And the isekai thing is just I have seen too many of these. But from what you told me,
we selected Suicide Squad one.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I am excited for the Suicide Squad one. So that makes me a fucking hypocrite, doesn't it? I am Bobo the fool.
I guess.
God damn it.
Because it's literally called the Suicide Squad Isekai. That's literally the name of the show.
That's amazing. Wait, that's so good. Oh, I didn't know this. I would have given you such a hard time had I known this, but that's fair.
I honestly forgot that show existed. The Suicide Squad Isekai is one of those shows. Every time I see a trailer for it, I'm like, that looks fantastic. I should definitely watch that when it comes out. And then it immediately exits my brain. It is like the show does not exist until I see another advertisement. I'm like, oh yeah, that thing that I thought was cool. We'll get there.
So funny, dude.
God damn it.
Okay, so Chase and so what this resulted in, Chase being I'm not really into it being an isekai, was me writing a 2-paragraph long section on why like just thematically, isekai is the best fit for arc, right? Because that's the core gameplay.
That's
right?
like it is like the story of arc.
Exactly, it's inherent to the story, and so this was me like telling Chase, just like be open-minded, okay? Like I hear your complaints, I understand, but be open-minded to it. This specifically is a good fit for an isekai, and now that I know that, Chase, suck it up, all right?
hey! I said I'm gonna wait for the reviews. Best of its genre in any genre.
I know.
I'm on board. But you sent me a meme that started all of this, which is people basically saying that they don't care about it. So I don't know why I'm the one getting attacked.
No, because it's the. No, I sent you that too because again I immediately thought of you. But no, so Eduardo, on the subreddit today, you guys know I don't frequent Reddit, right? But I occasionally do get
good for you, man.
You know, updates in my
congratulations.
My tab. Yeah, and one of the ones that popped up today was a meme of you know the from the Joker, and it's him talking to Robert De Niro and Robert De Niro being like, "What do you mean? So this means you don't care about the Arc animated series?" And the Joker being like, I don't care, and I'm gonna stop pretending that I do, But yeah, so because I'll be honest, the reason that meme is popular right now, it's because the Arc gamers want Arc 2. The Survival Ascendant's cool and all. They delayed the release of the Center. Supposedly, Scorched Earth is coming. The maps that they're re-releasing, but Arc 2's like 18 months delayed, and it was supposed to come out at the end of last year. So
right.
I think regardless of how good the animation and it is as a series, I think it'll be good, but the art gamers really don't care right now. They want their game.
Well, we'll see what comes out first. Hopefully they'll beat the Riot MMO, which is being rebuilt from the ground up.
Because I'm sure they'll beat that.
For some reason, Riot said, hey, you know how we've built an entire career out of doing what other companies do, but like refining it in some places, putting our own twist on things, like that's the thing that has made us successful at any point in our journey. What if we didn't do that? What if we said that was a bad idea and we're going to do something entirely different?
Yeah.
Which
But
good luck ensuring that your investors care enough about that year over year, given all the other projects that have shut down. I wish y'all the best. I'm sure there will be no problems.
Well, it makes sense why people left that MMO team like a year or two ago, right? Like I know Ghostcrawler was the big one, but there were a bunch of people that left that MMO team, and now it makes sense. But
Legends of Runeterra hemorrhaged people for the MMO, and now
and then hemorrhaged them further out of the company.
Yeah, man. Riot's so well run, I think that's the thing we can really take away. They're a company that knows what they're doing, and in no way has management that actively submarines the efforts of their employees, most of whom are pretty cool people that I've enjoyed working with.
I just love that they are just their entire predication is that they're better at balance than any other games as a service company, and as a result, they're the gold standard. So, still rife with balance issues, but relative to let's say an Overwatch, right? It's just actually so free. It's free real estate, Chase. It's free real estate. Okay.
Real estate. Well, you know what else is free, Xander?
Is it me winning Journey of Wrestling again this week?
This competition, LMAO. No, look, this has actually been a very hard fought series of weeklies. Xander and I ended up tying our way on the road to this third gold pay-per-view of our Rough Drafts Competes Journey of Wrestling League. You should definitely check out all the VODs on my channel if you have not seen them yet. But for tonight, this is the pay-per-view time. This is when our biggest stories come together. This is when the new standard is set, the new status quo that will dominate the next 3 months of storytelling all comes in tonight. We have some competitors who are playing purely for the narrative. We have some competitors who are playing to min-max the fuck out of the feud dynamics to make sure that their factions come out on top. And we have any balance in between. And it's made for one hell of a competition. One that Xander, who I did not introduce properly at the start of this call, you are currently in the lead. How are you?
I sure am.
How are you feeling now that you're currently
listen.
atop the standings?
Being on top is always a good time, right? And getting here after multiple weeks of decisive victories, okay? Obviously split victory this last set of weeklies. But leading up to this, I've won what, like 3 out of 4, right? And then
So
tie for
you won the 7th set of weeklies. You won the 8th pay-per-view, and then you split the last one. Before that, it was Eduardo, winning the 7th pay-per-view.
Yep.
And Eduardo, I mean, obviously you won a pay-per-view not that long ago. Within this set of 3, how are you feeling heading into tonight's competition?
I just want to stay tuned, honestly. So I have no feels. I just want to burn it all down. I think it's pretty fitting thematically.
You are here to burn it all down. Well, it's a good
You and
thing.
me both, Eduardo. You and me both. Not on the feelings, but there's some burn it all down in my promotion too. So I'll be joining you with that one.
It is very funny that one of the core factions of the Glory of Legends League has the same name as the gold pay-per-view that the Campeonato de Luchasaur is putting together tonight. And Eduardo, I mean, you said it already. You're here to burn some things down. But is there anything specifically you want to highlight before we jump into the first card of the night?
I mean, Rose versus Kelidorius, of course. Our main event of tonight is going to be very lit. It's going to be the blow-off between these 2 stars. Also, we're going to have a lot of fun things coming. So, let's go.
Absolutely. Let's jump on in. We're going to burn it all down with this lovely poster here. But we're not going to worry about the predictions that these wrestling journalists have for our league, because I think there's no better introduction to each of these matches than the people who are running it. So let's just jump in here. We have the Guardianes del Pucara Masculino Championships, a fatal 4-way tag ladder match between Psycho Circus, who won the title last month, Here and Now, which the game incorrectly lists as No and Ryota because sometimes this game makes some mistakes along the way, the Constellation, and the former champions, the Hiroshima Hotties. So, Eduardo, how did this match come together, and what should fans be looking for?
I mean, like, basically after Psycho Circus finally won the title, they're like trying to establish themselves as a legacy, and the other tag teams are like, nah, you don't have what it takes to beat all of us down. And they're like, we sure do. So they challenged them all to this fatal 4-way tag.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Here and Now have gotten a win recently against the Constellation. That back and forth feud has been very fun to watch. But I do think the Hiroshima Hotties as the former champions and Psycho Circus as the current champions certainly stand out to me. Xander, who do you think is winning this one?
Psycho Circus!
You're going Psycho tonight?
Listen, I love Psycho Circus. I rooted for them to get the championship. I don't want them to drop it now. Constellation, Hiroshima Hotties. Listen, Hiroshima Hotties aren't reclaiming tonight, okay? No matter what happens, that's not happening. And if it does, negative creativity points for Eduardo, all right?
Wow.
But beyond that, it's Psycho Circus. Psycho Circus!
Well, that's the question here, Eduardo. Is he right?
I mean, you're into Psycho Circus, and I say welcome to the show.
Hell yeah. That's a 5 3/4 star match to start the night, thanks to some cool spots. A nice ladder match here. Sure, Here and Now lose a little bit of overness, but they had plenty to spare. The most important thing beyond just that incredible start from a score perspective is that the feud between Hiroshima Hotties and Psycho Circus has gone hot, which will increase the overness here, but also boost the chance for more hot matches down the line. And it's a nice feud starter for the Constellation and Hiroshima Hotties, which that's a big step up for the Constellation. If they're able to challenge, you know, Hiroshima Hotties, who have El Angel de Fuego and the School of the Phoenix in their corner, some big things could be coming for them. So certainly a big win and a nice start to the card. But that takes us to the Guardianes del Pucara Femenino Championships, because as those of you who do enjoy the Campeonato de Luchasaur know very well, they do love to start with their tag championships on these cards. And this is a nice 1-to-1 ladder match from Lethal Tempo versus Phantom Troop. So how did we get here, Eduardo? What brings these two to the ring tonight?
Obviously, a title defense brings these tag teams to their ring tonight. They've both been trying to struggle out to make a name for themselves, especially after like the dominance that was Bittersweet and afterwards Dominion. So Phantom Troop and Little Tempo feel that not only they need to win, but also win like dominantly in order to establish themselves as true main title holders.
Yeah, it would be a big win for Lethal Tempo to defend successfully here. You know, that 3-month streak is kind of seen by the game as the baseline to start getting some reign bonuses. The question here, Xander, do you think Lethal Tempo has what it takes to withstand the increased power that Phantom Troop has shown since joining the Rising Sun a couple months back?
You know, I can never root against Lethal Tempo when they're wrestling, okay? I can see the possibilities for Phantom Troop. Maybe there's a chance. Doesn't matter, all right? Lethal Tempo all day. They're going to get hot. It's going to go fast, okay? And you know what happens, right? When you stack that Lethal Tempo, all right? Increased attack range, attack speed, it's too much.
That is fair, though you did say the lethal words. It's fun, it's fast, and we know that Dominion did not last very long with that. Eduardo, who got the win tonight?
Little Tempo.
Okay, so you are changing from what I have in my notes.
No, sorry, no, Phantom Troop. My bad.
Hey, it's all look. It's your league. You
Yeah.
just tell me what button to press, my friend. I'm locking in Phantom Troop.
Yeah. No, I'm never changing a pre-established prediction because that has worked out atrociously for me in the past.
Well, that's fair. Well, you do get a nice victory. It's a 4 3/4 star match. Lethal Tempo obviously bummed to not be title holders, and that morale hit will be something you'll have to talk to them about. But it's an overness boost for both sides. Most specifically, Keegan Cohen is now over with the fans, which is going to give Rising Sun a nice boost here. I know that was something that you were worried about when they had to remove their leadership. It was a whole back and forth thing, but this is a nice boost for the Rising Sun. Phantom Troop will be very happy to have this back in their hands. And I do find it interesting. Essentially, this all leveled out to even. The Guardianes de Pucara Femenino Championship is not showing up here because the bonuses and the negatives canceled each other out perfectly. So that all works, and now it just comes down to what Phantom Troop can do with the belt. But we've got a bigger moment here. It looks like Eclipse has come out to the ring. What's happening here, Eduardo?
They've welcomed the newest members of Eclipse. Violeta, Typhlo, and Adriano Ciccelli all have decided that they can very benefit from a mutual arrangement between themselves and Eclipse. And now this faction has a fair number of title holders. Or former title holders, with Violeta, Ciccelli, and obviously Conrad Supernova.
Absolutely. I mean, Xander, how do you feel seeing this power trio coming together to join an already formidable faction in Eclipse?
Hey, you know, it's the big time, all right? It's the big time. I mean, it's good stuff. The only thing is, I'm never going to be happy about them because Adriano Ciccelli's there. And I've made my statement clear on him.
Wow. You are a famous Adriano Ciccelli hater, which is good because I have enough love for the both of us. For an Italian man and a Speedo playing guitar, how can you not love this wrestler? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I know Eclipse is very happy because they just got 197 experience. And I think with that, Eduardo, they might be the most prestigious faction in your company.
I mean, they should be.
Well, certainly with the
How
new...
could you not get behind the Eclipse?
Well, certainly the fans are behind it. It's a 5-star segment, and it gets new blood all the way to a silver package moving forward. That can only boost its ratings moving forward should you have more people joining more factions in the future. But for now, we move on to a classic of these large pay-per-views. a battle royale. This one, we've got, I believe, 14 different wrestlers. Eduardo, how did this come together, and who are some people that the fans should be looking out for in this particular match?
I mean, the battle royale is already like established tradition. Like the people that are not like main event contenders are here to, sorry, title contenders are here to rise up the ranks and become a title contender. And we've seen that work out successfully in the past for a lot of these superstars. And obviously, some haven't claimed this win yet. So someone like Sigmund Coolridge, XT Gun, or even Vincent Gabriel and Jason Styles will be very hyped to like get this win and keep climbing in order to get the title.
Absolutely. I mean, battle royales can be big popularity boosts if you emerge victorious. I mean, it could be the difference between someone like Officer Grabowski, for instance, going into the main event or not. The question is, Xander, given the wide mix of talents here on display, who do you think Eduardo?
Not Adriano. Anyone not named Adriano, and Eduardo, I'll gift you creativity points. Okay.
So, okay, that's 13 out of 14 options for yourself. I feel like, give me a couple names. I agree, not Adriano, you've made your creativity points clear. But who do you think emerges beyond
I mean, that's
him?
easy. I'm rooting for Lionel Looney then. I mean, in that context, right?
Yeah.
It's a Lionel angle.
He's certainly at 800 popularity. It would be a nice insurance policy. But according to my notes here, Eduardo, I think you have a different plan.
Yeah, I do. I have. So kindly go ahead and reveal our winner for tonight.
Okay. XT Gun. Congratulations, buddy. That is an 80% or an 80-point popularity boost and an 11% overness boost. The 4-4 heel, 26 years old, finally gets his first victory within the Campeonato de Luchasaur. And with that, any feud that he is in now becomes a lot more interesting because he is one good win away from getting into the main event. And I have to say, Xander, I have to acknowledge here, you said anyone other than Adriano you'd give creativity points to, and it doesn't look like you've done so.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be on this match, okay? I'll give him later.
Well, I'm sure Eduardo's...
You earned him, though, Eduardo. You earned him.
Well, I will say the Lionel Looney is a funny one because he does have a feud with XT Gun moving forward. So you will be seeing more Lionel soon. Yep.
Well, I look forward to that, and I look forward to XT Gun losing because he's a loser.
Any final thoughts here, Eduardo, before we move forward?
I will not stand by this Adriano slander, so let's move on forward.
Yeah, I agree as well. Well, we've got a nice 6-way women's elimination match here between 6 talented female wrestlers. I mean, we've got a former champion here in Amber Manning. I think Pink Arrow certainly had her rise over the years, so over the months, I should say. So, Eduardo, talk us through it. How did this match come together, and what are the main storylines that people should be paying attention to?
I mean, the main storylines are people like Lulu Cherry, like trying to make a name for herself outside of Bittersweet. Of course, she's already been very successful out there. Alison Crisan trying to go back and stand tall as a serious contender. Pink Arrow trying to climb back up the ranks after failing her main title claim against Hayley. And obviously Amber Manning trying to keep pushing forward and keep showing everyone what she's got and maybe become face of the company.
Absolutely. I mean, and you can't forget someone like Madison Marlowe, just 2 points away from getting over. A 4-4 heel like her would be big here, and you gotta love that corrupted gimmick. And of course, CC Cruz from Dominion needs to prove herself when she's not teamed up with Ivy Chavez. The Cruiser, her new gimmick. The question is, Xander, of these incredibly talented performers, only one can win. Who do you think Eduardo gave the nod to?
It's not who I think, okay? In this context, It's who I want to see. It's Pink Arrow. Give Pink Arrow a dub, please and thank you.
Well, I have to say, Eduardo, if we're sticking to what's written down, I don't think you're making Xander happy on this one.
Not going to be Pink Arrow.
So, who is it going to be, my friend?
It's gonna be Amber Manning, right?
You wrote down Madison Marlowe earlier.
Oh,
but I'll give it to Amber
Madison
if you
Marlowe.
want.
It's gonna be Alyssa Marlowe. Yeah.
Yes,
All
because
right, great gameplay decision. I understand it. I'll allow it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to get her over. She's now a 4-4 who has climbed her way fully into the main event picture, which you do love to see. It pushes her feud between her and Pink Arrow hot, which I think is only going to help Pink Arrow in the long run, even if she's taking a little bit of a nerf in the short run. We did also see the Battle Royales got a little bit cheaper in the future. It is a 4 3/4 star match, but this is early in the card, and what people don't know, these are not just the largest cards possible, because 14 segments would be enough, but 3 of our 4 competitors have supersized this to a mega show. So all of these 4.5s may not even be in the picture by the time this card is done, and we only have more hype matches coming up, including this 8-way men's elimination match between some big names that we have seen do some damage on other pay-per-views. Eduardo, who should fans be looking out for in this 8-way elimination match?
I mean, obviously everyone, but especially Ryuji Sakura, Liam Draco, Jason Cortez, Jordan Amir. I mean, Caden Lee, Neymar Blue, Kurt Jones. Everyone here is like either like a already star or trying to be one, and it's going to be a very intense match full of back and forths, and anyone can take the day today.
Yeah, I mean, Caden Lee is the one that I think is hurting ever since Jason Styles beat him in that feud and forced him to join the Carnival of Carnage. But all of these other competitors have had their big wins recently, have had back and forth feuds in which anything could be possible. Especially you look at Liam Draco. He has won not one, but 2 different Battle Royales across the last 3 pay-per-views. So he is always a guy to watch out for. The question is, with so much talent here, Xander, does anyone stick out to you as the one you would pick to get the big win here?
Yeah, I want to see Caden Lee get a dub. I feel like he would use it and use it well.
Okay. You like Caden Lee. Unfortunately, that's not the name I have written down. Eduardo, shall I click this lovely Jason Cortez button here? And you tell me why he's getting the nod tonight.
Because he's the Punisher, and he's gonna take advantage of the tonight more than anyone else.
Oh, he sure is. With a 5 3/4 star card, that's a lot more like it. Work to the strengths. Some blood goes a long way, and Jason jumps 60 points up from a popularity perspective. And here's the thing I love about you, Eduardo, is that a lot of people would look at Jordan Amir at 1020 and say, that man is not safe. I need to keep him above 1,000 so that he can become a face of the company at some part. And you just look me in the eyes earnestly and say, it's not going to happen. He's not going to fall. He's going to be just fine. And you are 100% right, and it has paid off for you once again. And it pays off with a holy shit moment as Jason Cortez and Jack Azriel start a battle of the forearms before kicking each other's heads off. Our first holy shit moment of the night. How you feeling with that one?
There you go.
I'm feeling right. I think this is the kind of thing fans were expecting, and they got it, and we're gonna... Hey, you wanted the best, you got the best.
They got the best indeed, and they're getting the best here with the Campeonato Cuyan Championship. This has been a very fascinating back and forth we've seen for this belt. Layla Abelos reclaimed it 2 months ago after dropping it briefly to Amber Manning. She is too pretty to lose, according to herself. But you have 3 great competitors that are trying to take her down in this ladder match. What should people be watching out for here, Eduardo?
Sorry. Well, people should be on the lookout for a potential title change, because all of these people, contenders here, are either have been title holders or are potential title holders, and we see a lot of potential faces of the company for the future as well. This is going to be a very, very intense match, because a lot of these contenders noticed that this could be like one of their last true title calls as we're nearing the end of the year.
Yeah, we just have technically 3 more months before this all wraps. We do 1 per month, and this is the September pay-per-view. So the time is limited if you're going to be in that shot. The question is, Xander, if he's talking about a title change, if Layla's not winning, which I think is still very possible, which of these 3 contenders do you think stands out as the one to claim it?
I think it's got to be Layla still. I know he's talking about title change, but I feel like it's got to be Layla still. I feel it has to, right? Surely, that's so dangerous.
Hey, I want to remind you of a quote that Eduardo has shared earlier. Hey, Eduardo, who's your favorite wrestler in this match?
Probably, like, if you ask me honestly, maybe like Suki Akiyama. I'm a big fan of Suki.
You are a Suki Akiyama fan that is on the
Also, it's
record.
not going to happen.
What, sorry?
Also, regarding the loss of face of the company, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen because Suki Akiyama is that damn good, and there's no shame in losing to another face of the company. Layla can be mad about it, but her popularity is just fine. And that's a 5 3/4 star match. Suki Akiyama taking the belt. You love to see it. Also, a hot feud between Juno and Suki moving forward. That keeps Juno very much in this title picture moving forward. So that's got to feel great for her as well. Any thoughts here, Xander, now that you've seen the title change hands?
Hey, man. Okay.
Hey, Suki's the face of the company, too. Technically, she had more to lose. She was closer to the barrier.
No.
Well,
No? What do you mean, no?
Chase, will you tell him what I mean by nuh-uh? Okay.
Nuh-uh is a famous Xander classic for, I can't really criticize it because it got 5.5 stars and everything worked out, but I liked Layla, so nah. Which I understand, obviously.
Correct.
I like Layla too, but she's too pretty to be down in the dumps for too long. I'm sure we'll see her again in a big match like this soon. We do have to move on to the Campeonato Onto Championship. It is a 6-way street fight match headlined by one Gabriel Rivera, who won this belt 2 months ago in a surprise twist, right? This was a 6-way match in which he wasn't even feuding with the then title holder and managed to find his way. And now we find once again a 6-way match for the belt. Eduardo, what should people be looking out for in this this street fight?
Honestly, that they should just expect that all of these wrestlers have established themselves in street fights. They all have like positive records in this kind of match, so they can like show up anytime. Well, most of them have positive records, but all of them are veterans in this kind of match.
Yeah, like Gambler's best matches have been street fights. Ishikami, the aggressive biker, does very well in street fights. The Golden Bow, Max Campbell, won a street fight to get in this match in the first place. So plenty of talent in this. Can't forget Hijiro Boldo, just 3 overness away from becoming a 4-3. I'm sure that would be pretty nice. So the question stands, Xander. Who do you think gets the nod here?
Gabriel Rivera retains.
Well, you are picking a Rivera retain. I feel like by now you should know that there is no such thing as a safe belt in the Campeonato de Antu Sur. The question is...
I guess I'm learning.
Yeah, well, who's the win here, Eduardo? Or do you need me to click the button for you? Eduardo, my friend, are we dealing with Chilean ping, or is this me?
No, it is not you. It is not you.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
well, we're gonna see yet another title change tonight.
We sure will. And it's going to Max Campbell. with a
Would you look at that?
5.5-star match. Look at the overness boost. Gabriel Rivera somehow gained popularity while losing, as did a couple other people here lower on the card. Everyone gets an overness boost because it's a hot match. Gabriel, his morale was 100. He's going to be just fine. The Max Campbell Ishikami feud goes hot. The match was hot, obviously. A nice feud starter between Gabriel Rivera and Hijiro Boldo, as well as Max Campbell and Gabriel Rivera. And unfortunately, this is the thing I was worried about, Eduardo. The rain seems to have been a huge penalty here, just because it had switched hands, I think, somewhat recently beforehand. It hasn't had like a long-term holder in a little bit. But I feel like with a 5.5-star match, you're still feeling pretty good about how all of this wrapped up.
Yeah, I think that Prestige is hit is a bit too harsh for the quality of the match we just witnessed, but alright. I think we can work with it.
Yeah, I will say this game does not like the idea of belts changing hands too often, which I personally agree with. I disagree with, I should say. There are plenty of times, from my understanding of the WWE, in which belts have gone back and forth between two people in a great feud, and it hasn't hurt the prestige of the belt. But gameplay mechanics are gameplay mechanics, and we move on to one of my favorite segments of this show. We're getting a lot of blow-offs for feuds between some great wrestlers who have been going back and forth for months now. Multiple pay-per-view matches, multiple weekly show matches, and this one between Brady Velasquez and Ty Flaw, I mean, it's been banger after banger. Eduardo, why do these two wrestlers hate each other the way that they do, such that this ambulance match is the only way to wrap up this long-standing feud?
And they just rubbed each other like the wrong way. Some people are just innate rivals, and Brady Velasquez and Ty Flo just eventually became to be. They didn't start this way, but just by being together in the ring and in competition in such a tight way,
that's very
after
fair.
a while, just turns you in this way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, we know with the School of the Phoenix, right? That is a fighting style that can rub a lot of faces the wrong way. Maybe engage a little bit of some dirty moves here and there. The question is, Xander, between Brady Velasquez and Ty Flaw, I mean, we've seen both of these wrestlers get wins in the past. Who do you think's getting the nod tonight?
Ty Flaw, baby. All Flaw, all day.
Any particular reason?
I always root for Ty Flaw. Well, not always, but mostly.
Well, Eduardo, I hope that this helps you with your creativity points, because we all know that Xander has the power to distinguish those. And as long as my notes are correct here, I believe this is going to Ty Flaw.
I mean, like, unfortunately for Ty Flo, like, we're not gonna see any Flo today, because Ty Flo is flawless, and he's gonna take the one.
He sure is. And look at that, a popularity boost for both. They're both very much on the road to becoming faces of the company at one point or another. It's a 5.25-star match, a nice boost for Ty Flaw. You do love to see a hot match to end the feud here tonight. It's a 4.5-star blow-off. I imagine some minor matches along the way or some segments bringing that down, since I know they had some bangers. And there you go. There's the holy shit moment. Ty Flaw slapping the taste out of Brady Velasquez's mouth before they started brawling. Another 30 creativity points. Well earned there. But now we go to the Nova Championship. Xander, this was at one point a belt you had complicated feelings about, mostly because you hated Eagle's guts. We are past the days of Eagle. We have
Eagle hatred. Well, no, because now, don't forget, I love this belt. And why do I love this belt? Because of the man holding it, Chakal Pro.
Chakal Pro, indeed. He's held it for a month, but he took it from Kyle Cage here. I mean, Eduardo, what can the fans expect? Because obviously, this is quite the match. Two very talented performers who are now part of this total war feud between La Sagrada Familia and Eclipse.
It's Kyle Cage, it's Chacal Pro. I don't need to say anything else.
I mean, that's fair. Look, it's Chacal Pro, who's the best lucha wrestler and a huge part of what makes La Sagrada Familia so special. And Kyle Cage, the UK's best. Now, I don't even feel like I need to ask you for your prediction here, Xander, but is there
You don't. You know the answer. And his name starts with a C and ends with a pro.
Well, Eduardo, do you want to let him down or should I?
No, I think I'm gonna do it. It's going to be Kyle Cage tonight.
Kyle Cage taking the belt
my
back.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
6.25 star. I think he can pay off your disappointment with the highest score of the night so far. A nice popularity boost for both. They're both very here for it, and a nice, I believe that may have been the start to the Total War feud. No, they've started I guess it started a little bit earlier than this. But it's a hot match. It does a great job of getting both wrestlers in a good spot. It's a holy shit moment as Kyle Cage gets up from Chacal Pro's finisher before asking him to hit another. And again, it's a prestige drop for the Nova Championship because the game has trouble with some of these short reigns. But I think overall, a good run with Kyle Cage could go a long way towards getting that belt right back where it was. How you feeling with your first 6.25 star match of the night, Eduardo?
Feeling pretty good. Can't complain, really. Can't complain.
I mean, look, anytime you have two guys on the way to becoming faces of the company and both members get a popularity boost, I feel like that's a win. What's it gonna take for you to be okay with Kyle Cage taking the belt back here, Xander? Is there any way I can sell you on the UK?
What's that going to be okay with me? Nothing. Nope.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I think Eduardo has gone AFK for a little bit, so I'm just gonna introduce this match to you, Xander. Though honestly, I don't think it needs much introduction. This is Daiwick Damerla with the School of the Crab mentor El Tigre de Neon in his corner versus Cameron Johnson, the Daredevil. You and I have watched these two go back and forth. They have traded wins regularly. The only reason there isn't one of them with a winning streak right now is because they've both had some multi-man matches as well. But we've seen Cameron Johnson make a climb up this card, and we've seen Daiwick Damerla manage to get some popularity boosts and some overness boosts even in losing efforts, because the guy's just fun to watch, right? He's a workhorse. He's a ring general. He's got that stiff worker bonus, so he doesn't need a gimmick to show off what he has in store. And Cameron Johnson, of course, he's the risk taker, the gifted acrobat, the one who will take it to the skies. And I think that clash of fighting styles is what makes this particular feud so fun. Do you have anything you would like to see from these wrestlers and perhaps a prediction here?
It's a tough situation, okay? Because you got Daiwick, you got Cameron. They're both talented. Obviously, my man here just lost his most recent match, and you got an ambulance match. I feel like you got to give it to, oh man, I don't know. Because El Tigre de Neon behind you. Yeah, it's got to go to Daiwick, man. He needs the win. 0-3. El Tigre de Neon behind him. Cameron is the Daredevil, and I really feel like, he should be the one winning this ambulance match, but I can see the angle here. It's got to be Daiwick.
Okay. You are predicting Daiwick. I will predict Cameron Johnson, and I'm sure not biased by the fact
just
that
to
I
be
have the
different.
spreadsheet in front
Okay.
of me. Yeah,
Sure.
I'm just being different. But since Eduardo's not here, and I don't feel like moving the needle too much until he gets back, I'm going to ask you a question I think you and I have run into quite a bit in the past, Xander. We look at our fellow competitors, and we look for things that we can steal for our own promotion. Is there anything you've seen tonight that makes you say, ooh, I got to grab that?
Let's take a step back for a moment and recall when Johnny Hangtime himself called out this promotion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's true.
he thought that this promotion was he thought it was trash. Okay, and it's not me saying this, just for the record. It's Johnny Hangtime. Okay, and so because of that, I see things I like. But if I were to ask Johnny what he thinks, okay, Johnny would say this is all garbage. The wrong people are winning. This card is boosted and needs to be reported. And that's what Johnny would say. So I know that's what you asked me. And clearly I went away with this. But no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I mean, look, I
if I were going to steal something,
I will. I'm going to give him some praise here because I think this slander needs to be countered. I love the Nova Championship. I love that he has a belt entirely dedicated to pole matches, and I think they've worked really well, right? I'm afraid of pole matches because they just give me like a star, and I don't know what that means, right? It's hard to quantify.
Yep. It's the same with brawls. Yeah,
but we have seen.
I heard you were
like
discussing like the greatness of the Nova Championship. Yeah, it's pretty great. One of the best titles wrestling has ever seen.
Yes, we're talking about things that we would like to steal ourselves. And I would like to steal a prediction.
And I said
here.
only good things. I said only good things.
Yeah, no one
go back watch the replay. I said only good things.
Oh, man, no one clipped the last couple minutes.
No one clip it. No one clip anything.
Walter, I know you're here now. Do you have a quick prediction on Daiwick Damerla versus Cameron Johnson? These two 4-4 wrestlers who have been going back and forth for months now in this ambulance match.
Yeah, I'm Walter, and I would love to Cameron Johnson.
I do apologize. My lovely partner made oven-baked ribs tonight, and I thought maybe eating ribs at my computer while my fellow competitors were, working. That's a thing champions do, and champions are also, fashionably late. Mm-hmm. That being said, ambulance match, Daiwick Damerla, Cameron Johnson. Cameron Johnson, the heel wins this one.
Okay. Is Walter right here, Eduardo?
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Well, Cameron Johnson is the name I wrote down on the books. Would you like me to change it to Daiwick?
They both are correct, and I kind of hit that a bit, but
wait, no, you can change
it's gonna be a great match.
It's not too late.
No, it's Cameron Johnson. We're never going against the notes. It does work out that Russia's did the best.
Well, clearly you were right to trust your notes. Look at that. 6.25 stars. Oh, my goodness.
See, you just never go against the notes.
You never go against the notes. Improv is for suckers in Journey of Wrestling. That's the lesson here. An incredible boost
in this
for
game,
wrestlers.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are other games where improv is cool. This game does not reward you for being creative at all.
Oh, no. Well, it did reward you here with a hot match, a nice boost for both of these guys. It's a 5-star blow-off for the feud overall, which you have to love. No holy shit moment. I'm assuming that's just because you're a Daiwick fan there, Xander. Is that right?
Correct. I already gave Eduardo the holy shit moment.
I thought you'd be a Cameron fan. What happened?
No. I said Daiwick because Daiwick is 0-3 going into this match. Okay, he's got El Tigre de Leon behind him. All right, and so just for clarity too, I actually did hype up Cameron at first, and then I saw Daiwick's most recent run, and I switched sides. Obviously, that was a mistake in terms of calling it correctly. But come on, man, Daiwick 0-4 now, 3-12.
I mean,
that feels bad.
He's getting more and more popular, man. He can get even more popular even when he's losing. That's why he's the greatest.
Yeah,
you're going to start looking like Gloria Legends here soon. That's all I'm going to say.
And all I'm going to say is someone who's done a lot of switching side segments, it can be dangerous, Xander, and I think you learned that the hard way here. But we move forward with another ambulance match. This is, I think the Campeonato de Luchasaurus made it very clear when there is a feud that needs to come to a close, they get out the ambulances. And there's nothing, and it's the same thing here for Kenneth King versus Razor Jackson. Eduardo, what has made this feud stand out in the Campeonato de Luchasaurus? Because it's been going on for a while now.
I mean, this. I- 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Oh,
Lost ya.
we may have lost Eduardo here, unfortunately. But that is going to give me a chance to set my status to do not disturb so that nobody gets very confused and frustrated when a Discord ping comes through. That's happened to me multiple times when editing this for the YouTube crowd.
That will never happen to me.
It would never, of course. Well, here, now that we're back,
of course not.
Kenneth versus Razor Jackson.
So as I was orienting earlier, both of these guys have not like fought each other a ton, but every time they fight, it's been a carnage. It's been total annihilation on one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So fans are gonna be expecting something great to withhold. Whoever goes home tonight, it's going to be on the back of the stretcher because these guys will throw everything they have and more at each other.
They sure will. I mean, look, when the face is named Mr. Extreme, you know you're in for one heck of a match. Walter, I'm sure those ribs are very tasty. They have genuinely made me jealous. But if you have a moment here, do you have a prediction of who's going to take this one?
Well, see, that's why I took a moment there, Chase, is I didn't want to eat the ribs in front of my lovely competitors and rub in the fact that I had delicious ribs for dinner.
Oh, that's a rub pun.
It is a good rub pun. I got that too.
The best part is it's a double rub pun. It's a double because rub is also a wrestling term as well as what you brush on meat. So that's why I'm the narrative champion, folks. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, just don't rub that one in. So,
Eduardo, I'm gonna give you some flowers here because I love the fact you're using an ambulance match to end feuds. This is the type of feud-ending match you should be using. You shouldn't be using an ambulance to kick off a feud or even be the second match in the feud. This is how you end feuds: blood and death. With that being said, I have to pick Razor Jackson. I mean, he's Mr. Extreme. Why wouldn't you pick him?
That is the question, isn't it? Do you agree there, Xander? Is this Razor Jackson, Mr. Extreme, taking the W?
I have rooted against Razor Jackson incessantly, but tonight I'm going to have to agree with my compatriot here, and it's going to be a Razor Jackson dub.
Well, you know, the funny thing here is, Xander, every time you zigged, Eduardo is zagged. And the one time you decided to pick Razor Jackson, Eduardo, confirmed that my notes are correct. I believe this is a Kenneth King W.
Yeah, it's a Kenneth King W. Just your average Kenneth King W.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, my fault.
Thanks, buddy.
Apparently.
Yeah, it is.
I determine predetermined things, apparently.
Well, we already know you do this for Holy Shit moments, so yes, canonically, that is a power that you have.
That's not necessarily predetermined. You don't know.
Oh, man. Well, it is a 5.5 star match, which is, I think, the point that probably matters for Eduardo here. Razor Jackson losing 5 overness is a little bit of a surprise for me, but ultimately he stays above the 80 threshold. That's all that matters at the end of the day. It's a 4 3/4 star blow off here. Another match effect increase for the ambulances, but no holy shit moment here. Eduardo, how do you feel about that 5.5 stars?
I feel I got robbed, to quote Walter here.
Damn. Well, the good news is that Razor Jackson remains a main eventer, and Kenneth King, a 63-point boost is huge for him. He was on the verge of falling down to the upper mid-card, which is, I think, one of the big reasons you did go with Kenneth King when going back and forth between these two. Razor will bounce back, I am absolutely sure of it, and Xander will hate it to this day, because now it's not just that you dislike Razor, but that the one time you believed you were wrong. It's not going to help.
Yep. It will never happen again. I'll never make that mistake again. Don't worry.
By the way, I just realized that Walter's pun
don't worry.
was like I just realized that Walter's pun was a triple pun because like Mr. Extreme, obviously the former champion of Extreme Championship Wrestling, was none other than Rob Van Dam.
Incredible. Well, we move on from our triple pun shenanigans to the greatest championship. This is the one that Haley was given for winning the Grand Invitational a few months back, and she has held it brilliantly since. But she's going up against Violetta, the Violet one, who has been climbing her way slowly but surely back up the company charts after a little bit of a downswing after losing her first belt. I mean, Eduardo, what should fans be looking out for in this star-studded ladder match?
I mean, obviously that Haley has been unbeatable ever since she won the greatest championship as the Lunatic Cheese. But Violetta also has been pretty solid when it comes to fighting and defending champs. So if anyone can take Haley down, it might even be Violetta. Who knows?
That's true. I mean, we saw Haley at one point was a little bit bummed to be going up against Violetta, but she has proven herself time and time again, climbed back up the card and become exactly the kind of threat that the greatest championship needs. Xander, I'll start with you this time. Who do you think's getting the nod?
I think Violetta finally takes it, right? And overcomes Haley tonight. But it's probably the opposite, just because I said it. So, yeah. I'm going with Violetta, though.
You're going with Violetta? Walter, do you agree?
So can you remind me of the lore here? So the greatest championship, is that something that was bestowed by the game for her winning that tournament? Or is this something that Eduardo had added to give her something to carry around?
It is the latter. She won the trophy, they had a celebration, and they made a belt specifically to celebrate this success. The game did not make it, Eduardo made it.
Gotcha. Excellent. Violetta wins.
Okay. Are they right here, Eduardo? Do we get a title change?
I think for once, Walter and I are on the exact same wavelength. Violetta wins.
Absolutely. A huge win for Violetta. It's funny that it only mentions 10 popularity. I guess it's because she got a massive boost from joining Eclipse earlier, because she is on the path to becoming a face of the company. Haley is going to take a morale hit, but that's fine. She was at 100 anyway. Most importantly, it's a 5 3/4 star match, which you love to see. This feud will continue. No holy shit moment here, but a nice experience boost for the greatest championship. They are big fans of the quality of champion that Violetta brings to the table. The League of Extraordinary Ladies is going to take a little bit of a reputation hit, only because their leader lost the championship. But that should be a boost for Eclipse. And it sure is here. You look, 2 different championships won by them tonight that they did not start with. And they're just climbing and climbing up this this reputation. They might be reputation 9 by the end of the night.
Can you stop there a second? What's the other belt that lost prestige?
The Nova Championship, because you turned that over pretty quick. It was that in Campeonato.
I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much sometimes.
To be fair and balanced, TMCR, I did tell you explicitly during our call to put this together that this would happen. And you said, why would the game do that? And I said, I don't know, that's just how the game does things. And you said, no, it won't. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that goes strictly against the it's not going to happen rule. I disagree.
That's just your opinion, man.
I mean, Walter, you obviously have watched quite a bit of wrestling in your day. Do you think that the game punishing like quick back and forth turnarounds is fair? Because it seems very punishing to me. It feels like a belt can remain prestigious even if it changes hands a few times.
You know, I think the problem there is that when you're asking about belts in modern day, WWE, it's existed for fucking ever. So who cares nowadays if the U.S. title goes back and forth between 4 different people in a 12-month span, right? I do think there is something to be said of like you do want to have some level of longevity with maybe your like upper tier titles, but your mid card titles you should be bouncing them around because what they're supposed to be there for is they're supposed to be showcasing those talents, getting a look. What do they look like if they were a champion? Can you envision them being the world champion of the company? And do they look good with the belt in their hand? Do they even know what to do with the belt in their hand? Are they raising it upside down? Does it like hang weirdly at their hand? Do they decide that their entire gimmick with the belt is going to be that they're going to go buy a JanSport backpack from Target and carry it around like it's their homework in it, a la Orange Cassidy? I think the problem here with the game is that they have to use the same system for all the different belts you have. So if they want you to build prestige in your upper belts, right, your big world championship belts, they can't then have a different system, or the developer's chosen not to then have a different system. That way you can have something like the 24/7 title or the old hardcore title, where that is something that's going to bounce around, multiple times even in the same night.
There you go. That makes some sense to me. Developer, if you're listening to this, which I mean maybe you are because Xander's got you in your DMs. I'm just saying it would be nice for maybe less of a penalty for some of those lower prestige belts, because as I think you put it eloquently in our call, Eduardo, it'd be kind of silly if we all knew that a belt would never change hands for at least 3 months. That would be less fun for fans. So I it's a tough balance, but I understand where you're
Especially
coming
with
from.
minus 60 penalty. That's just
It's a
ridiculous.
lot. It's a lot of a penalty. But luckily for you, we move on to a belt for which this would not be a concern, basically no matter what you do, because Conrad Supernova and El Cuervo have been going back and forth with this Toki Championship for a while, but they've each had extended runs with it, right? Conrad Supernova started with it. El Cuervo comes back from his injury with Wolverine-style healing, eventually takes it from him, holds it for a considerable period of time, and then Conrad won it back a couple pay-per-views ago. I mean, Eduardo, what can people be looking out for in this Toki Championship street fight match between two incredible competitors, both of whom well on their way to becoming faces of the company?
I mean, what can they not expect in this quality of a match between Mr. Supernova and Eagle and El Cuervo? They're both able to pull up some massive fights, some massive wins, and they both have shown that they know what to do with this title.
Absolutely. I also love they're both big match specialists, which is great. They're both workhorses, which is great. They're both ring generals, which is incredible. And they're both gifted acrobats. So you have a lot of very positive multipliers going back and forth between these two competitors. Xander, I was going to ask Walter first, but I believe you already gave me your prediction.
I already, showed my hand. It's a Conrad Supernova dub.
I mean, it's been a big night for Eclipse so far. Walter, do you agree? Do they keep the wins going in Eclipse tonight?
Yes, I would agree. You've talked about how the belts have already gone back and forth between these two a couple of times. Now might be the time to blow off this feud, let them both move on to bigger and better things. And remember, after a few months when the feud, the cooldown period has kind of worn off, you can always come back. And I know there's going to be additional feud types that we can use later on to rekindle this great rivalry. But Conrad Supernova wins tonight.
Well, that's 2 votes for Conrad Supernova, and if my notes are correct, Eduardo, I think you're about to make it 3. Oh, Eduardo, are you there?
Yeah, it's going to be Supernova.
The Supernova wins again. It is a blow-off for the feud. You called that part as well, Walter. It's a 5.25 star match. And a really nice one to see. Both wrestlers getting a boost from a popularity perspective. It's a hot match, and a nice 5.25 star feud blow off. No holy shit moments. I gotta say, Xander, you've been a little stingy with this card.
Yeah, I said what I said.
You meant what you said, and you said what you meant. But the Toki Championship on its way to a gold prestige, which I would love to see, right? I think this belt has really climbed up the ranks thanks to two incredible performers in El Cuervo and Conrad Supernova. I look forward to seeing what Eduardo has in mind for El Cuervo. As you said, Walter, it's time for him to move on to other things, but it's hard to get bigger and better without challenging for the top belt of the company, which is where we go next. It's the Campeonato Andino Championship, a fatal four-way ladder match, and unfortunately Eduardo's had to step away, so I'll do the introduction for this one because it is quite the star-studded match. This tag, of course, it starts with Ametralladora Anderson, right? He won the belt at the last Gold pay-per-view. He's held it successfully for 3 months and done a very good job defending it. The only loss he has on his record was when he fought Ed Thompson in a match that was not for the belt. It was a prove you deserve to still be in the title picture or go home match. And Ed Thompson, the 4-4 cowboy, managed to fight his way tooth and nail to get another shot at this, which has paid off well for him. He and Ametralladora were, of course, feuding back when Ametralladora had a contract to cash in for this belt. And it only became more and more real once Ametralladora took the belt for himself from one Shichiro Ishihara, who was a face of the company, I think the first face of the company the Campeonato de Luchasaur ever had. Immediately grabbed the belt and lost it when we first began due to, I don't know, some asshole misclicking, I think. I can't possibly know who accidentally gave Isamu Masucci the belt for a little bit. But what we do know is that Ishihara won it back, and then Masucci has kind of been biding his time ever since. Yes, he has a 3-10 record right now, and that doesn't look as good as you would want it to look, but his matches have all been for titles, right? He has always been in this big picture. He's the career killer who has been a face of the company basically since its inception as well. And so you have these kind of layered feuds, right? Ametralladora and Ishihara feuding over Ametralladora stealing the belt from him with a cash-in. You get Masucci and Ishihara, who have been feuding together for a long time now, and that being resurrected. And Ed Thompson saying, you never should have had the shot in the first place, Ametralladora. I am the one who should have had that shot, and I'm going to prove it with a victory tonight. So 4 incredible talents, and Walter, I'll start with you. Which of these 4 stand out as the one that most deserves the title tonight?
You know, I think it's going to stay with Ametralladora. I think that's where it's going. Maybe it's just the heel lover in me. Maybe it's the I think I need things to be built further. But it feels like Anderson and Ed Thompson's feud has not finished here. And it doesn't seem like the right time and the right place to blow off the feud. It does feel like maybe Ed Thompson is the guy to eventually take that belt off of Mr. Anderson, so to speak. So I can't see him losing the belt tonight.
Okay, that is a 1 vote for Ametralladora. Eduardo, now that you're back, anything you want to add about this match before Xander makes his prediction?
No, not really. I mean, we have 3 either title holders or former title holders here, and Ed Thompson trying to prove his best here and show that he can also become a title holder tonight. So I don't know if he has like the most to lose, but he'll definitely has the most to gain tonight.
I mean, that's undeniably true. I mean, what do you think here, Xander? What's your prediction for this incredible 4-way ladder match?
Ametralladora Anderson maintains, and it's big, it's bad, it's scary, it's everything.
Okay, we've got 2 votes for Ametralladora. And, you know, here's the funny thing, Walter. If my notes are correct, you are right that a heel is taking home the title. But
yeah, I was going to say, like, Walter's not going to be happy, but I think, like, the heel fan in him is not going to be disappointed as Masucci claims the title tonight.
Masucci takes the title back. It's a 5 3/4 star match. I believe that's going to drive the feud between him and Shichiro Ishihara hot, which already they've had a hot feud in the past, and this has just brought it right back to the incredible matches that defined the early days of the Campeonato de Luchasaur. It is an overness hit for Ed Thompson, but that's okay. He has some overness to spare. It's a morale hit for Amatriadora, but the same thing remains true. There it is. Amatriadora and Ishihara actually is the feud that goes hot. So we'll have to see how that feud plays out, given that I'm sure that Ishihara is going to be trying to get that title back. But do we have no holy shit moment here? Xander, again, I guess you just the wrong heel here if you were going to reward him points?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I think this worked out pretty well for you, Eduardo. How are you feeling seeing that 5 3/4 star match as we head into our last match of Burn It Down? Eduardo?
I think it should have been like a 6-star.
Should have been a 6? That's fair. Well, let's see if you get a 6.
Would have been a 6-star in the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, I feel it should have been like a 6-star at least, but okay. Maybe a 7-star match with the level of talent that we have here.
Here's the thing. You have one more match. This is your main event. This is the one that will be doubled, and maybe this is where your 6-star match comes through. We have Kelly Torres and Alyssa Rose. I mean, this has been a back and forth for a very long time. Catch those of you of our viewers who maybe haven't been paying as much attention to the week in, week out. What has made this feud so big and so defining for the Campeonato Ryan belt? Gonna give it a moment for the ping to hopefully catch up before I just introduce this thing, because this is one of my favorite feuds that Eduardo has ever put together. Well, I'll take it from here while we wait for Eduardo to get back. Unlucky summoner indeed. But look, here's the thing. It was unlucky originally that Alyssa Rose existed, because Kelly Torres was in a feud for a considerable period of time trying to win this belt. And the moment that she took it from Hayley, the moment that she became champion, Alyssa Rose cashed in a contract and immediately took it from her. The Tower's brightest moment stolen right before her eyes, and she fought for months to get it back. Every pay-per-view, the two of these wrestlers would go head-to-head, back-to-back fights. It was always close. But ultimately, Kelly Torres was able to grab it back, was able to fight her way back to the top, and she's held it now at back-to-back pay-per-views. But here's the thing. It's always been in other types of matches, right? Alyssa was the one who loved ladder matches, who defended her title exclusively through ladder matches. Kelly Torres has not always preferred ladder matches for her defenses, but this is the blow-off. This is the big moment, and I think you've been able to tell over the course of Burn It Down, ladders have played a huge part in what Eduardo has built here. So I'll start with you, Xander. Who do you think is getting the nod in our last match of Burn It Down?
It's gonna be Kelly Torres maintaining her belt. Last match of the night, going positive with her win weight for the first time in a long time. I keep memeing and then I do it on purpose, or then I do it on accident. But yeah, no, it's gonna be Kelly Torres retaining. She's gonna make it happen.
Do you agree with that here, Walter?
Yes, I do agree. I think it stays with Kelly Torres. The feud is over. She's done with Alyssa Rose. And maybe, just maybe, there's a new heel that just lost the title that is ready to ascend to the championship.
Well, unfortunately, Eduardo's Discord is not loading for him.
Just in case I can be heard.
Yes.
Has everyone done their predictions?
They have. Go for it.
Then it's time for me to reveal the Age of the Rose.
Alyssa Rose has indeed taken the title back. It's a 5.5-star match to close out the night. It's certainly a hit to Kelly Torres, losing once again to the woman who has been a thorn in her side, the prickliest of roses. But it leads to a 5.5-star blow off here. No holy shit moment. We only get 3 of those across the card, but it is a nice boost for the Campeonato Ryan Championship. And I gotta say, Walter, you were thinking we would have a heel versus face kind of dynamic for both belts moving on here. Eduardo, do we have heel versus heel coming for the Campeonato Ryan, or is there perhaps another face in this company that is ready to meet the challenge of Alyssa Rose?
I will not reveal my secrets, not until the next minute.
That is fair. Well, you'll have to stay tuned to Destination, which is Campeonato de Luchasaur weekly show. What we do know is that's a 5 3/4 star card to start the night. There you go. I was a little bit worried with those last 2, but you put together tied for the greatest card you've ever made, my friend. How are you feeling?
I just wanted to set the bar at a reasonable pace, kind of strong, but not unbeatable, to give you guys a chance. So.
Well, certainly, I think these 6 1/4 star matches went a long way here. A very strong card from start to finish. And I will point out, 2 pay-per-views ago, when you won, it was because you grabbed that 5.75 star card. Xander has won with that score multiple times, but it is going to be a great sequence from all of our competitors as well. We will see.
Well done, gamer. Well done.
Can keep up. Yeah. Any final thoughts?
Also, your card
here?
sucks, and I hate you, and I want to beat you.
You just hate heels. That's all.
That's me, the notorious heel hater.
Yes. Not like Walter, the notorious heel lover.
Well,
I
half
am a
of that
notorious heel lover.
Yeah, half of that does feel correct. But I guess, Eduardo, any final thoughts on Burn It Down before we move on to our next card of the night?
The show's fucking called Burn It Down. Of course it was going to be a heel night. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is very, very fair. Well,
but yeah, I am kind of hyped to see your shows, because as I mentioned earlier, I do think any show can take the night so far.
Yes, look, with these gold pay-per-views, there's so many matches. You're going to be able to drop anything that doesn't go perfectly. And the stuff that shines has a chance to shine on the biggest possible stage. Walter, we're going to move on to you now. Because over the course of the weeklies, you had a little bit higher hype on a week-to-week basis than Eduardo did, which puts you going second tonight. You do, unfortunately, not have the mega show that some of the rest of our competitors had, but you have the Harold G. Vincent Cup, this tag tournament that took the world by storm. Do you want to talk a little bit about that tournament for those of our viewers who are not able to catch that on YouTube, as well as what people can expect tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Harold G. Vincent Memorial Cup is not just a gold pay-per-view. It is also a SWA staple. It is a tag team tournament, kind of stealing a little bit from the Dusty Cup in NXT, and also from the G1 Climax that happens in New Japan, although the G1 and some of the other tournaments that they have are singles oriented. They do also have a tag team tournament in New Japan that I'm just forgetting the name of. Traditionally, those tournaments in New Japan are round robin style, multiple groups, and then having an elimination bracket. Just for the sake of ease and not murdering all the wrestlers in my promotion, we went ahead and just made this a 16-team tag elimination tournament. What that meant was that we did have to reach out to some of my factions and say, hey guys, do you want to add another tag team into the mix here? That is where you're going to see the Irish Lads. That was Craig Opley and Patty Gilman from the Lads decide they were going to get together, shoot their shot here. Unfortunately, they got eliminated early in the tournament in the first round against Strong Style for Made in Japan. We will see Made in Japan and the Lads take each other on in a Steel Cell match tonight, continuing their feud. We also had the creation of catering crew, Kevin Bates, everybody's favorite lovable catering, walk into the shot at the most opportune mind earned a match with Virginia Warbler. We had Kingdom Come, Drew King and Jules Murphy join forces. They also were eliminated very, very early on in the first round by Prodigious, the newly turned babyface tag team from Prodigy. And I believe the one that maybe Xander is most excited for, the new Gaston brothers, Cobra Gaston, continuing to spit in the face of his younger brother Viper as he has created a new tag team with Colton Scribner. They too also lost to Prodigious in the quarterfinals. Some, other things leading to our final four: Hollywood Bound and Neon Wings and Pocket Rocket versus Prodigious. That is our semifinal matches. Those will be very early in our card tonight, with the winner of both of those matches going on to the main event tonight. And what is the Harold G. Vincent Cup final winner's prize? Well, they will hold a guaranteed contract for a tag team title championship match and the gimmick for that match at Winter Zone. But much as in the vein of the G1, they will have to defend that contract over the next, couple of months until they get to Winter Zone, because if the champion has to defend their championships, the challenger should also have to defend their contract.
I think that's absolutely right. I love seeing a good contract defense. I love seeing a tournament like what you put together, and I do highly recommend everyone go check out the YouTube video for the full breakdown, because it was a lot of fun to do. Unfortunately,
4 holy shit moments, Xander. 4 holy shit moments.
Yeah. No gimmicks, 4 holy shit moments. How about that, Xander?
Yeah, well, I didn't cast it, so it never happened.
Well, it did. It literally happened.
It literally did, and that's okay.
There's a video of it. There's a VOD. There's an hour-long VOD of it happening, whether you were there or not.
Fake news.
Oh my goodness.
Listen, I think Chase and I value our time to the point where we wouldn't fake that kind of thing.
Yeah, that would be a lot more effort than I'm willing to put in. And I put in a lot more effort into this kind of thing. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Listen,
folks.
you guys have to know things about lizard people, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I do, but that's not how we got here. Okay, I am going to have to reset my my VTuber model real quick.
Likely story.
It looks like it got a little bit mad at me because I dared to check in and see how Eduardo was doing when his computer.
I know that this is really a conspiracy for you to go upload a YouTube video for an event that never happened, but that's okay.
Yes, I definitely have enough of a high quality internet server that I can upload that without all of this falling apart. Oh man, it would be fun to be the deep state, but no,
It would be fun to be the deep state.
It'd be cool. It'd be a good time. I would. My life would be a lot easier if I had the power of secretive government forces behind me.
Of the supposed.
I'm just saying. Especially if the deep state is as cool as the Getty is, because as Walter knows well, the Getty featured in a lot of deep state conspiracy theories. Also, very nice museum.
It's very cool. It is very nice. As I found out in LA, it's a very nice museum. I'd love to live there.
Maybe, yeah.
We'll get Soros on the line
and
and see if that's possible. But in the meantime, we do move on. We will say goodbye to Eduardo here because his internet is being a jerk and he has some other things he needs to catch up on.
Goodbye, Eduardo.
But that just means that we can jump right on in to that first semifinals match you were mentioning. And Walter, Hollywood Bound, I don't think it's any surprise that the champions are here in this match. But Neon Wings making their way to the semifinals might be a surprise to a few people. Can you tell us how these two teams got here and how much this means for Neon Wings? Because this is a revenge match between these two competitors.
Well, I don't think it should be any surprise that Neon Wings got here. They were the number 4 seed based on our bracketology and what our bracket scientists got to create. That being said, Hollywood Bound being the champions, they were the automatic number 1 seed. They got the easiest match in the first round, facing Kevin Bates and Virginia Warbler of Catering Crew in a pretty mediocre match. It also kicked off the night of the tournament. And listen, Virginia Warbler, Kevin Bates had never tagged together. It's going to be hard to really put up with what Hollywood Bound can do. Then in the second round, Hollywood Bound made their way through the Killers in a heel-on-heel matchup. Hollywood Bound being able to, again, kind of breeze past the competition. The Killers have not had a lot of success in tag team action recently, mainly relying on being involved in multi-man matches with Ethan Wild and Wesley Lee Morris with their feud with Eternum. On the other side of the bracket there, Neon Wings starting off against Parole on the Roll, the 2 members of the Trios champions from the Kingdom. Relatively easy match. We'd say that Parole on the Roll was missing out on Bryson not being at ringside, whereas Connor Cretan was able to shout some advice to Ace Carter and Vance Eagles of Neon Wings, get them into the match, a couple of spots where maybe they would have fallen apart. And then they defeated Strong Style, the gentleman from Made in Japan, Kenzo Nai and Shohei Hirano. Unfortunately, this does mean Neon Wings will not be a part of that Made in Japan versus the Lads match. But the other team from the Lads Down Under, they'll be stepping in their stead as we get to that Steel Cell match in a little while. And Hollywood Bound, Neon Wings, a lot of history between the two of them. Hollywood Bound constantly sticking their nose in the middle of Neon Wings' shots against their stablemates in Down Under and able to squeak away with the titles in an incredible ladder match that included Down Under, Neon Wings, and Prodigious. Neon Wings have had one additional shot at the title that they came up short with, and here they are. Do Neon Wings get past Hollywood Bound and get into the finals for another guaranteed shot at the champions?
Oh. No, they don't. They sure don't.
Well, does it change?
It's not going to happen.
Does it change your opinion, Xander? No, the titles do not change hands in a tournament. Hollywood Bound can lose this match and still be tag champions.
That's right. Then yeah, sure. Neon Wings get the dub. Hollywood Bound go out the first round, much to everyone's surprise. Stuff's crazy. That's what happens.
Well, it'd be the semifinals, not the first round, but.
Okay, semifinals.
Yes.
Sure.
Look, you're just. I just need you to trust us that the tournament did happen. Walter, who's getting the win?
Likely story, but sure, yeah.
Xander, you got to go with your gut because Hollywood Bound do win this.
Oh, what? So I'm baited by Chase. I'm over it. All right, this tournament's fake. It's fraudulent. Okay, you guys. This is a scandal. And I won't stand for this. I need the real news media. All right, the free news media to tell me. Okay, this is fake news. And you guys are lizard people, and that's it.
Look, man.
Chase, the funniest part about all of this is that you and I both know something is happening later on that he's going to be even more mad about.
It's so good. Look, man, don't get mad at the fisherman because you took the bait. That's all I'm saying. That's what we call a skill issue, I think. But no skill issues involved here in this 9-way elimination match. Walter, a lot of big names here in this company. Tell us, how did this match come together? And who should people be looking out for?
Yeah, so if you watched the last weekly, you would have learned about the potential match that would have happened between Daniel Stevenson and Jules Murphy 2 weeks ago for a shot at Christopher Devlin's World Heavyweight Championship. Obviously, Ethan Wild attacked Daniel Stevenson to open the night. Masked Man back in the parking lot. Didn't even get a chance. So opening up last week, Stevenson came out and demanded it from Christopher Devlin. Christopher Devlin, being the gracious champion that he is, says, hey, listen, you know what? Maybe you deserved a shot. Maybe Jules Murphy deserved the shot. I really don't care which one of you I'm going to beat, but I'll tell you what. Your two factions have to fight each other, right? We'll do a big elimination match at the Cup, and whoever's faction wins that elimination match, right? And it's individual people, right? It's not team versus team. It's all of them thrown into the ring, and whoever wins that match, they get to send their faction champion, whether it's Jules Murphy or Daniel Stevenson, to face me. But Daniel, here's the thing. I agree with Ethan. I agree that you're a weak leader. I don't think your faction is strong enough to do it. So if Eternum fails to defeat me and take my championship away, you have to disband Eternum. Now, it was at this point that Chase and I then learned that the only way to blow off a faction feud is in a tag team match, and you can't do it in a singles match. So I don't get to blow off that faction feud. I had to delete it. And all of the hard work that I spent avoiding blowing off that faction and avoiding blowing it, it going stale for the past, 4 months of shows went out the entire window. To say that I was angry was probably not going far enough. But here we are. I still put together a pretty good card, and that is why we have this faction versus faction feud ender as well going on between the members of Eternum and the members of the Kingdom.
Yeah, it's a lot of heels in here. Eternum and the Kingdom, like you said, it's a big moment. And look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, sure, did the game allow you to have the blow off you wanted? No. And we can criticize it. And if you're watching, again, developer, just saying, maybe some tool tips. Tool tips, pretty cool. Nice thing to have in a lot of games when trying to figure out what a consequence means or how certain things work. But I think, Xander, you have enough information from Walter here. We're going to be able to make the things that need to happen. But who is making it happen tonight to send their faction representative into the match against Christopher Devlin?
This is so tough. Is it? Oh man, I actually don't know here. Is it Algenico?
I mean,
is it Algenico? I'm rooting for Algenico. Algenico M60, one of those two sending it forward. Like short gaming.
Walter, who is getting the nod?
Well, Xander, you chose the right faction in Eternum, but it's not Algenico or M60. It is, in fact, going to be Kyle Lucha getting the victory to send Daniel Stevenson into the championship match against Christopher Devlin.
What the hell happened here? Okay, I'm trying to make sense, I guess. But no, why would everyone lose?
Why did the overness go down if it was a hot match?
I don't. Oh, I know why.
Oh, the lost feud.
Well, I think I can work this back together. And Walter, I just want to remind you, this is going to make you mad, but we do have 12 more matches on your card. So, I think why is because Eternum was Reputation 1. And I think a Reputation 1 faction winning a feud makes everyone else...
It's a Rep 7 faction, yep.
But I don't understand why that would hurt the people in the winning faction, right?
Yeah, that part doesn't make sense. I don't know.
That makes no sense to me at all. I mean, the good news, only Rick Dolan loses his overness threshold, so everyone else remains where they were. Everyone gets popularity. Everyone gets morale. It's a 5 1/4 star match. I can't think of anything else, right? Like, Xander, is there any other thing you could possibly think of?
I have no idea, man. I am as perplexed as you.
How you doing, Walter? If I may dare to ask.
So the next semifinal match in the Harold G. Vincent Cup is Disney and Pocket Rocket.
Yes. Tell us about these two competitors, because they've had quite the journey to get here, too.
Yes, Pocket Rocket. Pocket Rocket has been... I am Listen, if anybody else on top of Rick Dolan had lost overness there, I probably would have left. I'm not even gonna lie. I probably would have left. I just would have left. Back on topic. Anyways, Pocket Rocket. Pocket Rocket was the number 3 seed based on our bracketology. They have been working their way up during the weekly shows, trying to prove that they deserve to be the number 1 contender to Hollywood Bound's title. They've been trying to sneak a shot in before we got to the tag team tournament because they know, if you win it now, you have a guaranteed match where the winner of this tournament gets to pick the gimmick. So what's the point of winning the titles now? Maybe you'd rather have the contract. Maybe you'd rather have something that really defines the fact that you get to have the advantage in that championship match at Winter Zone. That being said, getting through the bracket, they started out with Down Under, the former champions from the Lads, made some pretty quick work of it. And, I will say after their match, Down Under was backstage. They were pretty frustrated. They were pretty distraught with themselves, pretty upset. They couldn't believe they couldn't even get out of the first round. Then in the second round, they defeated El Genico and M60, the tag team AR60. It was a very great match, very high-flying match. And this is one thing Pocket Rocket has shown throughout their kind of elevation here over the last couple of months. They're showing different styles. In the match against Down Under, it was a lot more grounded. It was more striking. It was more punches and kicks and kind of more grappling. Where this match with AR60 was much more about sort of some aerobatics, some of the acrobatics, the quickness that AR60 gets to bring in. And Pocket Rocket was also able to stand up to that. On the other side of the bracket, you have Prodigious, the number 2 seed. Every time that I need somebody to throw into the tag team division to challenge for something, to work their way up the card, Prodigious has been right there asking for chances, not title matches, but chances, opportunities to prove that they belong in championship contention. They defeated the newly created tag team of Jules Murphy and Drew King right out the gate in the first round. Go listen to that, episode over there on Chase's YouTube if you want to hear some of the lore about why Jules Murphy and Drew King decided to be a tag team. And then in the quarterfinals, what I think was probably the best match of the quarterfinals, and it did end the night, was the New Gaston brothers and Prodigious. It was a great match. It was one of those matches where it really shows off what Jordan Wolf and D'Angelo Starr are capable of. It really showed off what Cobra Gaston is capable of. And I know Colton Scribner, a little bit of a hit to his overness out on the outside of that, but also really showed that, hey, for Colton and Cobra only tagging together for the first couple of times here in this tournament, they have really proven that maybe we have a new tag team slowly emerging onto the scene that could be a challenger down the line. But that does set us up with Prodigious versus Pocket Rocket for the chance to main event tonight against Hollywood Bound for that guaranteed title shot.
Yeah, it's been one heck of a road for both of these competitors. I have to say, personally, as the face announcer here, I love everything you've done with Prodigious. I thought the Tyson Morrisseau speech, bringing Tyler Dynamite into the fold, was incredibly moving. One of my favorite moments of the weeklies we did before this. But Pocket Rocket, they've been on quite the upswing, and we have seen what Leonard and Trevor Ace are capable of. Xander, who do you think's getting the nod?
Prodigious, okay? It's got to be Prodigious because I root for Prodigious when I see Prodigious. I've been clear about this. I loved everything Walter's doing with Prodigious. Prodigious. All right? Maybe if I said it enough times, even if he didn't give it to him, he'll change his mind.
Is he right, Walter?
Yeah, he's right. I love Prodigious too, and from the moment I drafted them, I really knew I had something special on my hands, and it was just crafting the right story to really kind of elevate them. And I do think the opportunity that I've given them, adding Tyler Dynamite kind of in there, building up Prodigy more as now a serious threat to Dominus Eternum, Dominatus Tenebris, I think that's going to do a lot for Prodigious moving forward.
Absolutely. It's a nice 5.5-star match. It does look like Trevor Ace was right there at the cusp with 80. He's now gone to 79 overness. But here's the thing. You don't have to care about that as much anymore because you already completed that quest. So well done there. It's nice to see, right? You know, because these tournament matches, right? There aren't any gimmicks. There's nothing boosting it up. And I got to be honest, when I looked at your card and I saw that you have the tag title in the main event, the thing that's getting doubled and no gimmick, I was a little bit concerned. But I got to tell you, if Prodigious can keep putting on shows like that, who needs a gimmick when the match is that damn good? Are you surprised here, Xander, as someone who I don't think has ever done a match without a gimmick in any of the leagues we've ever done?
I've never seen a match without a gimmick go 5.5 stars. So, Walter, you suck and I hate you. Well done.
That's the highest praise I could expect from you, Xander.
Absolutely right. And speaking of, I was gonna say speaking of high things because it's a ladder match, but I felt bad about that before I could even finish the punchline. We do have Her Highness the Empress Kabuki in this match with an 8-0 record, defending her SWA Women's Championship belt in a TLC match against Angelina Cardinal. Walter, can you talk people through this feud? Because Angelina has been doing her darnest to put the Empress on the back foot.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Angelina Cardinal has, ascended the ranks up into the upper main event tier to challenge Empress Kabuki. They've had a couple of matches here and there, an Iron Woman match, another, I forget exactly what it was. But, they don't go after each other every single pay-per-view, right? There's been a week here, or a pay-per-view here, a pay-per-view there where they haven't, and every time it looks like Empress Kabuki is done with Angelina Cardinal. She shows up a couple of weeks later, gets into her face, and doesn't even have to say anything really, right? The Empress is so angry at the fact that someone is not respecting her, that someone has the audacity to get into her face and to be like, yeah, I know you're the champion, but I'm not fucking scared of you. That she's just like, yes, I will fucking fight you. I don't care when, I don't care where, I don't care how, I will fucking fight you until you fucking stay dead. And that is what this feud has been. Empress Kabuki thinking that she's been done with Angelina Cardinal, and Angelina Cardinal standing back up, getting back on that horse, and saying more.
Mm-hmm. And look, I gotta give it to Angelina, right? It didn't happen in a match, but that standing tall segment, she got Kabuki down to the ground, which is more than a lot of people can say, given how strong the Empress has been. Xander, is tonight the night that we have a new women's champion?
Tonight's the night. Tonight is the night. Empress loses finally to Angelina Cardinal. It happens tonight.
Walter, is he right?
Xander, here's the thing. Maybe Angelina Cardinal would have won the belt. Maybe she would have. But this feud didn't go hot. So I have larger plans for this feud moving forward. But right now, unfortunately, is that Psycho Sahana's music? Why is she coming out here? Oh no. No, not again. No, please God, no. Empress Kabuki wins.
She sure does, thanks to a distraction by Seiko Sahana. And Walter, this is the thing I think we both knew was coming. The feud went hot now that it's been blown off.
Unlucky.
As I think was
God
always...
fucking damn it, why? Why is that even possible?
I mean, because they had great form.
Why is that even possible? Why is that even possible?
It would have been a 5.5-star match. Not for Psycho Sahana and her distraction, but it remains 5-star, which is damn good. And it really does push the women's champion further. Obviously, Made in Japan winning that feud goes a long way for their faction. The lads taking a loss that does bump them down from Rep 5 to Rep 4, but just gives them something to climb back to. Meanwhile, Made in Japan, very close to becoming Reputation 8. So that's going to pay some dividends for them in the long run. This is, by the way, Xander, because we talked about this a little bit in a call. This is the time in which the feud matters. Like, the fact that it gets blown off in that match does have a reputation thing here. But ultimately, all the other matches continue and still maintain the hype. Even though you see it's the 205, I think it'll keep going up over the course of the night. We'll have to track that. But yeah, Walter, how you feeling with this 5-star match here?
For the next match, Wesley Lee Morris, after losing his open challenge to Chase, is fucking infuriated that Chase beat him. Because Wesley Lee Morris, last thing he wants to be is like Assassino, right? A failed bodyguard, right? He needs to be the guy that is defending Ethan Wild, that is keeping the riffraff out. And you know, listen, I don't know if Chase constitutes as riffraff. I think, you know, he's fought against Christopher Devlin a few times, and it would make sense that maybe, okay, you're not successful against Devlin, maybe you fight against Ethan Wild. And Wesley Lee Morris came up to me last night, grabbed me by my collar, and said, I fucking swear to God, I am going to have a match tomorrow, or I'm going to put you into the back of my car and drive it off of a pier. And I said, yo, Wes, calm down, buddy. Like, whatever you want. You want a match? Absolutely. Here's my problem. The guy that I normally go to for that, he's already in a match. Kevin Bates, I can't use him. So, there's a guy, right? And he wants to wrestle a main eventer, right? He just wants to wrestle a main eventer, Russie. All he wants to do is wrestle somebody of your caliber, right? I know you want to beat up on a schmuck. I understand. Nice and easy night for you. How about Ray Sangre? Ray Sangre, you versus Ray Sangre. It's an easy match for you. It'll get you back in the winning column. You don't have to worry about Chase anymore. Like, no big deal, right? We believe in Ethan Wild. He'll crush Chase. And Wesley said, well, if you're sure, boss, if you really want me to fight tomorrow. And I said, absolutely, I want you to wrestle somebody tomorrow. Get some of that aggression out. And, you know, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. So that's where that match came from. Wesley Lee Morris versus Ray Sangre.
Yeah, the question becomes, Xander, was Ray Sangre's training period, where Walter sent him down for a bit before bringing him back up, enough to beat a titan like Wesley Lee Morris?
It is Ray Sangre's time.
Is that true here, Walter?
It's not fun when he sees it like through the yeah, Ray Sangre wins because I had a fucking quest that he beat a main eventer.
No story? Negative stars? Negative 21 morale for Wesley. He'll be fine. The 8 overness will be fine. A huge boost for Ray Sangre. He doesn't quite get over, but he's certainly a lot closer to doing so. I mean, man, oh man. How did you see through it, Xander? Because ultimately, this was something that Walter thought was going to catch you off guard. But I kind of feel like the way he sold it maybe led you in that direction.
No, honestly, I like Ray Sangre, and I think it's his time. He wanted to win, be in a match with a main eventer, and something told me that Walter was like, hey, you know what? This is your shot. Take the shot, and gave it to him.
Scroll back down, Chase.
Yeah.
Scroll back down. Wait, why did the lads versus Made in Japan get blown off in the Angelina Cardinal match?
So this, I explained this at the time, but the way that it works, right, is the feud is blown off at the pay-per-view, and so it blows it off on all of the matches in which it's relevant.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. It's
all good. It's going to continue to play a role in building hype for all the future matches. It will be on the record when it comes down to how that works. But yeah, the game doesn't have a way of saying you're blowing off the feud, but only in this match. That's
sure.
Just, yeah. But okay. It'll continue to add hype to things. But yeah, it does mean that's where that happened. And I'll tell you right now, both Xander and I are going to have that exact same dynamic play out. And I'll be honest, I didn't think to check which one was the first one that was going to be blowed off ready of my feuds. I don't know that you did. Did you do that, Xander? Because I did not.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, good for you. Good for you.
GFY.
We move on. You did say Kevin Bates was gonna be here tonight. He had other things to do, and that thing is going up against the 10-0 Cobra Gaston. What is Cobra doing in a ring with Kevin Bates?
So, if I remember correctly, let's see, where was it? Kevin Bates. Kevin Bates was fighting somebody. Where is Kevin Bates? What was the storyline behind this?
Well, he did challenge Cobra Gaston a while back, right? I think he looked at Cobra the wrong way.
Yeah. Two weeks ago, Cobra Gaston beat him. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, Kevin Bates lost to Cobra Gaston, and I don't remember why. Why did I do that?
Cobra, well, because if I remember the story correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but Cobra showed up to the studio and said, "I want a paycheck," and you said you have to wrestle for it. And he said, "Well, fine. Give me someone to wrestle." And Kevin Bates walked in because he is the comedic relief of this company, and I love him for it.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you for reminding me of my own lore. I forgot. This is why. Listen, guys. This is why you have to write a 14-page document discussing everything, and not just have matches listed out in a row and like kind of organized in an outline. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Cobra Gaston showed up. I didn't tell him to show up. He said, "Well, I'm here. I want a paycheck." Yada yada yada. Kevin Bates put up a pretty good match, and afterwards, the next week he came into work. He said, "Hey, listen, boss, I feel like I could have beaten Cobra Gaston. I feel like maybe if I get another shot, I could beat him in a match." I said, "Okay, like, why?" He's like, "I don't know. I feel good, right?" He's like, I looked at my horoscope today, and it said like something good's gonna happen. I opened a fortune cookie that said like championship gold is in your future. I spoke to this old woman that was doing tarot cards outside my apartment for some reason, and she pulled the emperor or something, and like said I was gonna meet this like emperor in a cyberpunk world, and he was gonna owe me a favor. And then when I tried to cash in that favor, instead of waiting for him to show up, I ran in like a crazy person and immediately got my arms like taken off by a shotgun.
Just can't possibly know what you're referring to.
So I said, "Well, okay, you got to beat somebody for the title shot. How about Raka? I don't know what Raka's doing. Like, you and Raka have a match." He's like, "Okay, boss." And then he won, and now he's got a match against Cobra Gaston. But Cobra, being the champion that he is like, right, but like, I don't want a normal match, right? I've already beaten him in a normal match. I want to show off my skill, my technique. It'll be a submission match, and I'm going to prove that I am the best wrestler in this company in every aspect. So it's a submission match.
That it is. And the question is, do you believe in the tarot cards, Xander? Is this the night that Kevin Bates goes from a meme to a dream? Or does Cobra Gaston maintain his belt?
Meme dream team.
Really? You're going Team Kevin?
Yep. I've rooted for the underdogs multiple times tonight. I'm not going to stop now.
That's true. You just did not like it whenever I praised Kevin Bates previously, so I appreciate this turn for you. Walter...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were infuriated when he beat Raka, so...
Well, happens.
Look, Xander's been mad at a lot of wrestlers over the weeks. He can't keep track of everyone that he's meant to hate. The question is, now that Kevin Bates has Xander in his corner, is that enough, Walter?
No, I love Cobra Gaston. I put a rocket on his ass.
He sure did. And the good psychology here leads to a 4 3/4 star match. I mean, look, Kevin takes a minor hit, nothing he can't handle, though he's obviously still working on getting his overness up in the long term. But it's a nice match, and the Theodore Vincent Heritage title continues to climb slowly but surely up the rankings. This was a bronze belt when it started, and it's already become a very clear silver prestige. And I gotta say, if Cobra keeps winning week in, week out like this, who knows how far that belt can go. But we move on. We talked about Cobra teaming up with Colton in the tag tournament. Cobra's done his part so far. So Colton now in a street fight against Virginia Warbler. How'd this come together, Walter?
Colton's Scribner's had this brass ring for a while, ever since he won it against Daniel Stevenson a number of months ago. And, you know, Virginia Warbler, on the other hand, did not have a lot of success against Cobra Gaston, right? He lost that feud. He kind of is mad that, you know, one of his brothers from the indie scene has kind of fallen out of his way. Although I think if you ask Cobra, it's definitely for the better. I mean, look at him. He's a champion. He's got a gorgeous girlfriend. He's got a new family to be with. And Virginia has realized that the only way he's going to get another shot at Cobra is if he wins a contract, is if he wins a cash in. And he knows the only way he's going to be able to, you know, knock some sense into his former friend is that if he takes that belt away from him. He has already had his kind of feuds here with Colton Scribner. He still dislikes Colton, and you know, it's kind of been like, well, you know what, I get it, I have to beat Colton first before I get to go after Cobra Gaston.
I mean, that only seems fair. I like Virginia Warbler. I like what he's capable of, but given his popularity, honestly, he should be happy that he's in this match at all with a brass ring contract that at any time we will see Colton cash in and potentially make a big move. I don't know how long the brass ring lasts, but we'll have to see if a cash in is in his near future. In the meantime, Xander, who do you think's taking the W?
Colton Scribner? No shot, it's Virginia. No shot. No shot. Colton Scribbles.
Okay. The Scribner prediction coming through for Xander. Is he right here, Walter?
You know, Xander, what if I told you that the only reason this match is happening is because Colton Scribner lost overness in that loss against Prodigious in the tag team tournament? And
that would make sense.
I just want him to go back to being a 4-4.
Oh, hey, he's back to being a 4-4 thanks to a nice overness boost. And it ended up being a 5.25 star match, too, because why not? Like to see him getting back to where he belongs. No holy shit moment left yet tonight, but the Scribner family member going hot. Funnily enough, I think going hot gives you more points than not being hot anymore. So the Scribner family reputation may have gone overall up as a result of the back and forth here. A nice experience boost getting him to reputation 6. And how are you feeling here with a 5.25 star result?
Hey, listen, I hope all my throwaway matches are this good.
We can only hope. But I have to say, this is the match I, of course, most directly invested in. The Warrior Chase. The 935 popularity. Let it never be said that this is just some random guy answering an open challenge. He's one of the top faces in the Stanford Wrestling Alliance, and I am proud of him, despite the fact that I obviously have no connection to any of the things that have determined his path in this company. But Ethan Wild sure seems like a big ask. Walter, how did we get here, and what should fans be looking out for?
Well, you know, Chase, the way we got here is that Walter decided to use the open challenge gimmick with Wesley Lee Morris. And the random chance that it landed on was Chase. And as if that's not like crazy enough, right? Like, you know, there's no way I would have been like, okay, Wesley Lee Morris doesn't win, right? Like, I choose the other person. Like, the most obvious thing is like, okay, of course you're going to do the open challenge, but Wesley Lee Morris is going to win no matter what. So if it wasn't just the randomness of Chase being the one that got picked, it was the randomness of, I told you to simulate it and just see what fucking happens. And of course, it's the guy I initially drafted purely because his name was Chase. It was the guy that I fed into Christopher Devlin in a squash match. It was a guy that when I was going to be sucking at this game, I was going to take my anger out on. And instead, he has turned into arguably one of the top faces in the company. And
hell yeah,
you know, I stopped trying to punish him. Because it's not that like, oh, I'm trying to punish him and it's not working. It was more of a like, I'm even starting to like Chase, the wrestler inside of the SWA Journey of Wrestling League. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to like him. He is starting to fit. And just the story is such a good story, and it gives me another baby face, right? It doesn't give me, I think, the top tier baby face in the company, but it gives me another baby face that I can throw into these upper mid card or lower upper card matches and say, okay, I got a bunch of heels that are, winning, that are very successful, that have the belts, and now I have some really believable baby faces to throw against them as well.
I mean, that's absolutely true. And look, Ethan Wild, he's going to be a face of the company after this no matter what. I mean, his reign has been incredible. The way he has fucked with Daniel Stevenson and gotten short his faction well over. It's been very fun to watch unfold. And the question is, Xander, is this the moment that Ethan Wild falls? Or is this going to be yet another Ethan
Just
Wild
because
video?
it's the funniest possible outcome, I'm rooting for Chase here. I do think that Walter deep down wants to murder Chase.
Wow.
And also the wrestler. But no one laughed at that. Now I'm upset.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
It's because you're wrong. It's literally because you're wrong. I don't
Okay.
want to murder Chase the wrestler. It's
Okay.
that I have grown to appreciate.
Well, then I'm rooting for
does.
Chase. Chase wins. Chase wins.
Is this the moment, Walter? Is this the crowning achievement of my and definitely actually me in Journey of Wrestling's career? Or does Ethan Wild do Ethan
No,
Wild things?
you lose. Good night and good day, sir.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, look, I'm happy to be in it, baby. That's all I'm here for at the end of the day. Chase got to be in a title match on the Gold pay-per-view, and I'm considering that a W to be sure. As I think you'll consider it a W that this was a 5 1/4 star match. Ethan, I mean, his morale going down just because he doesn't like to fight anybody who he thinks is beneath him, which is, at this point, pretty much everybody in the company. He's at that over 1,100 popularity threshold where any new feud, I think, makes him a little agitated. But at the end of the day, it's a great result. Ethan Wild now officially a face of the company, and Chase is going to help you with your first holy shit moment of the night as Ethan Wild hit Chase with 3 consecutive finishers to make the fans go crazy. And short, I mean, look at the nice boost, getting a face of the company, giving that reputation a nice little bump as the men's championship with Ethan Wild at the helm, continuing to do great things. How are you feeling, given how all this shook out?
Listen, I'm very proud of what Ethan and Chase were able to accomplish. I do like Chase. I do enjoy him and what he does in my company. Unfortunately, it's just not the right time for a babyface to win.
That's fair. Though, I do think with the Stanford Wrestling Alliance and its love of heels, I don't know what the time for a babyface to win would ever look like for you. So I look forward to finding it out, perhaps, as we continue on in this card. Any thoughts from you here, Xander, before we continue?
No, great stuff overall. Of course, some nice little things for me to yoink in the future. I'm upset that Empress Kabuki won the Angelina Cardinal match. That's the only one I'm really mad about.
You're still hung up on it.
I wanted the. I am. Yep, I am. But
listen, I did say there was something you were going to be mad about.
Hold on, but it's okay because Prodigious got the dub. And at the end of the day, of all of the people I root for in Walter's promotion here, I'm a massive Prodigious fan. All right, I would buy Prodigious merch and wear it. All right, if I could. That's how much I enjoy them. So
Walter, we've got our first Rough Drafts merch opportunity. We've been waiting for the right moment. The Prodigious is clearly it.
I think we've had multiple opportunities for it, and we just never made merch.
I mean, look, it's never too late is all I'm saying. But it's never too late for Brooklyn Cambrille to defend her title here, the Mildred S. Robinson Cup. It is a 2/3 fall match between Brooklyn Cambrille and Maestra Gomez. And Maestra Gomez just seems like the woman that won't quit. She keeps finding her way in these matches. How did we get here, Walter?
Yeah, here's the thing. So last pay-per-view, Maestra Gomez failed to defeat Brooklyn Cambril after she won what was it? An elimination or a after she won a women's battle royale back at Heatwave. She then defended that title shot against Amanda Ace and then lost at Beach Break to Brooklyn Cambril. Then a couple of weeks ago on the weekly shows, last week on the weekly show, Maestra Gomez won an elimination match for the opportunity to challenge Brooklyn Cambril again for this cup. Brooklyn has had some, pretty solid defenses here. She's done a pretty good job of being the Mildred S. Robinson Cup champion. And, I think she would like to put Maestra Gomez behind her, maybe move on to a different competitor, or maybe cash that title in for a shot up the card.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be big for Brooklyn Cambril to keep that streak alive, but Maestra sure would like to finally get her hands on this title that she's been fighting for a while now. Xander, who do you think's getting the nod?
Okay, stop asking me who I think is getting the nod in matches like this. You have to stop asking me who I think. That's not what's happening here.
Okay.
You have to say Xander. All right.
Uh-huh.
We all know you want Brooklyn Cambril to win.
We do.
Do you think she can pull it off tonight? That's what you have to frame it, all right?
Okay.
This is the proper framing device. Stop asking me. You know the answer, Chase. To me, it's not a matter of who might win this match based on X factors.
Look,
okay?
Every stream is somebody's
Brooklyn
first
win?
time, buddy. I'm letting you talk up your Brooklyn Cambril.
No, they should have watched every episode. Okay, they should have watched every episode. They should know how I feel about Brooklyn. If this is your first episode, you go back. You go back right now. You watch every episode. #Brooklyn. Okay, and I'm being the worst.
It's only like 40 hours of content.
It's only like 40 hours of content. Get with the program, okay? And most importantly, all right, there's only one answer. Mm-hmm. And the answer is not to the question who wins, Brooklyn Cambril or Maestra Gomez. It's, will Walter, all right, be physically assaulted when I see him next, okay, or ever, all right, or not? That's the question, okay? And so Brooklyn wins, and Walter doesn't get assaulted. That's the answer.
Is he right, Walter? Have you avoided the apparent assault that is coming your way if the Supreme Deity falls tonight?
Physical violence.
I'd say I'd bring pepper spray with me on the subway the next time I'm in New York, but I don't want to get shot by an NYPD officer.
True.
Maestra Gomez takes the win tonight.
Okay, sure does. And look at that. It's a 6.5-star match. That is the highest rating of any match so far tonight. Clearly the right call. Maestra Gomez, a huge push up the card. She is almost on her way to become a face of the company. And Brooklyn, luckily, maintains her streak. She does not lose enough to be in
Walter and I are going to have our own casket match.
No. So here's the thing, Xander. This is a match I knew that it was going to piss you off. And I want you to remember something here, right? No. I need you to remember something here. Okay. One, it's a holy shit moment.
It is a holy shit.
Two, I don't need to remember that, and I refuse to. But yes.
Mildred S. Robinson Cup still going strong as a silver championship.
Okay.
But three, Xander, the most important thing you have to remember, Angelina Cardinal's feud with Empress Kabuki is now over.
Okay.
And
all right.
maybe, just maybe, I need another babyface higher up the card to challenge the Empress.
So, okay, let me rephrase my statement then. Instead of physical assault, it'll just be a flick in the back of the neck. All right, just a hard.
That's much better.
Flick.
That's much better. Yep. All things considered.
Yep. No casket match.
I stand by my previous statement. I'd bring pepper spray, but I don't want to get shot by a police officer.
No.
Also,
you are right
fun fact about Xander: pepper spray doesn't work. The army tried. I've been CS gas 3 times. Doesn't work.
Huh. That is a fun fact. I wonder if that will play any attention into your card later tonight. I feel like that needs to be retconned into something happening in Glory of Legends.
Man, it sure should.
But for now, Maestra Gomez getting that holy shit moment, kicking out of Brooklyn Cambril's finisher. We will have to take that as the win that it is. A 6.5 star. Again, well done there. But we go on to a fatal 4-way unsanctioned match between Tyler Dynamite, Assassino, Eddie Davis, and Thomas Austin. And I have to say, Walter, if I'm doing my maths correctly, those are 3 people who are not fans of Tyler Dynamite in this unsanctioned match.
You know, Chase, you would be correct, and here's the thing. Some people would go, well, Walter, why don't you just have Tyler Dynamite facing Christopher Devlin yet? And I'd go, you know what, they're a random person. You're right. Why don't I just have Tyler Dynamite face Christopher Devlin? It's because it's not time to, and because I had a feud between Dominatus Tenebris and Eternum that was supposed to be an end-of-the-line feud where I was supposed to destroy Eternum, and Christopher Devlin was going to get the last laugh, and yada, yada, yada. And unfortunately, I don't get to fucking do that anymore because this game doesn't have tooltips, and I don't... Anyways, so I had to do something with Tyler Dynamite, right? I had to do something with Tyler Dynamite. I had to give him something to do, and I was like, yeah, you know what? What would Christopher Devlin do? He would send out his fucking lackeys, and he would say, listen, gentlemen, I don't want you just to beat Tyler Dynamite. No. I don't just want you to destroy Tyler Dynamite. No. I don't just want you to make him bleed. I don't just want you to break every bone in his body. I want you to, as Thomas Austin says right there, kill him before I kill you. So the 3 members of Dominatus Tenebris have been tasked to succeed where they have failed previously, where they have failed consistently. Assassino, as Xander loves to say, is a terrible bodyguard. Eddie Davis is doing a wonderful job being the pin guy in all of these fucking feuds at 0-10. Great kid. Does a great job. Thomas Austin, just happy to be there. Just happy to be there.
Recently got over.
But with that being said, he did get over. He got over. It kind of weirdly, but weird enough, but he got over. But they have been tasked, and if I could, Chase, I would have made this a 1-on-3 handicap match. I don't know if that's possible. I think we determined you can't do that.
100% you can. Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, I fucked up then. Anyways. That being said, it is essentially a 1-on-3 handicap match. Tyler Dynamite versus Dominatus Tenebris.
Oh my goodness! If had I realized that's what you were looking for, I would have thrown you in the right direction. But as it stands, it's a fatal 4-way. Lots of opportunities here, and who knows? Maybe there's some jockeying between some of these Dominatus Tenebris members that could get in the way of achieving their ultimate goal here. The question is, Xander, can Tyler Dynamite withstand the attacks of 3 different competitors here, each of whom have their own very high work rates? Or does one of these 3 members of Dominatus Tenebris end up with a victory?
Assassino loses to Tyler Dynamite. I baited you. All right? I would like to see Assassino win, but he doesn't. Tyler Dynamite takes the dub tonight.
Is he right there, Walter?
Yeah, of course Tyler Dynamite wins. Come on.
Yep. See, I know.
Plot armor.
I know. Yeah, I know. I know the plot armor. I've tracked. I've made mistakes before, and I've learned.
It's a 5.25 star match. It's a very nice result here. Tyler Dynamite finally starts his journey to becoming face of the company. As Walter learned the hard way, you do not start your journey to be face of the company if you do not have a match. Segments that push you over at pay-per-views do not get you there. Being over, but not having a match at a pay-per-view does not start the journey. But he started it now, and he's got, honestly, a lot of room to spare at 1069, so he's in a very good spot. No holy shit moment here, but a nice boost for from the unsanctioned match. I think 5.25 star has to feel pretty good, given that you did not know that there was a 1v3 option for you.
Hey, that's a couple of throwaway matches that have done fucking fantastically for me, so, you know, we'll keep it going.
That is fair, and we do keep it going with a big match here. You mentioned the Lads versus Made in Japan. This is one that has been building for a while now, and you have put these 2 factions into a steel cell against each other in a 4v4 match. How did each of these factions, I mean, you've talked already about like why these 2 factions do not get along, but how do these factions come together to choose their representatives tonight in what should be one hell of a match?
So initially, this feud, Made in Japan versus the Lads, was mainly between Ogawa, Kenji Saber and Kenzo Nai. Then Shohei Hirano returned and attacked Connor Cretin after a trios match between Made in Japan and Neon Wings and Patty Gilman. Connor Cretin having been the most recent #1 contender for Heizo Ogawa's Intercontinental Championship. Then the following week, there was another tag team match between the returning Shohei Hirano and Kenzo Nai versus Neon Wings. Strong Style would win, but afterwards they would go backstage. Craig Opley returning as well from his hiatus following his feud with Ethan Wild to attack Kenji Saber. And just last week, a match between Craig Opley and Kenzo Nai, a gimmick choice on a pole match where Craig Opley won. And then during the Harold G. Vincent Tag Tournament, after they lost to after the Irish Lads, again, Craig Opley, Patty Gilman lost to Strong Style, declared, "It doesn't even matter. We'll see you in a couple days inside a steel cell." The one thing to remember here, initially Neon Wings was going to be in this match, but because of their participation in the Harold G. Vincent Cup tournament earlier tonight, they did have to step aside, and Down Under has stepped into their place to try and help their fellow faction members put down Made in Japan.
Yeah, and I do think that's a statement of how the power has shifted within the lads, right? Down Under was the first tag champions that this company had, and I think they expected themselves to do better than they did in that tournament, but it was a wake-up call that hopefully will propel them to greater heights. The question is, Xander, have they gotten it together in enough time to take on the powerful 4 members that Made in Japan have put together here?
Have they done it? Have they done it? No, Made in Japan, too good right now. Made in Japan are just smurfing.
Is he right, Walter?
You know, Xander, you have a weird premonition, a weird sixth sense about you, because you are correct. But this isn't about Made in Japan being in a much better spot than the lads. This is more about Torres and Matt Militant. Kind of, maybe it's Down Under that's the problem. Maybe they're the ones inside the faction that aren't living up to what they're supposed to be. And again, just like in the tag tournament, Down Under absolutely furious backstage. You know, Cretin and Opley disappointed. But Matt Militant and Sean Torres, throwing trash cans around basically as they were walking back to their locker room, very furious about the fact that they are the ones that couldn't help the lads get the W tonight.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one heck of a match for Made in Japan. Shohei Hirano throwing Craig Opley off the side of the cell through the announce table. Gets a third holy shit moment of the night for you, Walter, already matching what Eduardo had throughout his entire card. And Heizo Ogawa officially a face of the company, while meanwhile, the greatest wrestler feud between Craig Opley and Kenzo Nai has officially gone hot, which gave a little bit of an overness boost to all of our competitors here in this match. So it's 5 1/4 star. It's a great performance and one that Made in Japan are going to be very happy with, though you're right. The lads, I'm sure, are going to need to recollect themselves and bounce back, because that is a tough loss to take. But we move on to a fatal 4-way. No gimmick in this match, just a few different feuds all coming together. You had a nickname for this when we put it together, but walk me through. What brings these 4 women to the ring in this moment?
You know, so I just wanted to get some more women on the card. Definitely wasn't looking at some of the feuds and seeing that, like, hey, maybe there were some that were close to being blown off, and let's just blow them off. Unfortunately, in wrestling, there is sort of a reference to the piss break. It is where you kind of just have a nothing match that allows people to, go to the bathroom, grab some merch, go grab some food or whatever. And given the final 2 matches that we have on this card, it does seem right that maybe we give everybody a little bit of a break. It also does give Jessie Mallory, Aiko Haruka, and Talia Adler some opportunity, as well as Nora Nunes. I forgot to mention her because she's not over with the fans, but an opportunity to kind of show their off, Jessie Mallory used to be the Mildred S. Robinson Cup champion. Then she sort of moved up into the Empress Kabuki kind of sphere of maybe am I a challenger? I've had a couple of shots, didn't really work out that well. Aiko Haruka, obviously, famously failing to dethrone the Empress, creating a faction to try and dethrone her, and then immediately collapsing. And now one of the members of that former faction, Psycho Sahana, is she aligning herself with the Empress? That does feel a little strange, maybe. Perhaps there's something going on there. Talia Adler being a member of Main in Japan, the manager for Empress Kabuki, but also, a competitor in her own right. And then Nora Nunes is here.
She is definitely here. That
Nora
is
Nunes is here.
What do you think, Xander? Who do you think is winning this piss break match, for lack of a better phrase?
Can you hover over Jesse and Aiko real quick?
Here's
I just
Jesse.
want to see where they're at right now.
Here's Aika.
Man, it's got to be Jesse. It's got to be Jesse. Jesse surely wins this match. She's too good to drop a match. If she does lose, it would have to be... Man, I actually don't know. I can't see a world in which Talia or Aiko are the ones that take the win. Maybe Aiko gets her first ever win, but I think it's Jessie Mallory maintaining her spot at the top of these fine ladies.
Is he right, Walter?
You're absolutely correct. This is a Jessie Mallory match.
Yep.
It is, but it's also a 4 3/4 star match and a nice overness boost for
Take it.
Nora Nunes. Yeah, it was a hot match, so I mean they definitely made the most out of the material that they were given, and it's a holy shit moment as Jessie Mallory gets up from Nora Nunes' finisher before asking her to hit another, leading to another 30 creativity points. I do have to say, before we move forward, I got a great question from one of our users in chat that I'm kind of curious where y'all come down on. If you could give any video game its own wrestling championship, which one would you choose? I know what I have in mind, but I'm curious. If y'all have, think about any video game universe you can think of, every one of its members going head-to-head in a wrestling-style promotion. Xander, what stands out to you? What do you think would be the most fun?
The obvious answer, of course, would be the game I play the most, which would be League of Legends. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, and whenever I consider the possibility for some kind of championship like that, I would immediately be drawn to one of the JRPGs I love. And it would have to be, because that just feels the most anime, possibility, the most anime possible thing. And so on that front, I'm going to have to choose one of the Final Fantasy games. And it's going to be the one that people assume the least. People are like, oh, Final Fantasy X, surely. Or, oh, Final Fantasy 15. No, Final Fantasy 9. Okay, the most cartoony possible one, and having a wrestling championship where you've got Steiner and Zidane throwing it down with Vivi in the background cheering them on. That's what I'm looking at here.
Okay. I got to be honest, I'm taking a similar theory to you with Fire Emblem Engage, because that's the one that came out the most recently. And it's got all of the classic heroes, all the emblems that would be kind of your faces of the company, and all of the individual fighters, the rest of everyone kind of climbing up the ranks, some clear lower mid-carders and the filler units, quote unquote, with the upper mid-card and main eventers filling out the faction leaders of each of the individual lands there. Walter, it seems like we took both of your immediate responses. What would you like to pick here?
Well, you said universes, so I was just going to be like, oh, Final Fantasy universe, just kind of collective. Oh, that got stolen. Fire Emblem right off the bat. Boom.
Yeah.
You know what I want? I'm going to go a little bit off the beaten path here. I want to take all of the gym leaders from all of the Pokemon games, put them into a giant federation, just because I want to watch Lieutenant Surge, kick some poor 10-year-olds in the head.
I was going to say, Lieutenant Surge has been in a war, so I think we know how that would turn out, but it would be fun to watch. So yeah, thank you, Zach. I feel like looking at the chat,
Great question.
It's a great question. I feel like he left right before we answered it, which is unfortunate, but hopefully everyone enjoyed it all the same. We move on to the second to last match of the night, and this is one I think in any other card, if it wasn't for the tournament, this would be the main event because it is Christopher Devlin versus Daniel Stevenson, which, as you already explained, the Eternum faction itself is really on the line in this moment. I mean, Walter, what do you want to add to this just feud between Devlin, the Hitman, the long-time world champion of this promotion, and Daniel Stevenson, who has been doing his best to keep up with feuds on all sides?
You know what I'd like to add is tool tips that better describe how feuds are or are not allowed to be blown off. Because I'm going to be honest, like this was supposed to be, it was supposed to be huge, right? This was supposed to be something very important. This is something I kind of worked around for a while. And, unfortunately, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like now it falls flat. Because mechanically I can still accomplish, inside the game, I can still accomplish what I was going to accomplish anyways, right? There are different, I got to do a segment next week or whatever. Like I can do those types of things. But I'm not going to get rewarded for it. And that's a little frustrating. So I guess I'll put it this way. I really hope that Daniel and Christopher are able to put on the level of match that I have grown to expect from them. I think they're both incredible competitors. I know Christopher Devlin, he is a heel, right? He's one of those guys, he worms out of things. He's got his heavy and assassino to throw in front of people, but he feels more of like Kenny Omega heel, right? Where it's not that he's the Miz and he's constantly running away from fights. It's, well, I'm going to put up a lot of barriers for you to fight me, but if you get through them, then I'm going to fucking kick your teeth in, right? I'm going to actually defeat you. I will put my money where my fucking mouth is. I'm just going to make you work for it. Daniel Stevenson, on the other hand, guy really busts his ass. I know he has taken the fracturing of Chort and Eternum really to heart, right? He's really been down on himself. And he is looking at this as an opportunity to prove that, hey, maybe Ethan was right, but I am also right. I am a leader. I am someone that, these guys can get behind, whether it's, AR60, whether it's Kyle Lucha, whether it's Rick Dolan. And despite the defections, despite the failures, I'm still someone that's going to be there and have their back. And this title, winning it, would not be for me. It would be for all of them, and it would be for the Killers, and it would be for Wesley Lee Morris, and even Ethan, to prove like, hey guys, like you did the right thing because now you've motivated me to be the best me I can be.
I feel for Daniel Stevenson. I feel for you as well. Obviously, it's a shame the mechanic didn't work the way we all thought it did, though I do believe you can still be rewarded for it. With any segment that may or may not be necessary, because some of those faction segments do a great job of being very high scoring segments historically. But the question is, Xander, will it even be necessary? Perhaps Daniel Stevenson wins this match, becomes the new champion, and defines a new era for Eternum. Do you think he can pull it off against the Hitman, Christopher Devlin?
I don't know. For the first time tonight, I genuinely do not have a good answer. Does Daniel Stevenson make it happen? Yes. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That's what I'm going with. Okay. Final answer.
Final answer. Is he right, Walter? Is a new era of the SWA approaching?
No, because why would I be building up Tyler Dynamite if Christopher Devlin's not
fair enough. Okay, sure. Yep. Okay, fair.
I gotta be honest, I thought Walter was very clear when he was complaining about it. Now the faction can't dissolve. I thought it was not subtle, the foreshadowing he was pushing forward. But hey, on the bright side...
I gave you a layup here. It's a fucking layup, Xander, and you missed it.
You're right. I agree.
But on the bright side, the feud between Devlin and Daniel Stevenson got hot, so that's fun. A nice push.
Oh, perfect.
For each of them.
Perfect.
You've got some room there moving forward.
Yeah.
And yeah, I look forward to seeing Eternum disband on the next weekly. Sorry, Daniel. Get your you
oh God, I forgot something.
What'd you forget?
Oh, I forgot something. Guys, let's just pretend Ethan Wilde interfered in that match.
Oh, shoot, that's on me. Yes,
that's on me. I forgot that too.
Well, and to be fair, I'm kind of glad you didn't take the half-point penalty on that, because I think.
Yeah, I am too.
But yeah, can you describe how Ethan Wild interfered with that?
Yeah, so Daniel Stevenson is climbing the ladder, about to grab the belt. Ethan Wild comes running out from the crowd, hops into the ring, pushes it over, starts beating the shit out of Daniel Stevenson. Assassino helps Christopher Devlin up, carries him into the ring, pushes him up the ladder like on his shoulders, like in an electric chair position. Devlin finally regaining consciousness, realize where he is, grabs it, and then Assassino and Devlin fall backwards. And take Devlin takes like a fucking electric chair suplex from Assassino by mistake. There you go. Done.
Incredible. Well, congrats to Devlin. The Hitman remains untouched. Daniel Stevenson maintains enough popularity to keep his journey to becoming a face of the company, but the consequences of this loss will be felt for a while, and I am sure that Ethan Wild is going to be very happy to gloat over Daniel Stevenson's failings here tonight. But we're in the finals. It's a tournament final bonus for hype between Hollywood Bound and Prodigious. Obviously, Walter, we know how these teams got here. We saw them win already once tonight. You talked us through their journey to get to this point. What do you want to add? Any final moments before we see these two teams go head-to-head in this final tournament match?
You know, the crazy thing here is that Prodigious and Hollywood Bound have fought each other 3 times in matches.
That's true.
The first match was a qualification match at Aftermath to see who would challenge the then tag team champions Down Under. Hollywood Bound would win that first match, and they would lose to Down Under at Aftermath. Then they would take part in a four-man match against Down Under and Neon Wings on the road to Mayhem by winning that match with Hollywood Bound on their corner. They earned their placement in the 4-way TLC match at Mayhem, in which Hollywood Bound would win the titles. Then at Beach Break, they would defeat, in the weeks leading up to it, Down Under to earn their spot in the 4-way ladder match against Hollywood Bound, Pocket Rocket, and what would become Eat Our Dust, Axel Dust, and Chase, and they lost. Hollywood Bound is 3-0 against Prodigious. The only time Prodigious has gotten a win in a match with Hollywood Bound is when they have been teammates. Hollywood Bound has been rising, right? Ever since they won those belts, they have not been touched by anyone in this division, whether it is winning matches straight or using some like sneaky kind of underhanded moves. The members of Dominatus Tenebris have held the titles alongside their faction leader, Christopher Devlin.
They absolutely have. And I mean, look, Hollywood Bound has won 9 matches in a row. I know who you're rooting for, Xander. I'm not going to ask you who you want to win. I know the answer, and I know you criticized me for my framing before.
Yep. Okay.
So I'll ask you a different question. Do you think Walter is giving Hollywood Bound their 10th consecutive victory, or do you think he is giving Prodigious the love that I know you want to give Prodigious?
I think he's giving it to Prodigious. I think he's doing it tonight.
Walter, is he right?
For Prodigious to win this match, they would have to have their best match ever. They would have to defy the expectations. And they do. They finally win a match against Hollywood Bound.
They sure
Let's
do.
go!
And it's a 5-star match, a nice boost to their individual feud, and the Prodigy versus Dominatus Tenebris feud that has become such a big moment. You love to see it. You love to see Prodigious winning this cup, getting the title contract. we are going to see them again, folks. And sure, they're going to have to defend that title shot along the way, but if they can do so, they have already proven they can beat Hollywood Bound. And hopefully, if they can maintain this energy, maintain this level of competition, they'll get their opportunity to do just that. But Walter, that's going to leave us with a 5.25 star card tonight. How are you feeling with how everything ultimately shook out?
You know, I'm proud. I'm really proud of it, and you and I had a bit of a conversation because I've been a little down in the dumps about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know Eduardo and I can both say there's a lot of mechanic stuff in the game that frankly pisses us off, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of mechanic stuff that happens that is frustrating for us to deal with, and in all fairness, it seems like we've been the ones kind of on the back end of that, right? On kind of getting the shaft in some of those moments.
Mm-hmm.
But you took me to the side and you said, "Hey, listen, like let's actually look at some things here, right? Let's look at some of the statistics here."
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, I've been putting on cards just as good as you guys.
Yeah.
When it comes to the stars, and you know, unfortunately, I'm not someone that's going to min max it. I'm a little bit lower in the reputation just because I've been willing to do things that are the story, right? If I really wanted to do that Eternum versus Dominatus Tenebris feud blow off, I could have changed the story, right? I could have made it some tag match that would have, you know, actually ended the faction feud correctly and yada yada yada. But that's not the story that I was telling, and that's not the story I wanted to tell, right? I was willing to throw out some matches that really didn't mean a whole lot. And it's a gold pay-per-view. Why would I be willing to do that? But at the end of the day, wrestling does not have to be 7, 8, 9, 10-star matches every single time, right? You can do things that aren't the top tier, right? They don't have to be crazy. They don't have to be, gimmick matches everywhere. I did a 4.5-star card with the tag tournament without a single fucking gimmick. And I main evented this with a non-gimmicked tag team match, and it still got 5 fucking stars.
Sure did.
And I need to keep believing in what I'm doing. I need to ignore some of the things. I really do think that the viewership, I just have to ignore and go, that number is never going to make me feel good, so I have to ignore it. Much like the way I ignore the scale. When I look at my weight, I just ignore it. I eat what I want, and I ignore it. As long as I feel good, I'm good, right?
That's fair.
And, despite some of the frustrations, despite, the dumb fucking overness change that it really, really could have punished me much earlier on in the card. It didn't. I feel like I kind of got lucky with that. And I had Brooklyn Cambril lose a match, and it was the best match on my card. So Xander can go fuck himself.
I mean, look, it's the best match of the night so far, right? That is something to hang a hat on, to be sure. And yeah, I loved what you built, man. I like the stories here. I think there's a lot of excitement moving forward for the Stamford Wrestling Alliance. I think there's a lot of excitement for our viewers here as we have 2 more cards coming up. Glory of Legends, No Escape, and the Crown of Madness for Magically Enhanced Wrestling are on the way. We're going to take a quick break so we can bring that to you. But we will be back in just a couple minutes, so stay tuned, folks. One. Hello, everyone. We are back, and we are ready for the second half of our gold pay-per-views tonight. We have already seen Eduardo turn in a brilliant 5.75 star card. We've also seen Walter and the Stanford Wrestling Alliance put together one hell of a tag tournament. But we have two promotions left. The two min-maxers of this competition remain. And Xander, what can people expect from Glory of Legends No Escape?
Glory of Legends is doing the big stuff tonight, okay? You all have been watching the Total War. You all have been watching, all right, some big feuds between faction leaders. You've been watching Juge Brigantia, and it's going to sound a lot like what I talked about during the weeklies for those that watched. For those that didn't, it's faction stuff, guys. It's faction time.
It is faction time indeed. We know how much those faction feuds can play into the overall hype, the layered feuds that you have become a master of and that I have learned a bit from over time. It is time to see how they all come together. We're going to jump on in. We've got a nice poster here, but we do not care about what the wrestling press in this fictional world thinks. We just jump right in to a 6-way street fight match between Colin Torwell, Paisley Overholt, Lethal Mark, Bruno Henderson, Emma Fry, and Callie Vicious, which I believe is really an extension of Kanoto Karius versus Police Demos. Talk us through, Xander. How'd this come together, and who the hell are Police Demos, for those of you who have not watched?
Yeah, so, you know, Police Demos are, you know, the kind of young faction on the tail end here of our promotion. You know, they've been trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
No, it's really a matter of how Kanoto Karius kind of framed themselves, right? As that, you know, group of just heels down there that are just marauding, for lack of a better term, the entire lower end of the promotion. And it really brought Police Demos together, you know, to band and say, hey, listen, we're not untalented by ourselves. But, you know, we really should work together here. So, you know, you've got kind of that nature of what's happening here. And Bruno Henderson, being a guy who's a jobber, right? Want to point him out. He's been making his way up the card. He's 400 popularity now. Kanoto Karius has done big things for his career. Simultaneously, though, you have folks like Callie Vicious and Colin Torwell that are really notable talents here that, you know, you'd almost expect them to easily win this match. So it's a matter of, you know, which one of them is going to be able to overcome and you know, can maybe someone like a Bruno Henderson or an Emma Fry sneak a win away here, and then also Lethal Marcus here.
And also Lethal Marcus here, indeed. Now, Walter, I mean, I imagine you will agree with me that making these lower level factions is a great way to make matches like this with people who are all lower on the card really feel meaningful. Do you think that Colin Torwell is the highest ranked wrestler here is going to take this one, or do you see one of these other competitors getting the nod?
You know what? Just because it would be funny, give it to Bruno Henderson, because his gimmick is jobber, and I just think it'd be funny if he won.
Do you think it would be funny if Bruno won here, Xander?
I don't think it would be funny. I think it makes sense.
He is indeed the one winning this match here, Walter. And it is
I love when I fucking shot in the dark shit like this.
It's a 4 3/4 star match. It's a hot match, so everyone gets some overness, which is certainly nice. But most importantly, a holy shit moment as Bruno hits Colin Torwell with 3 consecutive finishers, starting off a feud between he and Colin Torwell. And I gotta say, 80 points. He still has a way to go before he can get out of the lower mid-card. But he might be on his way. And meanwhile, Emma Fry no longer
it's sure looking that way. Yeah, also Emma Fry, you know, I mean, Rising Tide and all that, you know, the crazy match, honestly. We couldn't have asked for more with this one. Yeah. Bruno gets up, you know, no one takes a hit. It's fantastic.
You love...
A 400 guy just won against Colin Torwell with 730 popularity, and somehow I finally got a Walter or an Eduardo card. Finally.
I mean, look, did Colin Torwell take a little bit of a morale hit? Sure. Does it matter? Of course not, because everything else here is so much more important. So, well,
the gimmick in this match was unnecessary.
I that's not a language that either Xander or I speak here, Walter. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. What I know is there's another.
Well, then don't
fight.
compare us.
Look, you're a pure company. We're an entertainment company. We just have different goals that we need to achieve. That's all. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a shame I have better narrative.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about all that. I didn't say no one out here saying all that. Okay.
Well, let's.
I am. I'm the narrative champion. I'm the one fucking saying it.
Well, let's get into the narrative of this five-way.
And I'm the president of the United States. You see how that works?
Dude, I wish. There'd be a lot of things that would be a lot easier, I think, in general. But we have to move on. Five-way street fight match here, Xander. What is the narrative that is bringing these five wrestlers together?
Yeah, you got Carson Gold, Skullshot, Wolf Klein, Ryan Fox, and Alexandre Kennedy, okay? You're going to see a lot of folks. If you don't mind scrolling up for the folks at home, actually, sorry. Scrolling up, take a look. That's the Total War feud tonight. That's the For the People Conquest or Death that we were talking about. It's here. It's hot. Everyone wants to see what happens, okay? And because of that, you're looking at a match here where Alexandre and Carson both want to bring it home. Skullshot on the tear that he's been on, looking to maintain his dominance, okay? And then Wolf Klein. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong skull. I'm sorry, the wrong skull.
Skullshot's 0-7, but he's happy to be here too.
Wait. Oh, maybe it's the. I'm sorry. I might be confusing him with his duo's success. Actually, because I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, that's what I'm confusing him with. That's my bad. But regardless, Wolf Klein, a guy who notoriously 0-6, also has only won like 2 tag matches, probably a combined record of 2-14, right? And yet, is here and trying to get the win. But notably, you have Alexandre Kennedy, who's been in some massive matches and has not been able to win them. Just falling below where he needs to be in so many matches. Finally got a win recently, and looks like he's starting to make some kind of a comeback. But it remains to be seen if he can do that against the better wrestlers. So with that being said, who wins this match tonight and kicks off an evening of Total War?
That is the question here, Walter. Who stands out to you? Who do you think's getting the W from that story explanation here?
You know, the guys right away that stand out to me are Carson Cole and Alexandre Kennedy. I feel like you're holding Carson Gold down, so maybe you don't want his popularity to go up too high. He's lost 4 matches in a row. You know what? Let's give it to Alexandre Kennedy here.
Well, I think you narrowed it down to the right 2 people. The question is it Alexandre here, Xander?
It sure is. It's an Alexandre Kennedy win.
Are you changing it from what I have written down?
Oh, wait. Did I have it as Carson?
You have it as Carson on my notes, but you can change it if you want.
Oh.
This is a free country.
No, it's going to be Carson then. I stick with the notes.
Okay. You're sticking with the notes?
My bad,
that
Walter.
pays off with a 5.25 star. You really did give Walter hope that he nailed that one.
Yeah,
that's really not fair, because I would have been 2 for 2 on shots in the dark, and now I feel cheated. Much like by this game.
Oh, man. Well, it's a nice boost for Carson, an overness hit for Skullshot and Wolf Klein, because this does technically blow off the Total War feud in favor of For the People, though we know there are many more matches tonight that are going to play off of that back and forth. Carson Gold hitting Ryan Fox with a hard headbutt that almost knocks both of them out. That's 30 creativity points and an overness boost for him. That's 2 matches, 2 holy shit moments if you're counting at home. Conquest or Death is going to fall to Reputation 6.
Conquest or Death doesn't. Yeah, just for the record, though, For the People don't actually win this feud. That's just because the game doesn't provide you the opportunity to change that. So all of that stuff, of course, happens, but irrelevant to the actual narrative here.
I mean, of course. There's still plenty of matches left to go. But this is why I asked if you checked, because I had not, and I think this is this is the kind of thing that happens when the game is very weird about how certain faction feuds blow off. But
No, we hadn't talked about it, actually, if you'll recall. We did talk about it.
yeah, we did. Well, there's only so much you can do, right?
Yep.
You would have had to change match order of some kind, and it is what it is.
Yeah, again, it's irrelevant. We can pretend it doesn't exist.
Sure. I pretend I do not see it, but I do see a 5-way street fight match between Coda Super, Dietrich Mullen, Skullface, Krieger, and Deputy Newland. Dietrich Mullen still doesn't have a gimmick. I will forever be shocked by that. What brings these?
He just doesn't need one. So you got Coda Super and Deputy, who have been feuding since the destruction of their tag team, right? Deputy turned full heel after being that one of the nicer guys in Burn It All Down, one of the only nice guys in Burn It All Down, and turned into, listen, his cop buddies got to him. They said, listen, man, if you're gonna be here, you're gonna be doing this. You got to be more brutal. You got to be working people over, and you've been too much Mr. Nice Guy. And so he said, okay, done. And now for Burn It All Down, he's been an absolute menace. The heel turn has been very successful for him. Okay. And he's here. He's here. And more than that, he's here to make sure Coda specifically takes a bite. All right. Of a big boot. Now, then again, you got Skullface, the other Skull. Okay. Skullface, who's been doing more betterer, right? Can we take a look at that? I do believe Skullface has been doing more betterer.
Yeah, he's 2-4.
Yes, more betterer. Okay, he lost his last one, but I'm pretty sure he won 2 before that.
He did. Yeah, he's not 0-7, so he's certainly better.
But yeah, and so Skullface trying to take a win home. Again, Krieger here though, really the guy that most people would expect to come away after his, most recent performances.
I mean, that's true. And look, Krieger has been that kind of Burn It All Down member who has been looking for opportunities. He's not, Executioner Goro. He is the one making the ultimate calls, but Krieger's been right there in the room when all these strategic decisions are being made. Walter, of these 5 competitors, who's getting the nod tonight?
You brought up Skullface earlier being more successful than Skull Shots. Dietrich Mullen and Krieger, just great names. Like, I just really like those names in general. You know what? I'm going to try and go 3 for 3 here. Dietrich Mullen.
Well, I'd like to point out that you're technically 1 for 2 because you picked Alexandre.
Nope, 3 for 3.
Got it.
3 for 3.
Is he going
Dietrich Mullen.
3 for 3 in this, Xander? Or do you have someone else in mind?
I don't even remember who wins this, to be honest with you.
See, this is why Walter claims to be the narrative king, because you build these stories and then you don't remember who wins, and that hurts because Coda Super wins this match, getting revenge on Deputy Newland.
Yes, Coda Super. Okay, I couldn't remember if that was listen, there's 2 storylines going on here, and I couldn't remember which one was getting pushed. It does end up being Coda Super from Brigantia getting the dub tonight, and that's going to be very notable, right? Because Burn It All Down have not feuded with Brigantia yet. And so that is something you're going to have to watch for going forward.
We sure will. Well, I'm going to watch that you have 3 matches and 3 holy shit moments already.
16 holy shit moments incoming. No, I'm just kidding.
It's not out of play, knowing the kind of cards that you build. Coda Super spearing Dietrich Mullen through the barricade. A nice boost for him. And certainly, I mean, everybody got a popularity boost here, but Coda Super now just 14 points away from his journey to become face of the company, which is wild, because I don't think anyone expected the now 2-7 Prince of Harlem to be that close to getting over. But good for him. Well done tonight.
Yes.
We move on to a 6-way street fight match. A lot of different feuds coming in here. Brigantia Rising versus Bright Future. Burn It All Down and For the People, of course, maintaining its role here. Black Bull has a couple feuds. I mean, Xander, how did this street fight come together with such an assortment of talents?
Yeah, so one moment, because I can't see it because my Discord has completely shattered. Okay. I'm on Twitch now. I'm watching a slight delay.
Oh, fun.
But I'll fix it after this. That being said, big match here. Big match, okay? You've got Matt Robinson, Black Bull, DJ Castle. Now, I'm mentioning those three first, okay? For a very notable reason. Matt Robinson, another member of Brigantia. Okay, Serpentine, obviously, the Return to Glory belt holder right now. Coda Super, you just saw get the win. And then Matt Robinson, all right, is the third guy. Very, very talented wrestler. And he has been making moves. So he's here right now trying to, represent Brigantia the same way that we just saw Coda Super do it. And he's in a match with Black Bull. Black Bull, the forward soldier of Executioner Goro, but notably not being used to probe for a belt tonight. Not being used, okay, in his role that we've traditionally seen him, which makes him a much scarier wrestler. Black Bull wants to go out there and hurt you. Black Bull has Executioner Goro behind him saying, Black Bull, you've done the work for me that I asked you to do. You went out there, you were probing the cruiserweight, you were probing the heavyweight, you were probing some of the people that are even contending for the Emperor's belt.
Oh. That's a lost Xander. Unfortunate given the timing here. I mean, yes, I mean, DJ Castle obviously was the former tag champion as part of the Castle Crashers. Saki Slab has been in quite a few big moments. And who can forget Regan Awesome and Animal Fukuoka, right? They've been going back and forth as part of a This Is Our Home feud. Regan trying to put Animal in his place when he first joined Glory of Legends. And it's been quite the back and forth between the two of them, each of them getting blows over time. So while we wait for Xander to come back here, Walter, who do you think he gave the nod to?
I think right away Black Bull kind of stands out to me, being one of those, those monster heels that he has on his roster. The other one that stands out to me is Saki Slab. And again, I think some of that's the name, but also I do know he's doing this thing with his popularity where he doesn't want people to be faces of the company. That's really Johnny Hangtime's kind of place, and that he's been holding people down. So maybe Black Bull is too close to getting, too over with the fans in that way. So I think maybe here I go with Saki Slab if you made me pick one.
Well, so that's interesting. What makes you... So while we're waiting for Xander to hopefully get back here, what makes you think he's purposely trying to hold some people back from becoming faces of the company? Because this is the second time you mentioned it. And I don't know that that's ever anything he's explicitly said.
Man, I love that I cut out entirely while talking there. Unlucky.
It was unfortunate.
It's good times.
Yeah. But yeah, you missed... Walter made the prediction... that Black Bull was not going to win this one because he thinks you're trying to hold some wrestlers back from becoming faces of the company. And so he took Saki Slab instead. I introduced the rest of the feuds there while you were out.
Okay.
Who is winning this one?
Well, there's really only one solution here for this, and it's going to be Black Bull getting the win.
Yes, Black Bull indeed is going to be starting his journey to become face of the company. It's 5.25 star. It's a nice start of a feud between him and DJ Castle, Black Bull and Saki Slab. A lot of new feuds starting. No holy shit moment here, Xander. The perfect 16 for 16 is not happening, but it is another 5.25 star match, and I have to imagine you're feeling pretty good about that.
I sure am.
Walter, are you surprised given some of these assumptions that you were going into when making that prediction?
Not really. I still thought Black Bull stood out for me
and was the first name to come out of my mouth. But, you know, I guess 1,000 is just starting on the road to becoming a main eventer, and that he can always bring them back down if he needed to. Or maybe this is, you know, Xander finally beginning to show the fractioning happening inside the Hangtime dynasty, and maybe Johnny Hangtime is not long for his perch at the top.
Perhaps. But we'll have to see. We've got plenty more matches before we get to Johnny Hangtime, including this match, a headhunting match between Bear Winter and Cassidy. It's a submission match. And I mean, Xander, I have to imagine the leader of Kanoto Karius coming in feeling good about his chances against the 0-7 Bear Winter.
Yeah. Let's be real here. This feud has been going on since before Kanoto Karius existed, and Bear Winter was a much more respected member of Conquest or Death. Okay, but times have changed, and now Cassidy has his eye on Bear Winter, saying, "Listen, you wanted me to join Conquest or Death before. You said, hey, you look like a talented heel. We're gonna pummel you into submission and rebuild you as a member of this faction. And now I've built my own faction. I've done things that all of you thought were impossible with the lower end of the card. We have put on matches. I have brutalized the faces that you guys rarely even touch. And now, you think I will join Conquest or Death? You think you're going to beat me here tonight and I'm going to leave the faction I founded? Wrong, Bear. It's going to be you joining us. And shortly after, you're not going to be the only one. Conquest or Death is not what it used to be. Johnny's grip is slipping, and I'm going to prove that tonight." And Bear Winter very humbly turns to him and says, "Cassidy, you got a lot to learn still, kid. Okay? Vinland Saga have been here. Vinland Saga aren't going anywhere. And I may not agree with everything Johnny does, but I believe in the Emperor."
Well, that's the question here, Walter. Vinland Saga, one of the few faces that has been loyal to the Emperor throughout. Do you think Cassidy has what it takes to sway Bear Winter to his side and get him to submit tonight? Or does Cassidy end up losing this match and leave Kanoto Karius without a leader?
No, I think that Bear Winter gets the win here. I think Vinland Saga needs to stay together. And listen, I like the Vikings. I like the gimmick. You know, I kind of wish they had been in my promotion, but I think Xander's been doing a really good thing with them.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Xander's plan for Vinland Saga has broken my heart week in and week out because they always fucking lose. They're so good, and they keep giving you bangers of matches, and you never let them win. So please, Xander, tell me you're not going to make Bear Winter go to 0-8 and end up with Bear Winter in a separate faction from his tag partner, Wolf Klein.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Chase. Just kidding. I love to disappoint you. Bear Winter goes to 0-8. Cassidy takes the win. And now, Bear Winter is going to be a member of Kanoto Karius.
Yeah, he sure is. I gotta be honest, I appreciated your optimism there for Vinland Saga, Walter, but as the person who's been here week in and week out, there was no hope of Bear Winter being the one to put Kanoto Karius into the dirt. They have been climbing up the power rankings very quickly, and now they're already at Reputation 6, despite originally being founded as a faction that was ultimately trying to, just group together some of these lesser-known wrestlers in the undercard. And now we're in this situation where because more members have been lost from Conquest or Death, they're actually lower from a reputation perspective than Kanoto Karius. And I have to imagine Johnny can't be happy about that.
They're again, I just retconning that on paper to Johnny they're the same because the lost feud shouldn't exist. So they're the same right now. We'll see if that remains true at the end of the night.
You know, you can retcon what you want, but there's a number right here.
Yeah, and it's incorrect because the game mechanic doesn't work properly. Which I think you and Walter have both said enough times that I'm allowed to say it once and it can be true.
I mean,
I
look,
don't think you're allowed to give me a hard time for that.
no, let's be
Maybe
clear.
you should just get good.
I complain about a lot of these mechanics and say they should be fixed, but I have never denied that they are true. I have never plugged my eyes and said Western Watch aren't Reputation 1 alongside the Northern Nightmare. I just wish the game was different. Those are two different things, my friend.
Well, yes, but narratively, we have avoided that aspect of the discussion.
I suppose.
And you just coupled the two, which is where I'm
okay,
giving you a hard time.
fine. Then narratively, I can't imagine that he's happy being equal with Kanoto Karius either. If that makes you feel
Yeah,
a
well,
little
that's
bit
what I
better
said. We'll
about
see
it.
what happens at the end of the night.
Sure. Well, we move forward to Korosaru versus Hinata Shiroki. Tell us, Xander, how this came together.
Listen, Korosaru and Hinata have been wrestling. Okay, they've been wrestling, and for the most part, Korosaru was pretty dominant. It was really hard for Hinata to win. But Hinata has been, trying to make a comeback, and sees some opportunities here. Korosaru looks like a much weaker member of Conquest or Death than she did before. And Hinata being a not quite champion for the people, but one of the most talented women wrestlers in for the people. She's been getting a lot of coaching. She's been talking to Azaki. She's been talking, to Jade and trying to figure out what she can do better. And she thinks she's got the match tonight. She thinks she can pull it over Korosaru. And notably, it's a tables match, not something that Glory of Legends does often. And so it's really going to come down to, does the colossal monster that is Korosaru, is she able to use Hinata's body as the table tester and break her through? Or is Hinata, with her more nimble, and athletic build, is she going to be able to kind of, make light work of Korosaru's slower movements?
That is the question here. Walter, who do you think got Sanat tonight?
I mean, Korosaru is right there about to go into the face of the company status.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I do feel like a heel getting up there does make some sort of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Korosaru. I like Korosaru. She should get the win here.
You like
Chase?
Korosaru? Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, I know what I have written down. I have
Uh-huh.
a feeling it goes well for Korosaru.
It sure does. It sure does.
Yeah. 5 3/4 stars goes very well for Glory of Legends as well. Your highest scoring match of the night so far. I do believe that was no, not a blow off. That was a
Oh,
feud
sorry,
starter,
feud start. Yep.
Which is
They
very
have
nice to
wrestled
see.
before, though, just for the record. So that is a feud start, but they have wrestled in a number of matches together.
I'm
But this is the first one between the two of them.
Given Glory of Legends history, I am sure there have been many a multi-woman match in which the two have gone head-to-head. But it's a big win for Korosaru, starting the feud on the right note, getting that face of the company status, suplexing Hinata Shiroki onto the apron. That's your fourth holy shit moment of the night. Well done here, Xander. But we move on to a very interesting match between Oda's Revenge and two members of Brigantia Rising. Matt Robinson wrestling again tonight, this time with Danny Cole in his corner. How did this Cracker Barrel brawl come together?
Listen, Matt Robinson and Danny Cole, okay, before the match, this was pre-recorded, okay? Before the event tonight, they went to Cracker Barrel to go get some food, all right? And Danny and Matt are talking, and Danny's talking about, the food here is so good, and anytime I get the opportunity to go to Cracker Barrel, I always take that chance, and jump on it. And Matt's sitting there saying, "Listen, I got a big match tonight. Black Bull's going to be in it. It's going to be a really fire match. I have to have the fuel and the energy I need."
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they get up to the line and they see Oda's Revenge there. And they see Yuji and they see Kaiman.
Mm-hmm.
And, these two have been feuding. Rising upstarts. Okay? This is a faction feud going on between Brigantia and Juge.
Mm-hmm.
And Juge, if they just saw one of them, probably would have let it go. But Juge are the tag champions. Juge are the ones that believe they own the tag, the entire tag line in Glory of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
And so it doesn't take long for Yuji to pick up one of those wooden chairs in the Cracker Barrel and break it right over the back of Matt Robinson and say, "Nuh-uh, you need fuel, we need a win." And a brawl breaks out in the Cracker Barrel between these two groups.
I, for one, cannot wait to see how that classic triangle puzzle that all the Cracker Barrel tables have plays into the prop usage here in this brawl match. Walter, who do you think's getting the nod here?
This is one thing that I have not stolen from Xander. I do love the sponsored brawl matches. It is a lot of fun. I will give you a lot of credit for it. With that being said, I think I have to give it to Brigantia Rising. I think I have to give it to Robinson and Cole. I love their style. I love everything about them. And, look at that fucking jacket. Look at the blue denim jacket and the pink little, I can't tell if that's his hair, if there's like a feather or something in it. Like, come on, that's just stylish.
It's a good jacket.
Danny Cole's pretty cool.
Danny Cole, very cool. Is being cool enough to take down Otis Revenge?
Well, unfortunately, Walter, Matt Robinson and Danny Cole do not wrestle together often for Brigantia. Their faction, the leader members, they've wrestled in trio, but tonight it's Otis Revenge getting the win they know they should have.
Absolutely. And this is one of those great 5 3/4 star matches here. Oda's Revenge, a very nice blow-off victory, is going to give Juge the nod. Now, because I understand the sensitivity of this topic, does Juge win in canon as well?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
This one is Juge winning in canon. This one specifically, yes.
Fantastic. Well, it's led to a holy shit moment again, because why would it not? Kaiman Nomura getting up from Danny Cole's finisher before asking him to hit another. That's 30 creativity points.
The fans in the Cracker Barrel going crazy.
They sure are. And look, Juge, Reputation 6, Brigantia just barely hanging on to Reputation 5. We will see how that affects both of these factions moving forward. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, the only number that matters with factions is don't let it get to 1. We have seen what happens when it gets to 1, and it goes very badly. So as long as nothing happens there, I think these two factions are going to be just fine. But it has been fun watching them both go head-to-head over quite a few feuds, and it's made what it would otherwise be a classic face versus face angle a lot more fun. So I'm sure you're very happy seeing a 5 3/4 star.
Yeah, listen, Brigantia and Juge have had some really solid matches, mostly tag oriented, trio oriented, and a couple of 1v1 matches between like Blue Arrow and Matt Robinson's Serpentine, stuff like that. So the fact that this is the blow off and it's happening during one of our sponsored brawl matches, which is a Glory of Legends staple, the fact that it went this well, was hot. We're big fans of that, and we're happy Oda's Revenge feels secure with their win. And that Matt Robinson, Danny Cole going to go back to the drawing board, but they're not to be forgotten.
No, they will not be forgotten anytime soon. But we do have to move on to the Return to Glory belt. Serpentine Suprema defending against Maricela Reyes and Bone Soldier in a street fight match. Serpentine, obviously, as the belt holder, you expect him to be here. But what brings Maricela and Bone Soldier to this match?
Yeah, Bone Soldier's trying to get this belt back. Don't forget, Serpentine was the one who took it off him not too long ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 2 months ago, Serpentine was the one who won the belt, defended it twice since, feeling pretty secure with himself as that member of Brigantia that's pushing toward face of the company status. Simultaneously, Bone Soldier's doing the same thing. Bone Soldier, has been working hard to get this belt back, to show Johnny that he is the guy that can be trusted. And notable tonight, Maricela Reyes is in this match. Maricela sat down with Executioner Goro and said, these buffoons that you have as your lieutenants, this Krieger, General Hayashima, Black Bull even, that guy's a monster, but they're all idiots. Executioner, you need someone behind you that has the intelligence, the talent, and the brutality. You need someone that matches you, that has everything that you have as a faction leader. You need that kind of person as your lieutenant. Give me a shot. Convince Johnny that I need to be in this match. Make it happen. And I will show you what I can do for Burn It All Down. I will show you that I deserve all the opportunities you're giving to people like Sebastian Chaos and Vince Rivera. Don't overlook me. I have everything that you have, and I aspire to match your animosity and your fire.
Mm-hmm. Well, she certainly has the fire for it, Walter. Do you think she has what it takes to turn that passion into a victory tonight? Or does Serpentine Suprema hold on to his title and the tenuous face of the company promotion that he has started?
You know, I really do like the storytelling from Xander. And it does feel like maybe that is the choice as Maricela Reyes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Serpentine Suprema is going to be able to hold on to it for at least another pay-per-view.
Well, is he right, Xander? Is this Serpentine defending successfully?
I don't think so.
You gave Maricela the win, unless you want me to do it.
Then yes, yeah, it's Maricela. It's Maricela. It's the
there
time.
It is. Now that will drop Serpentine Suprema out of the journey to become a face of the company, but it puts Maricela Reyes into the journey to become the face of the company. So law of equivalent exchange there, I suppose. A hot match that both of them can be excited about. And Maricela Reyes reversing Serpentine Suprema's finisher, cursing at him and hitting her own. That's 30 creativity points. I believe that is your 6th holy shit moment of the night. And sure, that's minus 40 experience because of the short reign. But that's kind of what your Return to Glory belt is for, right? Is this
Sure is.
ability for people to rise and do the things. So it does, I think, hurt Brigantia Rising. They're dropping to Reputation 4 after losing the championship. But Burn It All Down on their way to Reputation 8 with a nice victory here.
Yep. That's the story that needed to be told tonight. Maricela proving, all right, that even guys like Serpentine are not at her level right now. You know, the face of the company status does not mean anything to her. And Executioner Goro, his eyebrows are up. He is realizing that he had undervalued someone that maybe he should have put a little more stock into. And he smiles with the most menacing grin anyone has seen on his face behind his mask all night.
There we go. A very nice victory for her. And we move on to the Triple Glory Championship between Young Revolution, Wagon Raid, and the Hot Gates. Now, Wagon Raid and the Hot Gates might be new to people, especially because the Hot Gates has yet to have a formal match as a named trio, though they have wrestled once before. Xander, how did this come together?
Yeah, listen, you got Bright Future, you've got Kanoto Karius, and then you've got Police Demos. These are the trios that comprise some of the folks in the lower mid-card, you know, to upper mid-card. Extremely valuable wrestlers, all of whom have been proving themselves nonstop. Now, it should be most noted that Wagon Raid and Young Revolution are the ones that are going at it the hottest and the most aggressively. But the Hot Gates, Police Demos, they know, listen, this is the best belt that we can go after with how our faction is oriented. This is a good shot for us, okay? You know, they came out with their first trio, you know, match and got honestly manhandled by Wagon Raid. But they're saying, listen, there might be a little bit of a learning curve, but get us in these matches early. We will master this. We will figure it out. And we will be the ones to take this belt. Simultaneously, Bright Future is saying, listen, we ripped this thing off of Brigantia. We're not ready to hand it over to you fools yet. And Wagon Raid are sitting there saying, guys, you know this is our belt. It's a matter of when, not if. And tonight is the when.
That's the question here. They say it's the when. Kanoto Karius, we've already seen get some big wins earlier tonight. Walter, do you think Wagon Raid takes care of business and takes the championship? Does Police Demos with the Hot Gates play spoiler, or does Young Revolution successfully defend the title they won 2 months ago?
Young Revolution successfully defends. I think we know the consequences of this game of, moving belts too soon. Hold off for another pay-per-view. That way you do not diminish the quality of the belt.
Well, that is a gameplay reason for this match going the way it does. The question is, Xander, from a narrative perspective, who have you decided to give the win to?
He's right. Wagon Raid have been, going out, working their ass off to attack people. But honestly, it left them a bit tired. And Bright Future, all they've been doing is making sure that they're rested and ready to go for this match. And because of that, they're able to do so. Matt Payne and Love Hendricks looking hot tonight. Sinister Tengu still having a solid performance. Xander Cage falling a little bit short. He's a bit tired, all right? But he's going to remember this.
It does push a couple hot feuds, Young Revolution versus Wagon Raid and Sinister Tengu versus Xander Cage. You mentioned Tengu here, rightfully so. This is going to keep heating up. And of course, Wagon Raid versus the Hotgates, now a new feud that will be tapped into as we see this Kanoto Karius Police Demos feud continue to play out. Triple Glory, nice boost here. It remains a silver belt, which I'm sure you are very happy about, alongside a 5.5-star match. You do
sure are.
Love to see it. But we move on to the Women's Lightweight Championship. And Walter, you might notice for the Women's Lightweight Championship, one of these members is not like the other. How did we get here, Xander?
Yeah, so don't forget, there was a cryptic threat sent out. And that threat was from Jade to Jay Avalon. Okay? Jay has taken it very personally. Jay feels absolutely betrayed by a faction member that he looked up to, that is a belt holder, that is rapidly becoming the female face of For the People, and she stabbed him in the back like this, and it's having him rethink his entire commitment to For the People. It is deep, and because Azaki and Alex Jim have been so focused on the faction warfare, honestly, they've stayed out of it. They hey, Jay, hold on, man. Just, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And Jay, given an opportunity by Johnny tonight to play spoiler in this triple threat street fight match that will determine whether or not Jade holds the belt, Jay said, fuck this. I'm going to go make sure she loses that belt tonight. Last time, I got in the way and it was a mistake. All right, I tripped over my own footing and I helped her out. Not tonight. Tonight, I'm going to make sure, I don't care if it's Conquest or Death. I don't care if it's Burn All Down. I don't care if it's Brigantia. I don't care if it's some no-name that joins the promotion tonight. Jade is losing this belt. And so because of that, this Total War match between Jade and Anastasia is now a three-way. And Anastasia is looking over at Jay like, what the hell are you doing here? But she's been told by Johnny, Jay's there to help you. It is you two against Jade. Make it happen.
Well, those are the orders from Johnny Hangtime. Walter, how do you feel about how this match came together, and who do you think gets the nod?
I think it makes a lot of sense. This is getting back into the Johnny Hangtime, really trying to keep other members of the promotion down. I can't see taking the belt off of Jade Gatlin, though. I think she needs to get a little bit closer and make Johnny more desperate to knock her off her pedestal. So I say Jade Gatlin takes the win.
Is he right, Xander?
He's correct. Jade Gatlin keeping the belt.
Indeed, and it's a 5 3/4-star match. A nice popularity boost for everyone involved. It pushes the feud between Jade Gatlin and Anastasia hot, which I'm sure you're very happy to see. And it's a holy shit moment as Jade Gatlin kicks out of Anastasia's finisher, used her body to get up and asked to be finished off. Quite a few holy shit moments tonight, my friend. The 5 3/4-star match. You have to be feeling good about it. Yeah,
I'm happy too because I haven't even gotten to my expensive matches. So this is
it's a 70% hit rate on holy shit moments, and I'm definitely not counting and feeling jealous about it. So.
Yep. You're welcome.
Yeah. How do you feel seeing all these holy shit moments getting racked up here, Walter?
Xander cheats the game. I understand it.
He does have the developer in his DMs. It cannot be disproven. You're never beating the allegations, and I hope you're okay with that.
Never gonna happen, and that's fine.
Because we're going to move on to a men's lightweight championship. It's a triple threat ambulance match between Phil Hangtime, Elliot Hangtime, and Sho Fujino. So, I mean, obviously, with the feuds being what they are in Conquest or Death and For the People going so much head-to-head, it feels kind of crazy for two Hangtime brothers to be fighting against each other. But I'm sure people who've been paying attention to the weeklies are probably less surprised. Isn't that right, Xander?
You're right, because Elliot and Eric have been openly rebellious to Conquest or Death. Eric right now feuding his brother directly for the faction leader title of Conquest or Death and the Emperor's belt. Simultaneously, you know, Elliot has kind of staved off from going too hard at Phil, only when it felt necessary. But now that Phil retains his lightweight title, Elliot is saying, I can't just let my younger brother come in here and continuously show me up. And I'm getting sick and tired of watching Eric lose to Johnny. We need to get the upper hand in this, and the best way to do that is to embarrass Phil and rip that title off of him right after he grabs it.
Mm-hmm.
Simultaneously, you've got Sho Fujino represented by Krieger. Sho and Phil have been going at it for a while, okay? And Sho, you know, despite the losing record, he has been in the big matches. He's been in the cruiserweight matches. He's been in the heavyweight matches. And he sees Phil get this title back. Now that it's no longer Executioner holding it, Sho gets the thumbs up to go after Phil Hangtime. He knows it's an uphill battle. He knows how talented Phil is. And the fact that Phil just beat his faction leader. But Sho's been watching. Sho's been learning. Sho's been studying. And he and Krieger have gone to the drawing board. And Sho's saying, I know how to make this happen. I know how to rip this belt off of Phil Hangtime and make Executioner Goro proud. I will become the lieutenant that I am not considered to be right now. I am Executioner's tag team partner, but he doesn't give me the same respect as he should as a lieutenant. And I got to earn that, and I know that, and this is how I make it happen.
I mean, look, Phil is 9-4. He's done a lot to prove himself time and time again, whether Johnny acknowledges it or not. The rest of the company certainly does. The question is, Walter, do Sho and Elliot have what it takes to take the title off of Phil, or is he going to be able to retain tonight?
See, this is the thing. Phil is... He's still with his brother, right? He's still with Johnny. He's still working with him. He's just gotten the belt. Like, I don't feel like Johnny feels threatened by him yet.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same instance, he is, you know, he is becoming a face of the company, or he is a face of the company. He's right up there. Mm-hmm. Is this the time that Johnny turns on him? No, it's going to stay with Phil.
You believe it stays with Phil? They are tag partners, so if they were to split, this would make a lot of things a lot more awkward very quickly. Xander, does Phil indeed get the win tonight?
No, Phil gets the win tonight, all right? You know, Johnny does trust Phil implicitly. Phil has not shown Phil has shown loyalty, nothing but loyalty. And it's really Sho trying to, you know, impress Executioner Goro, his tag partner, right? That's what I was referencing before. And so it's really a matter of Phil and Sho going at it, with Elliot trying to get, you know, some kind of upper hand, some kind of, you know, big moment. And honestly, it's really the Phil and Sho show. You know, Elliot gets kind of left in the dust here between the two of them. And once again, an embarrassing loss for Hangtime Heresy.
I mean, look, it's another nice boost for the Lightweight Championship. Another holy shit moment as Phil Hangtime suplexes Elliot from the apron through a table outside. And it's a 6-star match, which is your highest score of the night so far. You've still got a few matches to continue to build on that, but that has to feel pretty damn good as you try to compete against the 5.75 stars that we saw Eduardo submit earlier tonight.
Yeah, you know, it's looking like it's going the direction we need it to right now. Needed to keep it up, so hopefully we can.
Yes, well, you're going to try to keep it up here with the Tag Team Championship, which is between Blot Out the Sun, Flame Regiment, and the Defenders of Virtue. And Flame Regiment and Defenders of Virtue are going to be relatively new names to people who have been following this promotion. How did this match come together?
Yeah, listen. So Flame Regiment, for those that have not followed the weeklies enough, okay, Flame Regiment are Burn It All Down's response. Executioner Goro is busy now, okay? Executioner Goro is busy. Him and Sho are both looking at individual title matches. They need a tag team to come out and be, dominant. And so General Hayashima was the one that orchestrated all of this. He and Krieger sat down, and Krieger said, I've got the guy for you, and that's Wijaya. And they came out and they did win their first match. It's not represented on their record, but they did win the first match right before they formed. And it showed that General Hayashima has what it takes to sit down and draft ideas, okay? And then he has Wijaya out there to execute alongside him. Super, super talented wrestler. A guy that just wasn't that good in singles matches, though. However, when he's got Krieger and Hayashima putting him in the right direction, this guy is an absolute monster. Okay? And so because of that, Flame Regiment are saying, Blot Out the Sun are weak. These guys, we have no idea how they ripped it off Castle Crashers. General Hayashima is saying, I respect the hell out of Castle Crashers. Those guys, especially Braden Castle, who was a heel, right, turned face, but is still absolutely brutal, monstrous, that guy is scary. This Blot Out the Sun guys, these are a joke. I don't know how they took this belt, and it's Burn It All Down's belt that they're holding, and we're going to take it. Simultaneously in this match, you have Defenders of Virtue. You have the For the People. You have Alex Jim trying to figure out how to best serve For the People now that he is not actively fighting for the heavyweight title. He's not ready yet to challenge Johnny, and he knows doing that might be suicide, not just for himself, but for the people as a whole. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, he's come back, gone to the drawing board, and brought along with him Gaijo Jade, another phenomenal wrestler, and said, let's work together, let's practice together. The same way that we see Flame Regiment, the General Hayashima and Wijaya jockeying for position against Blot Out the Sun, if they could do that, imagine what we could do with how strong of wrestlers you and I are, Gaijo. And so For the People are basically doing the same thing. Castle Crashers are busy, and Alex Jim, arguably the most talented, the highest ranking member of For the People, wants to make a play for this belt. And that leaves Yuge, that leaves Blot Out the Sun sitting there defending an attack from all angles.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? I mean, Alex Jim had his match against Johnny already. It did not work out well for him here. This has been a very interesting pivot forming Defenders of Virtue here. And certainly from a pure popularity perspective, it's hard to argue with the results that they bring to the table. The question is, Walter, is that enough to secure a victory tonight? Or does Blot Out the Sun manage to retain against two formidable opponents?
I think it's just that it's like a pay-per-view too early, right? It's that you need to build up the reign so that the penalty that the belt doesn't suffer a penalty from the belt changing hands. Keep it with Blot Out the Sun, but I do think either of these tag teams would be great, challengers again at the next pay-per-view to take those belts off of Blot Out the Sun.
Well, look, from a gameplay perspective, certainly something to keep in mind. But, I know, Xander, we've talked about this. You have been prioritizing narrative where you can. So, who got the win tonight?
It's actually Blot Out the Sun. It's Yuge.
Yeah. And it is a 5-star match here. It is an overness and morale hit for Defenders of Virtue just because they're so high ranked, but nothing that they can't handle. It does, I don't think any new feud, doesn't look like a holy shit moment here. But that tag belt, right, this is why, from a gameplay perspective, you do care about this one. Because it is just 13 experience away from going gold. And Blot Out the Sun, it seems like so far, with a win against such prestigious teams, could be the ones to take it there.
They sure could. We'll have to find out.
We will. But we move on to the Men's Cruiserweight Championship. Can you believe, folks, we still have 4 more matches on this card. This is the fun of these 16-slot mega show gold pay-per-views. To the Men's Cruiserweight Championship, Azaki Cordova defending in a steel cage match against Braden Castle, Vince Rivera, and Sebastian Chaos. How did we get here, Xander?
Yeah, so let's be honest. This is really it's a fatal four-way, but it's also a 2v2. Okay, Azaki and Braden. Braden said, "Listen, I'm not gonna contest against the heavyweight or Emperor's belt this pay-per-view. Azaki, I'm here for you. Okay, I know that for a while, I maybe looked down on you a little bit because you were a lot lower. You were 0-6 at one point." And I was winning, tag champion and held everything, and I was kind of the go-to guy. But Azaki, you've impressed me. All right, you've genuinely impressed me, and I'm here to help you tonight. If you're gonna lose this belt, I'm gonna be the one that grabs it for you. I will make sure that For the People are not embarrassed, and I'm trying my damnedest to keep this thing around your waist tonight, because you have one hell of an opponent in Vince Rivera who has been gunning for you. And he and Sebastian Chaos together are absolute menaces. And if anybody can take this belt off you, it is them. So I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen tonight. And Azaki pats him on the back and says, "Braden, your turn to becoming a more likable guy is my favorite thing that's ever happened here." And they have a very positive, very masculine embrace. Mm-hmm. And they head onto the ring. Meanwhile, Vince Rivera, he said it. He said it during the weeklies. He said, "I know that my record is not indicative of my talent. You remember when I held the Glory of Legends, the glory of the Return to Glory belt, and I told you, Azaki, I am doing nothing but think about this. I eat, breathe, sleep, ripping this belt off of you. I can envision myself standing over your bloody body while I raise the belt in the air." And he turns and he shoots a glare at Sebastian and says, "Sebastian, stay out of my damn way tonight. This is my moment." And Sebastian just says, "Hey, man, Burn It All Down's winning. I don't care how."
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand Vince is like, "Look, I'm better than my record," but I look at Sebastian. He's been on an upswing. He's on his way to being face of the company. And honestly, I wonder if Vince's ego is getting in the way of the guy who could become another face of the company champion for this faction. That kind of tension is going to be very interesting to see develop, while Azaki and Braden clearly very much on the same page. The question is, Walter, who do you think is getting the nod here tonight?
I mean, at first glance, Vince Rivera makes a lot of sense. It seems obvious that he should finally be the one to knock Azaki Cordova off his perch. For some reason, the Braden Castle Azaki Cordova thing, I don't think that's where the confusion is going to lie. I do think that they are, probably going to work together, but have some honorable kind of duking it out while Rivera and Chaos are off to the side. And then you do bring up Chaos, Sebastian Chaos.
Mm-hmm.
The storytelling makes me feel like maybe this is the Sebastian Chaos victory, and then Vince gets very pissed off that it wasn't him, and then we're dealing with some sort of discord between Sebastian and Vince. So let's go for the fun option. Sebastian Chaos wins.
It does feel like this is either Vince claiming the thing that he has put everything into, or Vince losing and going mad in ways that could be very fun to play around with. The question is, Xander, which do you think, or which did you pick, I should say, as the storyline you're building off of moving forward?
Well, Chase, I will let you reveal it.
You did pick Vince Rivera to win this one.
I sure did pick Vince Rivera to win it. Vince Rivera finally overcoming the battle, overcoming the massive amount of pressure on him. 0-10, and he gets the win.
He sure
and
does.
Suddenly, everyone looks at this cruiserweight belt, and they're starting to realize that is becoming a trend here with this belt specifically.
I mean, look, it's a 6-star match. And you're right, Azaki Cordova was 0-6 when he won the belt, and then won 8 matches in a row before losing tonight. It is a match that can turn some fortunes around. And with a 6-star match, I mean, it's got to be fun to watch. I will say, you did start a feud between Sebastian Chaos and Vince Rivera, so I'm wondering, was there anything in that match that played to the idea that maybe Sebastian was not on board with Vince's plan after all?
Well, here's the thing. Sebastian was totally okay at the start of that match with Vince winning. It's the way in which Vince won. Vince outright put Sebastian down to make sure that he won when Sebastian wasn't trying to get in the way. And Sebastian, Burn It All Down members are not the kind to work together at all times. They rule through strength. And Sebastian getting embarrassed by Vince tonight in the way that he did took what was honestly a partnership that was working for most of that match, and it's now a feud. And Walter, honestly, you called it in a lot of ways, but you just got it's the reverse. Vince takes the win tonight. If Vince takes the win tonight, and Sebastian now is livid with how this happened, doesn't care that Burn It All Down got the win. All he sees now is Vince in his way, being the thing that prevents him from being Goro's right-hand man.
Well, we'll certainly have to wait and see how well Vince can hold up this belt, whether it is the same kind of power-up that it was for Azaki Cordova, or whether Vince will struggle the way that he has struggled historically in this promotion. But we will have to save that for another time, because we have 3 matches left, including this men's heavyweight championship match between Kai Galvana and Executioner Goro. These are 2 men who are already faces of the company, have already proven themselves on numerous occasions. Great winners on both sides. So how is this match going to come together in a steel cage tonight?
Let's recap it. Kai and Executioner, right? Executioner won a very notable match, put Carson Gold in the dirt, put him in the casket. And at the end of that match, he went all the way down to the graveyard. And, well, I guess it was before, rather. But what he had done before the event was go to the graveyard and go to the grave of Kai Galvana's mother. And he desecrated her grave.
Sure did.
He threw garbage on it. He pissed on it. And he had some choice words that had to get bleeped off the air for Kai Galvana. And Kai Galvana is furious. He's enraged. After watching Phil beat Executioner, Kai is saying, not only is this going to be easy for me to crush you, but you made it personal. Executioner Goro, I'm going to destroy you, and I'm going to destroy your damn faction. Johnny is never even going to have to hear your name again, because I'm going to murder you tonight in this steel cage. No Escape is the most fitting name, because it is all you will know is pain and an inability for you to get away from me. And Executioner laughs, and he laughs, and he laughs. And he says, once you've seen my plan, Kai, you'll be embarrassed to ever step in the ring with me again.
Wow. Some strong words after some incredibly strong actions. I mean, desecrating your opponent's mom's grave is beyond the pale. And I understand he is the Executioner, and that implies he's done a lot of things that are pretty rough. But man, that was hard to watch as just a decent man trying to enjoy some good wrestling. Walter, you are the one of the heel announcers, I should say here. I imagine you appreciated that quite a bit. So I guess how do you feel about this one, and who do you think should get the win?
You know, listen, I have to pick Executioner Goro, because if you say something like you're going to be embarrassed to ever be in the ring with me ever again, you kind of have to win that match. So I think it's that simple. I think that the promo he cuts gives the answer, and Kai, he's been champion for long enough. He's had some 6 title defenses there, or 6 wins in a row, and it's time for him to lose the belt to Executioner Goro.
That makes some sense to me. Xander, is the Executioner walking away with the belt tonight?
Listen, when you have 2 wrestlers that are this talented, that are this heated at each other, it comes down to one simple fact. One of them is focused on their emotions and overcoming, a what they see as a great slight. And the other is a calculated monster. And when you have an only monster feud, the calculated monster is the one who gets the win. Executioner Goro becomes the first ever Burn It All Down member to hold the heavyweight championship belt.
And that is a nice 5.5-star match. The Executioner very happy, obviously. It does push the feud hot, it would appear, which honestly I'm surprised that Desecrating the Grave didn't, but I'm sure you're very happy to see that now formalized. Let's see, did it give you a holy shit moment? It did not, but it does push the men's heavyweight championship that little bit further. So congratulations on that. A well-deserved 5.5 stars here tonight.
Yeah, Executioner Goro doing his thing.
Now we have 2 more matches here, including another part of the Total War feud. This is Heike Imoto versus Ume Amiko, which I have to pronounce that way because you are ahead in the standings right now.
Correct.
And we do have the twins with slightly different spellings. Because this is a fun game that's very well put together.
For those that didn't see, each of us have a wrestler that are supposed to be twins, but the last name is spelled differently. Mine is spelled Ume Emiko, and Chase's is Emikio. But Chase, made the joke that he was going to pronounce both as Emikio, and I had to correct him that because I'm ahead in the standings right now, that obviously means that we have to pronounce it my way, to which he acquiesced. So currently it is Ume Emiko, and the Emiko sisters, and I'm very happy that you've agreed to this nonsense. But that puts us in a match. Ume trying to get back her belt, right? Trying to get back this women's heavyweight belt that Heike kind of came out of nowhere and took. Heike was formerly, right, the contender and belt holder for the lightweight belt. So this was a huge upward trajectory move for her to make the run and secure the heavyweight championship in a promotion where the women's heavyweight championship is the second highest belt. Women most consistently the higher end here. It's only been recently, in fact, because of folks like Executioner Goro, Kai, and Phil, that the men's championships have gotten a little more spotlight. But that brings us back for the people's most talented woman against the most or second most, depending on whether or not you're an Emily Everett fan, talented wrestler for Conquest or Death. And right now, it's anyone's belt to take. It's anyone's belt to hold, because this belt can afford a little bit of wiggle room. But also, both of these women want to be the representative for their faction that hold it.
That is undeniably true. The stakes here are very high. Heike, I think, has held the belt for 2 months now and done so pretty well. But Ume, she is hungry for it. She is ready to set herself apart from Emily Everett, especially as it seems that Emily Everett is perhaps falling out of Johnny Hangtime's favor as she makes a push for the Emperor's belt. The question is, Walter, do you think that Ume has what it takes to secure a win tonight, or does Heike retain in this casket match?
I get to pronounce her name the way I want to because I'm not part of your silly little game. Ume Emiko. I feel like I get a lot from her, right? I understand what the gimmick is. I get the appeal. I would love to, if she was in the SWA, she's probably a babyface fighting against Empress Kabuki. Heike Imoto, she's up there as well. She's done a very good job for herself, and it does feel like having Asahi King in her corner has helped her reach this, this top spot. That being said, I believe the champion will retain. Heike Imoto defeats Ume Emiko to retain the women's heavyweight championship.
I do like that you found a third pronunciation here to throw both of us off, especially because the way you pronounced it makes a lot of sense in my head, and now I cannot unhear.
Well, it's a little bit more accurate.
It does. I mean, well, here's the thing. It's accurate for your spelling. With mine, it would be a little odd. But, you're the one in charge now, so
Yep,
I don't know what to think, but I do know that the question here is he right? Is this a hike of victory?
It sure is a hike of victory for the people retaining this belt, very notably. After,
Woo!
yeah,
Sorry, 6 1/4 star felt like something worth celebrating
Damn.
for you, buddy.
yeah, I appreciate it.
God
But yeah,
damn.
after the loss, Zaki's loss, this is really important for the women here to maintain the belt, and she does it.
It's a 5 3/4 star blow off, which is rare to see. Ume Emiko, because I like Welter's pronunciation a little bit more, becoming face of the company. It is a nice boost for the women's belt. Everybody really wins in a match this good, and 6 1/4 star, I'm sure, has you feeling pretty darn good as we have one more match left that could make or break your total score for the night.
And we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, it's a fatal 4-way steel cell match. You talked about Eric and Johnny before, but this also has Alexis Kovac, the Radiant Pillar, who has gone on and off on his own journey to become a face of the company, and Emily Everett, the franchise, who was the women's champion for a very long time and is now fighting to hold on to that face of the company status. How did we get here, Xander?
You have, listen, name of the card tonight, right? Name of the pay-per-view. Okay, no escape. All right, there's no escape, and there's no escaping the two most important feuds right now in this entire promotion. Okay, everyone's looking at the faction feuds because that's the big narrative, but everyone knows that the Emperor's belt changes everything in Glory of Legends. And you have not one but two people that are underneath Johnny Hangtime, that are members of his faction, that are contesting his rule as the leader of Conquest or Death, but also contesting his reign as Emperor. Eric has come and fought and fallen short. He has been outright embarrassed multiple times. Emily has only been here recently, but she gave a much stronger showing than Johnny initially gave her credit for. And the last piece of this puzzle is, why is Alexis Kovac here? Well, Alexis has been feuding with Emily for a while. Alexis has been feuding with Emily because of Emily. And Johnny knew that when he needs to wrestle Emily and Eric simultaneously, he needs to throw a wrench in that plan in his favor. And what better way than to make it look like Conquest or Death and For the People? What better way to ensure that the final match of this feud goes in Conquest or Death's favor, while simultaneously making it harder for Emily and Eric to beat him? Johnny has set himself up for what he feels like is going to be an assured victory by making sure Alexis Kovac is in this match.
Well, it does. I mean, I think the moves from Johnny make a lot of sense. The question is, Walter, is that enough for Johnny Hangtime to remain the undefeated man of gold and the emperor of Glory of Legends? Or do you think one of these wrestlers finally unseats him?
It would be the funniest shit ever if you had it happen now. It would be fucking hilarious. I would love it. It would be great. Johnny Hangtime would immediately leave your promotion. I'd drop 10 people just to sign him. It'd be fucking great. It'd be fucking fantastic. But I can't see it happening like this. I just can't. I can't see it happening inside of a steel cell with 3 people there, right? Kovac is here, as you said, to throw a wrench in things. I feel like for it to really matter, right? For Johnny Hangtime to finally lose, to finally stop being the Emperor, it needs to be one-on-one, or the new Emperor will never have a clean claim to the throne. So with that, Johnny Hangtime wins.
I mean, that all scans to me, Xander. Is he right?
Once again, Johnny Hangtime's calculation pays off. Johnny is going to retain his title. But it should be noted, first of all, ouch, 5 stars. But it should be noted that Emily has consistently improved in these matches, and she is scary good. And despite losing 4 times in a row, Johnny is genuinely concerned about whether or not he can beat her. He's not concerned about Eric. Johnny is certain that very soon he will be able to end Eric's, petulant behavior. But the more he finds himself in these matches with Emily, he realizes that he really does need to be tactical about how he moves forward.
It is tough. I mean, look, Alexis Kovac now on his way to becoming a face of the company as a result of that. It is a shame. The steel cell was an increased effect on the match, and so I have to imagine it was just a low roll given the talent in play. But you did get a holy shit moment out of it as Johnny spears Alexis through the cell wall. It's a nice 30 creativity points. The Emperor's belt continues to climb as the rain just keeps on going. But I cannot wait to see what you have in the future.
I'm a little hurt by that.
5 3/4?
No,
5.5.
Yeah. Yep. It fucked me.
Eduardo remains the man to beat. And I gotta be honest with you. The friend in me wants to pour one out for you because I think that match is deserving of more than 5 stars on a provable basis.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't think he could have rolled worse with that many 4-star workers. Actually, Eric Hang times 3. Oh, okay. Well, then,
no, not with the steel cell. That doesn't justify it at all. It's fine.
It doesn't help. We know that 3-star workers versus 4-star is a difference maker, but you're right. It's still a low roll regardless. And as someone who was very worried about you going into tonight, I have to say, I feel a little bit relieved because this was a very dangerous card, and for the vast majority of it, you did a fantastic job. It is just unfortunate that the biggest low roll of the night happened in that main event.
Yep, happens. I got Jode.
You got Jode indeed. But that does leave us with one more card. And I have to say, I've made my decisions here tonight with a couple things in mind. Obviously, from a feud perspective, I have done my best to keep up with what Xander has built. Because Xander, you do a fantastic job building hype. And I went into this saying that I needed to somehow surpass you in hype if I was going to have any chance. Because I respect you deeply as a competitor and just kind of assumed it would be a tie that would need a tiebreaker of hype. But when I wrote out these matches, I kept in mind, Walter, that you're going to be on this call as well. And I got to be honest with you, as someone who wrote a massive document about this, every time you say that you're the narrative champion, it gets to me a little bit. Because I think I've built some fun stories here. And I made all of my decisions tonight based on the narratives that I'm trying to build. And if that means that Eduardo wins the night, I accept that, and I'm happy to live with that. But I'm excited to present what I have in store for y'all, because I think this could be a really fun card at Crown of Madness. Are y'all ready?
I am very excited to see what you think might stand a chance of unseating me.
Well, Crown of Madness indeed is on its way. And it starts. I took a page out of Eduardo's book. I'm starting with a tag belt match. This is the Keepers of the Realm between Light and Shadow versus Flying High. I mean, look, the Keepers of the Realm belt was a joke until Flying High took over and defended it 4 times in 3 months. They did a fantastic job as tag champions, and they were such a threat that Ariana Black reworked the entirety of the Scourge, which, again, led to 2 people leaving to join the Hellfire Club, led to the injury of Viuda Negra that has her out for at least 9 more months. It was a terrible month for the Scourge when she made this reshuffling. But Light and Shadow with Emu, Amiko, and Kagetsi, who had just turned to the occult to get a nice power up here. They were strong as individuals. It took them a pay-per-view. They were not able to beat Flying High the first time around, but they fought against Shooting Stars. They figured out how to work with each other, and they were able to get the victory last month at Saving Throw. Now, some people would criticize Emu for a vicious beatdown against Sion Orion that injured her for at least 2 months and took her out of this competition. But if you ask Emu, she's not sorry. Because at the end of the day, had the Shooting Stars been here, then the Sky Sentinels would have used it as an excuse to make this a 2-on-1 belt. And they're not allowing that. If Flying High wants the belt back, they have to take it from Light and Shadow head to head in this tables match tonight. So that's the question, and I will start with you, Xander. Who do you think I gave the nod to?
It's going to Light and Shadow.
You think Light and Shadow retains? Any particular reason?
Because they've been winning. They're going hot. You're not going to give them a loss right here.
That's fair. Do you agree with that, Walter?
Absolutely, and it's even simpler. They haven't had the belt long enough, and you're somebody that doesn't want to penalize your belt on a low roll. So let them hold on to it for a couple more months.
You know, it's funny you say that, right? Because the Keepers of the Realm belt had that problem because I changed it a lot early on. But you're right. I am giving this to Light and Shadow. And this is exactly what I was hoping for. It does technically blow off this feud. I'm in the same spot as Xander here. We'll perhaps see over the rest of the night whether the game's ruling and my ruling from a narrative perspective line up. But for now, the Keepers of the Realm belt just hit silver. And Emu, after winning, makes a quick statement about how Light and Shadow has saved the women's tag division from mediocrity, which has gotta hurt for Flying High after they did the bulk of the work to get it where it is today. Light and Shadow just saying it's all them, baby. And with this faction feud coming to a close, it is going to be very tough for Flying High to find their way back in if Light and Shadow does not want to wrestle them again. But we move on for now to a triple threat tag elimination match between Judgment Day, No Bullshit, and Independence. And look, since River Dannenberg revealed himself as a spy for the Southern Sentries, the Northern Nightmare have despised him, the traitor that he was. And he, after joining his brother to form the tag team now known as Judgment Day, they have done everything they could to put them down. And No Bullshit have done an admirable job, right? They're on a 2-match win streak at the moment, including a substantial victory at Saving Throw last month against Unlimited and a fellow Northern Nightmare rival in Highway Robbery. And look, sure, Judgment Day are just 2-6 at the moment, but those losses have all been in title matches against the Magic Missiles, and they've looked strong in those matches. Whether they're in one-on-ones, right? Judgment Day defeated No Bullshit in a street fight back in April, but they haven't had a direct one-on-one since then. But meanwhile, for Independence, right, they declared war against the Southern Sentries. They believe that the Southern Sentries' tactics used against the Eastern Elite had gone way too far, that they were a pack of rabid dogs ravaging their way through magically enhanced wrestling and needed to be put down. And so when they heard that Judgment Day were going to be in this match, Arsenico got together, throws in his manager, Johnny Scott, who is 0-11 right now in singles competition, but has formed a bond with Vinny Stacks, who won in the go-home show against Mikey Dolan of the Southern Sentries, and said, look, you have to take care of this. You cannot let Judgment Day get a victory. The Southern Sentries cannot be allowed to build more power than they've already formed. And so Vinny looks over at Johnny, knows that Johnny is not the most proficient wrestler, but is going to do everything he can to secure a victory tonight against these two powerhouses from the North and South. So the question is, Walter, who do you think I gave the W to?
knowing you, this does feel like this should be an Independence victory, but they are a brand new tag team. Haven't really wrestled together directly. So I'm inclined to give this to Judgment Day. Give this to the Dannenbergs, build up the feud a little bit more, and then allow Independence to come in and put them down like the dogs they are.
Do you agree with that sentiment here, Xander?
Yes. Put the dogs down.
Okay, so wait, Walter's theory was that I was giving it to Judgment Day. You're saying Independence?
No, Judgment Day.
Okay. Well, they're the dogs in this metaphor, which is why I was confused by your answer here.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
It's all right, buddy.
I agree with Walter, though.
Well, it is Judgment Day getting the win here tonight. And good psychology bonus. I will take it. Another 5 3/4 star match. Look, the Southern Sentries, for this feud to matter, do have to be strong. They need their moments in which they stand up, and the Dannenbergs have worked hard for that opportunity. The two brothers coming together with a big win tonight, and it forces the faction feud between Southern Sentries and Independence to go hot. And it's my first holy shit moment of the night as Bryce Dannenberg spits in Johnny Scott's face when asking for a handshake, getting me those creativity points. And Walter, I mean, you nailed it. Independence, they haven't wrestled together before with that duo. And also, Johnny Scott, not a good wrestler. He's a better on the mic. That's why he's Arsenico's manager. But they needed somebody. He did his best. It was not enough. Judgment Day, get the W. But we move on now to another important match in this Independence versus Southern Sentries feud. But with the original Eastern Elite versus Southern Sentries feud. The Make Them Hurt feud has been the core of this company for the past few weeks. For the past 2 months, really. Fishbone going up against Victor Magnus got a win, and Victor responded by saying, my goal is not just to beat you. My goal is to make you hurt, to make your faction hurt, to send my best sentries against you and make you feel it week in, week out. And that is what they have done. It has been the Southern Sentries attacking people left and right backstage, vicious beatdowns along the way, a handicap beatdown of Fuerza de Dragon, which we'll see kind of get expanded upon in just a couple matches. But Shane Mack here, right? He is here as part of the Eastern Elite saying, you can't, we can't let this Southern Sentries aggression stand, right? I need to step up, do my part beyond just like kind of being the financial role as someone who owns this business for the Eastern Elite. I need to do my best here to overcome this 1-9 record, which, to be fair, was mostly losses to Derek Nash, who has climbed up the card quite a bit since then. But to do my part to stand up for the Eastern Elite. Mikey Dolan, of course, coming here from the Southern Sentries. He's the 18-year-old 4-4 who has done a very good job in recent matches. Sure, he lost the go-home show against Vinny Stacks, but at the end of the day, it's been a back-and-forth feud between the two of them, and Mikey Dolan does have the success of Risk It All, a trio that has done well in that regard. So he has proven himself as part of that trio and is trying to prove himself here tonight. But Ryu Otake, the member of Independence here, there's no formal second in command for Independence, but Ryu Otake would probably take it thanks to sheer persistence, right? He is known for great performances in Battle Royales. Even if he doesn't win, he's often like the last eliminated. He has taken a lead in a feud against Riku Inoki, who is also from the Southern Sentries. And as the 4-4 on his way to becoming a face of the company, this is when he can really make a push for Independence, can put Mikey Dolan down, kind of work together with Shane Mack to keep the Southern Sentries in line, and perhaps grab a very big win for Independence as they try to set themselves apart from the other factions in this company. So Xander, who do you think I gave the nod to?
I think that you give the nod to the one, the only Ryu Otake. Ryu needs a win here. I know all of these people need wins, but I think it's going to be Ryu taking the big win.
Okay. You believe
pushing
in
himself further into that face of the company status, giving himself that shot at the bigger matches.
That's a fair point here. Do you agree with that, Walter?
Yeah, I feel like I have to agree with Xander here. You're not going to risk losing the popularity on Ryo Otake when he's already worked so hard to get up into that 1,000+ realm.
Yeah, I mean, look, Independence lost that last tag match, but Ryo Otake does not have Johnny Scott weighing him down. He is taking on the power that we have seen throughout all of Independence and takes it to a 6.25 star match. Great form and blood really helping me out. This does technically blow off the feud between the Eastern Elite and the Southern Sentries, though I don't believe either of them take a significant penalty because neither of them technically won that match. Perhaps that's why the blow off here is so low. Honestly, not ideal. I think I mentioned earlier, right, when I was talking to Xander about it. It's not something I factored in terms of my match order. Maybe I should have. But at the end of the day, we've got two feuds now between Mikey Dolan and each of the individual wrestlers here, as he is going to try to take revenge for himself more than his faction in the future. And Ryo Otake spat in Shane Mac's face when asking for a handshake for a second holy shit moment. And I gotta tell you, that is a lot of aggression for Independence against the Eastern Elite, which up to this point, right, the Independence's line has been, look, we're trying to help you, Eastern Elite. We're doing this feud against the Southern Sentries because we agree with you that they've gone too far. We're coming to your aid. And Fishbone has been very skeptical of that so far. And I gotta say, that skepticism is not going away if Ryu's spitting into Shane Mac's face.
Yeah, fair.
But we do move on to a blow-off headhunting match between Arsenico and Adrian Lorenzo. And look, Arsenico is the holder of the Oracle's Elixir contract. His only two losses so far in this company have been to Fishbone when he tried to make a fast push to become the Sorcerer Supreme. But since then, he's been focused on recruiting Adrian Lorenzo, who he believes has a lot more to offer than what the Southern Sentries have been willing to provide for him. He points to a lot of the success stories. Someone like Ryu Otake, right, is the perfect example of what someone in Independence can accomplish if you were to just join. And Adrian Lorenzo has had no interest in it, right? He pushed back against Arsenico. Arsenico says, here, I'll prove it. A divine intervention match for a contract I don't need because I can already get myself in the Sorcerer Supreme match belt competition when I want to. He wins that. Adrian's still not a believer. He says, okay, Arsenico, Arsenico's like, look, I'll put myself up in a battle royale, right? Anybody can beat me if they're meant to have this more than me. But I'm telling you, by divine ordinance, I am meant to be the one to bring you in and to bring this entire company to new heights. And he did it there too. And look, Arsenico has gotten a little bit of revenge against Johnny Scott, right? The voice of the independence movement. He has made him shut up, as was happening in the last Go Home show. But Adrian, you know, his gimmick is that he's being scouted, and Arsenico sure has tried to scout him every step of the way. At some point, either Adrian has to step up, secure the victory, put Arsenico in his place, and prove that he's doing just fine without Independence's help. Or he will have to submit to the holy word of Arsenico and the Independence movement. Walter, which do you think is happening tonight?
I know your plans.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing your plans to me feels like this is Arsenico win.
Mm-hmm.
But I could also totally see you just being like, Arsenico doesn't have to join. So if Arsenico loses the feud, does he have to join the other faction?
He sure does, yeah.
Oh, then Arsenico wins.
Yeah, I was about to say it's an Arsenico dub.
Well, I was gonna say if he doesn't have to join the other faction, I could see you doing something weird where Arsenico then like lays down and lets Adrian Lorenzo win, and then that's always gonna be in the back of Adrian's head is like, wait a minute, did I actually win that match, or did Arsenico pull a fucking Drew King and is like, no, like you need to join us because I can get you the opportunities you desire.
Look, man, if I could do a one-sided headhunting feud, I sure would. Let me tell you, the story opportunities that would open, I'd be all
Hell
in.
yeah.
But the game does not allow that, which means,
Boo.
Xander, I think you know where this is going.
Sure do.
I wouldn't even make you waste time with the prediction. It is an Arsenico victory.
Oh, you didn't hear me? Yeah, Arsenico.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lorenzo gets more over with the popularity.
Yeah.
He sure does. I mean, look, it's a 5 3/4 star match. All of these matches have been at least 5 3/4 star, which I'm feeling pretty good about. Now, Adrian Lorenzo does make Arsenico bleed, and you have to know, for a charismatic cult leader like Arsenico, right, to make someone who believes himself to be, if not a deity, the divine voice of one bleed, it's got to be at least a little bit of solace. But ultimately, Adrian Lorenzo leaving the Southern Sentries, joining Independence, the first heel in Independence. That is a huge hit to the Southern Sentries. I'll never get over how much it hurts for one guy to leave in a segment like this. But it pushes Independence to Reputation 9, and that makes them the highest ranked faction in my company. And I gotta say, so far, the results have matched the hype that Arsenico has built. And Adrian Lorenzo, living up to his gimmick, has been successfully scouted. We'll see if he gets a new gimmick now that he has a new home. But that'll happen on a weekly, because right now we've got more matches ahead, including this tag street fight match between the Eastern Elite and the Southern Sentries. And this is purely faction feud, right? The Southern Sentries, as I mentioned before, have been trying to make the Eastern Elite hurt, and the most brutal way in which they did so was Joey Smoking Gun Ace, Gavin Smith, and 2 other people absolutely attacking Fuerza de Dragon out of nowhere in a handicap beatdown. It was a brutal segment. Fuerza de Dragon just trying to get on the mic and ask, is there a better way, right? It doesn't have to be like this, he said before getting his shit kicked in. And Gavin Smith, we know, Mr. Extreme, he enjoyed every moment of it. Gavin is known for wanting to inflict pain more than he wants to win, something that has made some of his competitors genuinely disappointed, right? There, we saw last week he had that last man standing match in which he kept lifting up his opponent because he wanted the fight to keep going even when he would have had a victory. And Eli Chaos, you know, was just bummed that this is the person that Gavin Smith has chosen to be. But at the end of the day, right, this is, an Eli Chaos who is second in command on paper for the Eastern Elite, but just 1-9 right now after losing a lot of matches to people like Alpha Jackson and Ashton Nieves. His only real win is against Joey in this match. So, that certainly has to make the Eastern Elite feel good. But at the end of the day, Joey Smoking Gun Ace has been a great worker who has massively climbed up the ranks in the last few months and hasn't really gotten as much singles attention as he's been focused on giving the Southern Sentries faction wins, which is exactly what he's here to do alongside Gavin Smith tonight. So, a lot of reasons for everyone in this match to resent the other person of the opposing faction in this match. The question becomes, Xander, do the Eastern Elite have what it takes to hold out against the Southern Sentries? Or does Gavin Smith finally turn his extreme nature into a victory alongside Joey Smoking Gun Ace tonight?
You're damn right. The Southern Sentries make it happen. They overcome the Eastern Elite. Fuerza de Dragon is upset with the loss. But Joey Smoking Gun Ace, that name's just too good, as Walter, I'm sure, agrees with me. And they're coming away with it.
Smoking gun.
Smoking gun. Smoking gun. Smoking gun.
Man.
Smoking gun.
I'm sorry, y'all. It is the Eastern Elite winning
fuck
this
you.
one.
Fuck
You're
you.
garbage, and we hate you.
Fuck you. Just release Smoking Gun already. He's got a wonderful spot at home in the SWA.
He got another 2 overness. He's on his way. He's
Well,
doing
you
great.
keep making him lose, though.
Yeah, but this one won't count against his singles record, so it's fine. Look,
I don't care.
at the end
I
of the
don't
day,
care.
I need the Eastern Elite to hold strong tonight. This has been their whole thing, right? They have had to endure blow after blow after blow from the Southern Sentries. And if they just break down, what does that say about the second in command, Eli Chaos? What does that say about Fuerza de Dragon, a guy who desperately needs a win? At the end of the day, the Southern Sentries can win this match just by hurting the Eastern Elite more. And for what it's worth, the Eastern Elite leave this arena broken, beaten, bruised. I can't say bloodied because the game would tell us if it was, but it was one hell of an effort from Gavin and Joey. And look, maybe if Joey had someone who wasn't Gavin Smith, it would be a little bit different. But Gavin, whenever there's an opportunity, he will choose to hurt rather than choosing to win. And it's hard.
Then why the fuck did you put him with him?
Well, because the Southern Sentries, all their other members are doing other things. Look, Gavin's got to go somewhere. And Gavin...
God damn it.
But look, Joey Smoking Good Ace is over. He's a 4-4 now.
No, I don't care. He lost.
Worked out.
He lost. He
all,
lost.
It all worked out.
Listen, the Smoking Gun of sexuals will be heard.
Oh, man. I imagine you're just as frustrated here, Xander.
Yes, I'm just as frustrated. Okay, it's ridiculous.
Listen, I'm not
and you know
angry. I'm just disappointed.
Well, hey, look, now that he's a 4-4, maybe this opens up some more doors. Who can say? I can. I know where the notes are going. But for now, we move on to a 7-way Frost Widge title shot on a pole match. Look, at the next pay-per-view, Pact of Doom, the reigning Frost Witch will challenge one of these 7 competitors. And these are women who are all doing their best to stand out amidst a crowded field within their own factions, right? Briar Allison, 4-4. She believes herself to be the GOAT, but her record has not backed that up. She is seen as a top talent within the faction because she's got a lot of risk-taking acrobatics that really define her wrestling. But so far, she has struggled to turn that into successes. Meanwhile, Wendy Blank is here with Denise Weston, her partner within Shots Fired. And sure, Shots Fired haven't gotten a tag victory since Firestorm back in February, but Denise did win a recent feud against Alana Elise to pull her away from the Scourge into the Sky Sentinels right before everything kind of fell to shit because of the harsh actions of Ariana Black. So she's hoping to ride that momentum, and Wendy hoping to get her first singles win. Of course, Malachi Bronson, look, she doesn't want to wrestle solo right now. She wants to be wrestling alongside Cyan Orion, but Amu made sure that wasn't going to happen, right? Cyan was viciously attacked, and without any other place, she's got nowhere else to go. And she was almost ready to just not wrestle at all, but Briar came to her and said, hey, you've put in a lot of work. You've tried really hard to build yourself back up, and I know it hurts to not have your tag partner in the ring, but it'll hurt more if you're watching this pay-per-view from home. Give yourself a chance. Come into this match. Do your best. And luckily, Malachite said yes. So she does have a chance. As does Ruby Wolfhorn, who is the one person who said, fuck the faction system. This whole thing is just y'all trying to beat the crap out of each other in this big geopolitical game that I want nothing to do with. I'm a hardworking amateur wrestler. I'm 21 years old and I'm here to prove myself in the ring. The rest of it, I don't care about. If someone proves to me that I need to be there, then I'll change my mind down the line. But right now, I'm going my own way, which ultimately just means she has no allies in this match at all. But there are 2 heels here as well. Kai Hanki, Hanarukawa, both members of Overflow, who have seen some new signs of life after their ring invasion and stunt dive escapades at Bonds of Destiny. This was a huge boost for both of them in popularity, got both of them over with the crowd. They finally got their first tag victory as they beat Shots Fired earlier this month. And at the end of the day, they're fighting for Ariana Black's approval. They're fighting to prove that they deserve to be seen as a top contender and that they can go on to do bigger tag things, that they can be trusted in big faction matches in the future. So there's a lot on the line for everyone here. Xander, who do you think I gave the nod to?
I'm giving the nod. Man, I don't know. Briar Allison. She gets the dub.
You believe in Briar. Okay.
I don't think you give it to Ruby here, just this match specifically. Mm-hmm. I would look at Ruby and be like, maybe, but I think it's going to be a Briar Allison. Maybe Hanarukawa, but those are my 2 options, and I'm leaning toward Briar.
That's very fair. Do you agree there, Walter?
You know, I'll take Ruby from you. I'll say Ruby. I think it's just because you recently signed her, relatively recently, and fuck it. Give me a Ruby.
Look, if Ruby had a faction with who had her back, she might have a chance in this one. She does not. Briar has a lot of friends in this ring, and that's why she's getting a W. It's a 5 1/4 star match. Everyone with a morale boost, everyone with a popularity boost. You'll love to see an overness boost from everyone as well as I continue to build up that hype going forward. It is a poll increase for the match. Briar Allison putting Wendy Blank through the announce table. That's going to give her 30 creativity points. And Briar Allison has gone from someone who was the GOAT only in her own eyes, someone who was struggling to get those individual wins, and now she's in the title picture. She has a real shot to take the Frost Witch Championship belt. But as of right now, the Frost Witch Championship belongs to a fellow member of the Sky Sentinels. So we'll see if she's willing to use it, or if she's going to try to delay this a bit in hopes of not having to go up against one of her friends. But for now, we move on to the Jester's Joust Championship between Larger Than Life and Liquid Steel. And look, I understand some people saying, oh, look, Liquid Steel and Larger Than Life again. It's not my fault they keep making bangers, ladies and gentlemen, because this belt has evolved into a Silver Star belt thanks to these two, right? Liquid Steel took it from the Chosen Ones back at Chaos Controlled in April, and they defended it successfully multiple times. But at the end of the day, the big idea was that Larger Than Life was the trio for the Eastern Elite. Liquid Steel was this kind of hybrid between the Eastern Elite and the Western Watch, because Jay Xavier was not a member of the Eastern Elite. But everything changed when Prince Pretty Pink made his power play, took the faction over from an injured El Rey Loco, and alienated quite a few wrestlers along the way, forever rooting the faction as it's a reputation won and can never be recovered. But that's a story for another day. For now, the only thing that matters is that it made Larger Than Life say, well, our whole thing was that we were the premier Eastern Elite trio, and if we're not there, if you're going to sign Jay Xavier and make us obsolete, we're going to go somewhere that's willing to give us opportunities. And they found independence. And in doing so, after one pay-per-view to get their footing back again, they got the power up that independence seems to provide a lot of their members. And they have won at 3 straight pay-per-views, Bonds of Destiny, Life or Death, and Saving Throw, back to back to back wins. And they've done it through elimination matches. But Liquid Steel, they're like, look, you've beaten us in elimination matches. We get it, right? But this is meant to be a friendly contest. We're still friends, somewhat, from the Eastern Elite times that we shared together. The least you can do is mix it up a little bit. Change the gimmick. Give us a chance to pick our own opportunity. And Larger Than Life said, sure, okay, fine. What do you want? Liquid Steel says a tables match. And Larger Than Life says, hell yeah, we've got plenty of acrobats in our corner. We're down for a tables match. And so that's where we stand. It's a tables match has not been seen between these two since Liquid Steel beat Larger Than Life in a tables match back in May. The question is, and I'll start with you, Xander, do you believe that Liquid Steel has what it takes to turn this feud around and win the tables match tonight? Or does Larger Than Life get another victory and maintain a strong streak for independence at this pay-per-view?
Larger Than Life.
Okay.
Larger Than Life are doing it.
Do you agree, Walter?
Yep, Larger Than Life get their win back from that tables match. They have established themselves as the premier team in the Jester's Joust Championships, your trios belt, and continue to build up the strength of independence as a faction.
They sure do. And it's a 5-star match, which I can't be bummed about at the end of the day. Look, they've had a lot of bangers back and forth, and at some point I had to cut some costs because I had 0 creativity points at the end of this card. But it's a hot match. They continue to put on hot matches together. And it's a holy shit moment as Michael Himalayan puts Jay Xavier through the announce table with an elbow drop. Fitting that it is Jay Xavier, the Western Watch member, who joined the Eastern Elite and caused all of this shifting to happen. That's certainly, I think, someone they focus on when they have an opportunity to pick apart an individual member. And it's got to feel good for Larger Than Life that they continue to stand strong in moments like this. But now, we've got a match, and I got to be honest, this one just doesn't feel fair. It is El Rey Loco in a 1v2 against Lucas Meltzer and Prince Pretty Pink. This was meant to be a 2v2 between these two groups, right? Righteous Retribution, the faction that was forged with Miracle Oda and El Rey Loco to take back the Western Watch and destroy it, because at the end of the day, if El Rey Loco can't have his faction, nobody can. That was his thesis statement when he came back. The Mad King having now gone fully mad indeed, taking on the lunatic gimmick. And, you know, Lucas Meltzer looks at Prince and goes, look, we have to call this off, right? This isn't fair. I mean, look, I didn't mean to break Miracle Oda's neck in the last match, but he can't wrestle, and you know that. And Prince Pretty Pink says, since when does El Rey Loco care about fair? Was he being fair when he attacked me backstage? Was he being fair when he took Miracle Oda from us and attacked us in order to secure him onto their side? No. At the end of the day, this is about political pragmatism, right? We need to defend the Western Watch from a madman like him. And I brought you in as my second in command because I thought you understood that. And at the end of the day, what it takes to lead a faction sometimes means you win in ways that don't feel fair. But you do what needs to be done to take care of the people that you care about. And I'm not going to let Miracle Oda's injury prevent me from taking care of business tonight. So are you with me or not? And Meltzer agrees. He gets in the ring for a 1v2 tag submission match because at the end of the day, El Rey Loco, he's not going to let something like unfair odds get in the way of his attempt to break the prince that stole everything from him. He's going to give it everything he's got. So the question is, Walter, do you think El Rey Loco has what it takes to overcome 1v2 odds? Or does Prince Pretty Pink's pragmatism end up securing a victory, a much-needed victory for the Western Watch?
So I am going to say that I do think El Rey Loco survives, right? I think he's going to do this. I think Pretty Pink kind of falling into this corruption is a very interesting, fascinating story, but I think it's going to get the better of him, and I think El Rey Loco is going to get some mild retribution here, but obviously, you know, going to a much larger story.
Interesting. Do you agree, Xander?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Why is that?
The listen, you think I'm wait? I'm rooting. Sorry, let me rephrase. I am rooting for Meltzer and Prince Pretty Pink. That's it. That's all that's happening. El Rey Loco can suck it. Okay.
So there's no narrative reason you just don't believe Meltzer should lose.
Correct.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll say. Walter, El Rey Loco puts on one hell of a fight. For a 1v2 handicap, that man gives it everything he's got. But Lucas Meltzer and Prince Pretty Pink are some of the best wrestlers in this promotion, and if I let them both be beaten by a guy who isn't even a main eventer yet, I would be doing them a massive disservice. I think Xander ultimately was getting to that. I can't give them a loss with a handicap this big. But what I can do is have Lucas Meltzer feel very uncomfortable with this. There seems to be a little bit of tension left between the two of them. And meanwhile, a lot of the heels of this promotion, we see a few different guys from the Northern Nightmare give some kudos to El Rey Loco. That man went down swinging. He gave it everything he had. And even the crowd, right? They're not meant to root for El Rey Loco anymore. He was a face, but he has become a heel. But a fight like that, it's hard not to appreciate someone willing to go that hard for their beliefs. And we'll see what that means for him and the influence he's going to try to swing as he has to build back a faction that right now is just him because the other guy's injured for 9 months. So we'll see where it goes from here. But for now, we have a 5-way elimination match between Hylian Cross, Out of This World, Savage Vengeance, Unlimited, and Highway Robbery. And look, Highway Robbery, they were the original holders of this belt, right? Once Red Arrow got injured at the very first pay-per-view, they held it for several months. But since then, they have struggled to get back to that spot. Very similar, Walter, to what you've built with Down Under, right? This idea of a tag that believed that they were owed these victories, that they had such clear talents, they didn't need to work as hard for it as other factions did, and have found themselves humbled numerous times since that moment. Meanwhile, Unlimited, right? They're the second biggest tag for the Western Watch. They are here to build themselves up as a top contender to get a shot at the belt so they can compete against their faction brethren and keep the Defenders of the Realm in the family if they're able to secure a victory. Of course, Hylian Cross, Savage Vengeance, these are two different Southern Sentries factions that are both here to do their part to take down Out of This World, right? That's a tag that got in their way previously in a 2v2 tag feud that ended up getting helped by Shooting Stars, who are obviously not here right now because Cyan Orion got taken out by Amu. So there's no one here to bail out of This World this time. But Hylian Cross has done better in singles competition thanks to Ezekiel Cross making his way up the standings. And Savage Vengeance, you know, they've had some back and forth. Riku Inoki has done his best in singles competition, but they're people that have ultimately, done their best in older feuds, right? They split a feud with Unlimited, winning the last match of that particular feud. And they're here to kind of rekindle that as much as they're here to take out the Eastern Elite. And look, Out of This World, right? They're here to represent the Eastern Elite. They won that match that I mentioned earlier, but they're outnumbered. And it's unlikely that Unlimited are going to go out of their way, given that the Western Watch is under siege and need to prove themselves again. But the Eastern Elite are hoping that Sammy Emerald and DJ Vector can come together and grit out a victory in a match that will be a key determining factor in who challenges the Magic Missiles for the belt. assuming that they successfully defend tonight against Hall of Ashes like they did last month. So, Xander, which of these 5 do you think I gave the nod to?
I think that of these, I'm probably rooting for Hilly and Cross, honestly, to be the ones to take it away. I could see it going to Highway Robbery as well. I can see the argument for that. I know you've been fond of Savage Vengeance a few times, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it's a Hilly and Cross win, and if not them, then Highway Robbery.
Okay. What about you, Walter?
I don't know. This is kind of a hard one. Um. You know what? I know you love a baby face. Let's say Unlimited.
So you believe in Unlimited here. Xander went for Highland Cross or Highway Robbery, kind of hedged his bets a little bit here. And at the end of the day, you're both wrong. This is Out of This World making a statement victory here tonight. Because at the end of the day, you can see all these different feuds, right? Savage Vengeance and Highway Robbery, both with feuds against Unlimited. We have seen Highway Robbery and Out of This World, going back and forth. But there's a lot of these interconnected feuds, right? All of these healed tags hate each other. And at the end of the day, Out of This World are able to take advantage of the chaos and slowly but surely make their way through. And it comes down to Savage Vengeance versus Out of This World, which was the other one I was thinking about giving it to, funnily enough. You successfully called, Xander, that I do like Savage Vengeance a little bit more than I like Hylian Cross. But ultimately, it's a 5-star match. Not my highest rank of the night, but it is a holy shit moment as DJ Vector spits into Riku Inoki's face for 30 creativity points. And I think I missed earlier Lucas Meltzer kicking out of El Rey Loco's finisher for a holy shit moment of their own as well. And the Western Watch, I mean, look, that faction reputation might be in the dirt, but Prince Pretty Pink becoming a face of the company, it's not as bad as it could be. Any final thoughts here before I move on to the next match?
No, man.
I mean, you still
well, not
picked
for
the
me.
face, so
Yeah, I don't agree, but it's okay.
you don't agree with anything, Xander.
Fair.
Famous hater Xander. Well, we'll see if you how you feel about this one, because it is a triple threat submission match between Sumi Kabaya, Ariana Black, and Skull Tabaka, right? And Ariana Black, she is rightfully a face of the company, right? 7-1 records, 6 of them successfully defending the Frost Witch title before Duka Igarashi took the crown from her. And look, Ariana doesn't need to prove anything to anyone, but unlike some other faction leaders who have been criticized, cough, cough, El Muerte Blanco, cough, cough, for letting their faction members do the dirty work, Ariana's doing it herself, right? Skull Tabaka, at the end of the day, left the Scourge, made them look foolish by attacking them with the Hellfire Club at her back, instead of letting Ariana Black take them out the way that they deserved after losing that tag match, right? She gave Skull Tabaka opportunities. It's not her fault that Skull failed. And Skull just ran away when she couldn't win her qualifying match. And look, Skull, I mean, understandably, very tired of Ariana's hard disciplinarian style, right? She joined the Hellfire Club because she believes that their rebellious attitude is the best approach. And she did win recently against Kagetsu. Sure, she needed Tijuana King to run some interference and give her an opportunity there, but she has won a match after quite the losing streak, and she's hungry to do it again. And meanwhile, Sumi Kabaya, right? She has been sent in to try to strike a blow against the Scourge, right? Loreno looks at this and goes, okay, we know Ariana and Skull are going head-to-head against each other. And we know we need to strike back at the Scourge for everything they've done, stealing Tilly Cooper away from us, right? Corrupting what was once a wonderful member of our faction into whatever the hell she has become now. And Sumi, I think you have what it takes. I think you have the skills. I think you won that recent weekly against Tijuana, Alana, and Skull in what was ultimately a 2v2 Hellfire Bar match. I can't give you help tonight, but I believe in you and your ability to take Ariana down. So, Xander, of these three competitors, who do you think is getting the nod?
You know, I've been disappointed a few times tonight. Okay,
Wow.
the one time I was happy was with Meltzer, or the most happy, and of course Breyer getting the win. But if I have to choose tonight between these wrestlers, I'm rooting for the one, the only Skull Tabaka.
Okay. You think Skull gets revenge on her former faction leader? Walter,
She's
do you
2
agree?
and 13, man. You have so many 2 and 13 wrestlers in this match.
Ariana Black to the moon.
I know it should probably be Ariana.
It's
but
honestly going to be Sumi who wins it, but Ariana Black to the moon.
I want to see Skull. I mean, it probably is Sumi.
It's
Oh my God.
Ariana
Yeah,
Black
okay,
to
there
the
we go.
moon.
Yeah.
Let's be very
Hell
clear
yeah.
here. The reason that the Scourge succeed
exactly.
is because Ariana Black is willing to take out the trash, right? El Muerte Blanco has had some issues holding on to what he built with the Northern Nightmare because he stayed in the shadows. He let other people do the dirty work, and Derek Nash read him to filth for that at the Go Home Weekly show. Ariana Black says, nah, not me. I do it myself, and I make sure the job is done. And tonight, she takes care of business and pushes herself that much forward. It's a 5 1/4 star match, which I'm fine with at the end of the day. It starts a couple feuds. Ariana now with Skull. That's not the last time we're going to see that. It's not the last time we've seen Skull and Sumi go head-to-head. No holy shit moment, but at the end of the day, Ariana takes care of business. And from a narrative, I feel like the faction leader needs to do what Ariana Black does tonight. But we move on to the King of the Thunderdome Championship. This is part of the Civil War feud between the Hellfire Club and the Northern Nightmare, right? La Bestia del Infierno started this faction after being passed over for second in command within the Northern Nightmare for Ashton Nieves, simply because Ashton had a belt and La Bestia didn't. And La Bestia was going to win a belt until El Muerte Blanco stole it from him, saw an opportunity to betray his fellow faction member to claim a belt for himself, and then had the audacity to hold a crowning ceremony segment at the next show, rubbing it in La Bestia's face. And La Bestia did not take kindly to it. He absolutely made the right call in forming the Hellfire Club. And look, did he defeat Ashton Nieves the first time around? No, he did not. Because at Life or Death, La Bestia was too angry to see straight, too blinded by his rage to defeat Ashton's controlled buzzsaw style. He is the buzzsaw of magically enhanced wrestling for a reason. But La Bestia del Infierno put himself through a lot of training, and that training montage was at Prince Pretty Pink's expense largely. But he did manage to power himself up, to build that momentum, to learn how to better control that Hellbeast instinct. And he was able to take out Ashton at saving throw. But look, Ashton held this belt for 5 months. This belt is his. He believes that in his heart. And as long as it is a steel cell match, you cannot rule out the Buzzsaw's ability to hold on to the belt that he ultimately built into the gold prestige belt that it is today. So, the question is, Xander, does Ashton get revenge, get his belt back from La Bestia del Infierno? Or does the Hellbeast hold on and strike another blow in this Civil War feud?
The Hellbeast. The Hellbeast makes it happen. He's the Hellbeast. He must make it happen. I don't think you get... Listen, I do think that I've read the script a little bit, and Ashton's going to be a big deal here. I just don't think that time is at this pay-per-view.
That is fair. Do you agree with that, Walter?
I do, and that's mainly because Prince Pretty Pink is actually a heel, and La Bestia dell'Inferno was doing the world a favor by murdering him.
I like the way you think. And La Bestia is going to get the win tonight. It is a 5 1/4 star match. A nice blow off here for the Civil War in the Hellfire Club's favor. Though, as we talked about before, there are some other matches for this feud later on tonight, so we'll see if that continues to hold narratively. But it is a hot match for both competitors. Ashton Nieves officially a face of the company. I don't think anything huge here. Oh, this actually pushes the King of the Thunderdome to be gold. Excuse me, I thought it already was. Well, I am sure that that would only fuel La Bestia even further at being able to take this away from Ashton Nieves and move the Hellfire Club to Reputation 8. That's got to feel damn good right there. But we move on to the Frost Witch Belt, a fatal 4-way ladder match between Duka Igarashi, Mistress Jade, Tijuana King, and Alana Elise. And look, this started as a Duka versus Jade blow-off, right? Duka started impressing Lorena Lucier way back in the day with her victories alongside the Chosen Ones in the Jester's Joust belt. But since then, she's focused on her singles ambitions. She fought tooth and nail against Ariana Black, did her best to finally claw a victory. She almost got it at Bonds of Death, but Viuda Negra took a blow, or Bonds of Fate, excuse me. It was life or death in which she finally secured the victory, became the champion that she has been for 2 months, and successfully defended against Mistress Jade. And Mistress Jade's argument's very simple, right? She would have competed for the Frost Witch title, but she believes in Ariana Black. She would never challenge her own faction leader. But that's because she respects Ariana Black. And she doesn't respect Duka, right? She just does not believe that Duka is the champion that this belt needs. And Mistress has been, started by farming some wins against some lesser members of the Sky Sentinels. It's been a little bit rough recently as Duka has asserted herself, but she is by no means dissuaded in her attempt to take the belt. Now, this, of course, leads Tijuana King, who's a member of the Hellfire Club, to say, hey, I deserve to be in there, right? I left the Scourge for a reason after Ariana basically decided to discard me for the crime of not wanting to be attached to Alana Elise anymore. Or, for Rude Awakening, losing the Keepers of the Realm title to Flying High in the first place. Depends on who you believe. But she hates the Scourge and the Sky Sentinels equally, right? And seeing, this is an opportunity for this to become kind of 2 heels on 1 and ensure that she can take Duka out and claim a belt for herself. And so Duka comes to me and she's like, look, can I have another member of the Sky Sentinels in my back? Because right now this is a 2-on-1 as far as I'm concerned. And I kind of scratched my head. I'm like, well, I don't think that Mrs. Jade and Tijuana King are getting along very well right now, but I guess if they agree, sure. And Duka makes a very smart choice because she nominates Alana Elise. Because at the end of the day, Tijuana's like, fuck yeah, I would love to wrestle against Alana Elise. I'm still feuding her to determine which of us was the problem, and we all know it was Alana. I would love an opportunity to kick her ass. By all means, throw her in this match. And Mistress Jade said, Alana lost to fucking Denise Weston of all people, so she's not a threat. I'm not worried about Alana Elise. Whatever. I'm going to beat Duka my own way. I have no problem with that at all. And look, Alana has struggled to find her place, right? She's 1-8. She hasn't won in a while, and losing to someone like Denise is certainly a hit. But it would mean a lot if she could prove herself to her fellow faction mates. If she could surprise everyone with a strong performance tonight. So I'll ask you, Xander, who do you think's taking the belt?
Oh, taking the belt. Like they're taking it? Like they're taking it off of Duka? I don't think that's happening. No. I'm cutting in front of you. It's not happening. Duka keeps it. Mistress Tijuana King, Alana Elise, they fall down their ladders. They look stupid. Their legs are all backwards and stuff. And Duka is up there laughing, being like, ha 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 ha. You suck my belt. Shut up.
That is fair. Do you agree with that, Walter?
Yeah. I think the problem with like doing like 2 heels versus 2 faces is like the faces. One, Alana here is not very believable as a potential winner, and two, like Mistress Jade and Tijuana King are gonna fight too much, right? It's a little bit more difficult to make a babyface champion against 2 heels and another babyface kind of believable that one of the heels are gonna win, because they're gonna constantly be like being the one to actually want to beat the babyface champion. So I'm gonna say Duca escapes with her belt.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And look, this comes down to who she picked, right? If it was anybody else, Tijuana or Mistress would have vetoed this idea, right? But Tijuana hates Alana Elise, and Mistress Jade, as the Demon Queen, her ego gets the better of her here. And it creates the exact dynamic that you described, and ultimately ensures that Duca maintains the belt. 5.25-star match. Sets the better villain feud between the Scourge and the Hellfire Club hot, which is great to see for some future storytelling I have in mind. And it ends the feud between Mistress Jade and Duca, which leads to a very interesting conundrum, right? Because Briar Allison just won a chance to challenge for the title. But is she going to do that against Duca? Her own faction member? We'll have to see how she feels about that. But for now, Duca can just celebrate a holy shit moment as she suplexes Mistress Jade headfirst onto the ladder. And the Frost Witch Championship just 3 experience away from going gold.
Lol. Lol.
Yeah. I know I'm legally not allowed to complain about a 5.25-star match, but given where I started, it sure feels like somehow this is a letdown. And I know that makes me an asshole for saying it, so we'll just move forward to the Defenders of the Realm Championship match between Magic Missiles and Hall of Ashes, right? Now, Hall of Ashes was formed after River Dannenberg, who was a member of their trio, the Hall of Pain, revealed himself to be a traitor, right? The Hall of Pain went from genuine contenders for that title thrown into complete disarray as Jackson Hall and Asher Collins had to build themselves back up again. And they've recently set their sights on the Magic Missiles. They've said, look, we distracted ourselves by getting hung up on the Southern Sentries, right? Getting hung up on Judgment Day because we wanted revenge. But we want more than revenge now. We want to prove ourselves as the best. That's why we joined the Hellfire Club, right? Because we're tired of playing these faction games, and we're tired of being let down by people like El Muerte Blanco, who just let River Dannenberg betray all of us and did nothing. And complained, had the audacity to complain when he was asked to get in the ring with River and put this to rest. Meanwhile, Magic Missiles, right? They've held that belt for a considerable period of time. It has been 5 months. They're on an 8-match win streak. And arguably, right, if Red Arrow doesn't get injured in the first match, you could argue the Magic Missiles would be the belt holder since the very beginning of this company, right? But at the end of the day, they're a little nervous because Hall of Ashes at the last pay-per-view took the first fall in a 2/3 fall match that the two of them had in a head-to-head. It was the first time that the Magic Missiles took a serious blow. And yes, they rallied. Yes, they secured the victory. But this time around, it's a last man standing match. And if the Magic Missiles falter for a moment, they don't get a take 2 and a take 3. They don't get to rally. They have to win. They've got one shot to maintain this belt. So the question is, Xander, do you believe that Magic Missiles take care of business, get another win under their belt, or do Hall of Ashes secure a belt for themselves and finally shake the monkey off their back that has been there ever since they were betrayed by River Dannenberg so many months ago?
Hall of Ashes, they want to do it, but they can't do it. Magic Missiles are going to maintain their run tonight. Actually, you know what? No, it's more fun if Magic Missiles lose. They've held the belt for like, what, 3 months?
5 months.
7 title defenses? 5. Oh, yeah. Okay, they lose it. It's gone. Hall of Ashes. They make it happen.
Do you agree with that logic there, Walter?
Absolutely, it's time for Hall of Ashes to take the belts off of Magic Missiles.
You're goddamn right it is. It's a
You're
5-star
fucking right, it is.
match. And the game does not reward me for it, and I'll live with that. It's my morale hit, but that's fine. They'll be okay. The important thing is they didn't lose any popularity, which is all I really care about here. It's a hot match between the two of them. And it starts Jackson Hall on the path to become a face of the company in his own right. And it's a nice boost for the Defenders of the Realm Championship, even if it's only a small one here. This is everything Hall of Ashes have been working for a long time. And it's nice to see them finally put it together. And the question becomes, how will Magic Missiles bounce back? Because this is the first time they've faced adversity beyond Red Arrow facing a literal injury recovery. And we'll see how well they handle it. But for now, we go to a Fatal 4-Way unsanctioned match for the Flame Warlock Championship. And look, Derek Nash called out El Muerte Blanco on the Go Home show. He's like, look, El Muerte Blanco, sure, he's 6-3. Sure, he is the highest rated wrestler in this promotion. But at the end of the day, he's done so by avoiding as many matches as he could, by picking his opponent super carefully, and screwing over former faction mates like La Bestia del Infierno if that's what it takes to secure a belt, right? He is not someone to be admired, and indeed, he is a coward that needs to be put in his place. Muerte Blanco will simply retort, right, that whatever you can say about him, he is a title holder. He's held it for 3 months now. He took it from Prince Pretty Pink. And who cares who he had to step over to get there? Because at the end of the day, he did defend it successfully from Monty Hendricks, the gift from God, as he describes himself, that has joined Independence and is doing his best to stand strong as part of that faction. And look, El Muerte Blanco does not want to admit that that match was closer than he wanted it to be. But Monty's very focused, right? He's got one goal, and it's to take El Muerte out, take the belt for himself, and continue this idea of Independence supremacy that has been building all night. And Techno Boy also here from Independence, but mostly because Derek Nash asked for him to be in this match. And I asked, why would you want another member of Independence here? And he's like, I want to show Techno Boy what a true wrestler looks like. Because as far as Derek is concerned, Techno Boy is still a pretender from the indies who does not deserve to be here. And every time Derek has gotten in the ring with Techno Boy, he's secured the win. Techno Boy has beaten people like Grim Oxley, like Gavin Smith, but he has yet to beat a top-tier contender. And he's hungry to do so. But he's got quite the competition ahead of him if he's going to somehow pull this off. Walter, who do you think I gave the nod to?
Unfortunately, your storytelling is not compelling enough for me to believe that you're going to take it off of El Muerto Blanco tonight. And I believe that is the point. I believe you are building up to something much larger. But at this time, he's a fucking monster. And none of these people are believable to me to take him off of his perch.
Interesting. Do you agree with that assessment? Here's Xander.
Do I agree with Mr. El Muerte Blanco losing his title to someone like a Derek Nash or a Monty Hendricks or a Techno Boy? You mean Techno Boy? I think Techno Boy takes this title at the next pay-per-view.
Well,
Interesting.
That sounds like you both believe El Muerte Blanco's holding on to it.
Yep.
Derek Nash is right. Everything he says about El Muerte Blanco being a pretender is correct. And he proves it tonight with a victory. And it's a 5 3/4 star match. Derek Nash has forged his way through. He was wrestling Fishbone for the Sorcerer Supreme title not that long ago. And he went toe-to-toe with who is on paper the best wrestler in this promotion. So I disagree that he's not capable of taking out El Muerte Blanco. And he proves it tonight in what is another victory for the Hellfire Club. A big win for that faction.
If that's the case, why didn't he defeat Fishbone?
Well, because Fishbone's the best. El Muerte Blanco is just an opportunist.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
El Muerte Blanco's a coward who stole the belt he currently has from his own faction member. He wouldn't be a belt holder if he wasn't an opportunist. Derek Nash earned everything he got. That was the story that I was trying to build here. It sounds like it didn't hook you in, but we'll see what I have planned for El Muerte Blanco in the very near future. But Derek here doing what he can to prove himself as not quite Sorcerer Supreme ready, but the Flame Warlock is just one tier down, and he is good enough to win that belt. But we move on now to the Sorcerer Supreme Championship. This is a true leader blow-off match between Lorena Lucier and Tilly Cooper. And Tilly Cooper has been a thorn in Lorena's side since Bonds of Destiny, when she demanded a chance to compete for the Sorcerer Supreme title and the ability to become the true leader of the Sky Sentinels. Because ultimately, Tilly, the authoritarian patriot that she is, admires Ariana Black's style of leadership, right? And made it official by joining the Scourge earlier this month. And, oh, by the way, planting a bomb in Lorena's car that Lorena barely survived, barely got recognized what was happening and got out of the way in time, which would be insane if it wasn't for the larger geopolitical elements that I've introduced as part of the storyline in this league that I feel like makes assassination threats a little more in place than the average. But look, Lorena Lucier sees Tilly as her biggest failing, right? This was someone that was meant to be under her command, someone who was meant to grow and thrive into a top talent for the Sky Sentinels. And because she didn't take care of Tilly, because she did not make sure that Tilly understood her place and felt like she belonged, she was led astray. And at the end of the day, that means Lorena has to take care of this. She has to put Tilly Cooper down, and in this case, quite literally, let her down in a casket. So, Xander, I will ask you, does Lorena Lucier take care of business against Tilly and prove that she is the true leader of this faction? Or does Tilly, having now gotten some help from Ariana Black, take over with a victory tonight for both the Sorcerer Supreme and the Sky Sentinels?
Sorry, my mic was cutting out. Lorena Lucier, Tilly Cooper. The authoritarian patriot looking to put Tilly in the casket. You know I love casket matches. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now let me ask, is this the blow-off for this feud? And that's what I thought it was going to be. And that's why Tilly Cooper is putting Lorena Lucier in the casket.
Okay. You believe. What about you?
I believe.
I believe the same thing. I believe now is the time to bury Lorena Lucier and force her to come back later on to reclaim her spot in the women's division.
You know, I'll be honest with y'all. If I hadn't done a true leader feud, that would indeed be what's happening here. But I can't have Tilly Cooper lead the Sky Sentinels. Lorena Lucier is going to hold on.
Coward.
I brought Tilly to the Scourge for a reason, and I have big plans for her. But you know who else has big plans? When this match ends, Ariana Black's music plays. And as she stands and gets down through down the entrance ramp into the ring, she gets at Lorena's face and says, "I'm coming for you." Tilly couldn't do it, but Ariana is going to put Lorena down. That's a promise that she makes tonight in front of the fans here tonight. And we'll see how that plays out. I look, man, I wrote myself into a little bit of a corner there, I admit, but it makes you feel better. The treachery feud is still going on, so Tilly can still beat Lorena in a different feud. I just had to blow off the true leader part of it because I didn't want Tilly to be the leader of a faction that she literally just left.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been hilarious and decent storytelling.
Wow. Okay, you know what? I'll take the L on that. I will accept the L here because I'm proud of the storylines elsewhere more than I am for that match. But I've got one more match tonight. It is a Sorcerer Supreme Championship, a triple threat between Fishbone, Victor Magnus, and Alpha Jackson. I mean, look, Fishbone has stood strong. He withstood the assault by Derek Nash, an incredible competitor who just proved himself tonight to become Flame Warlock, right? And he has stood against Victor Magnus twice now. But while he has that 7-match win streak, which includes wins against Victor, Derek, and Arsenico, he is furious that the Southern Sentries have constantly been attacking his men like savages. He needs to end the Elite versus Sentries feud and is ready to put down their leader. But that's the real question. Who is the leader of the Southern Sentries? Because at the end of the day, Victor might have that role on paper, but Alpha Jackson attacked Victor at the beginning of the month and won a submission match, which Victor will be quick to remind everyone he did not submit. He simply blacked out, which is a different thing. But at the end of the day, the real story is that Alpha has been the one orchestrating a lot of these attacks against Eastern Elite members. The Southern Sentries are already following his orders. So yes, Victor called the shot to start the feud, but Alpha's been the one who's determined how it's all played out. And so these two men are fighting not just to become Sorcerer Supreme and make the league in their image, to take hold of magically enhanced wrestling, but to put each other in the dirt, to assert themselves as the true leader of the Southern Sentries. So that's the question in front of us. Can Alpha or Victor overtake the backbreaker, the man who has not lost in 7 straight matches, excuse me? Or does Fishbone hold strong and maintain his role as the Sorcerer Supreme? Xander, I'll start with you.
We're starting with me, and that's because Alpha Jackson is getting the win tonight. He's going to overcome this issue with Victor Magnus. He's going to overcome Fishbone holding the belt, and Alpha Jackson becomes the one, the only, the true leader of the faction, the belt holder, the everything. All right? Alpha Jackson, biggest dub possible, happening right now.
Do you agree with that assessment here, Walter?
Jace, I have one question to ask you. Are you blowing off that true leader feud here?
I am not.
Okay, then Fishbone wins.
You are right, the Fishbone wins.
And
But there's a twist.
yep, here comes the cash in.
Arsenico
Yep.
sees that this is an Iron Man match, knows that this is a lot of wrestling. These incredible competitors are about to duke it out back and forth in front of the crowd for an extended period of time. This is about outlasting two people, leaders of the Southern Sentries, who have done nothing but inflict hurt, have done nothing but prove that they are willing to exhaust people and grind them into the dirt. And if it wasn't for the fact that Alpha Jackson and Victor Magnus both hate each other more than they hate Fishbone, maybe one of them could have secured enough points to secure a win. But they ground each other out as much as they did Fishbone, and that gave Fishbone enough opportunities for enough points. But it also creates a big problem for Fishbone, because Arsenico is cashing in and Fishbone is exhausted, and Arsenico knows it. He could not beat Fishbone in a straight up fight. He has had 2 chances to do so and he has failed both times. But after an hour of wrestling against Alpha Jackson and Victor Magnus, the reign of Arsenico has begun. And Arsenico takes his victory, tells the arena that today is Independence Day. And through the divine leadership that I have in store, there will be big changes to Magically Enhanced Wrestling moving forward. You can boo my Independence Day reference all you want. I don't care. Arsenico is the leader of the most important belt. He's taken the Sorcerer Supreme title. And I'm going to take that as a win. It hurts the Eastern Elite. Losing a championship like that is tough. But if we look at Independence somewhere down here, another big win for Arsenico. Now, are you booing me for the pun or are you booing me for the narrative? Because those are different things.
So I'm booing you for the pun, but also, Xander, maybe you can also answer this for me. Because he just did the cash-in, did he fuck up his main event score?
No, we've already established this. It's one of the few things that is dropped.
So,
that works the way it should?
You say that, but the last time that Eduardo had it, it did bug out. I actually messaged you about this, and I said, Xander, I don't know if it works. This is why I said at the beginning that I'm prioritizing the narrative that I had built.
No, but I looked at the code. The code drops it. It didn't bug. That match, it bugged something else then. Because that match, it didn't count it as 0 for that one.
If it's been fixed since then, because remember, it was on the old version that Eduardo got bugged out.
Yeah, no. But even on the old version, the code literally dropped. That's my point. It did not impact the score for that. Whatever, something else may have bugged to cause the score to be lower. That's not what did it though.
I mean, you can go rescore the Eduardo match where that happened. The only way I found it to make sense is if it wasn't doubled. But it was on a different version of the game anyway. It doesn't really matter here. What matters here is that's a 5.5
Eduardo gets the
star
soul
card.
win!
And
Eduardo gets the soul win!
I was so
Good for him, man.
I was so busy thinking about how to take you down, Xander. How to make sure my hype was there. I didn't even consider. 5 3/4 star. I really thought that being doubled would do it, but I guess I had too many. That feels weird, doesn't it? Because the 3 5-star should be dropped. I know I had some 5 1/4s, but if a 5 3/4 got doubled, that feels odd to me. I'm not going to take anything away from Eduardo. I do believe he deserved the win. It was an incredible card on his part. But I am going to do some maths for my own benefit. And in the meantime, I'll just take the win that I had.
That's so unfortunate for Walter. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't care. It means nothing. It means nothing.
It does mean nothing. It does mean nothing.
It means nothing.
It's still funny. Funny number, go haha, you know?
Xander, if I pay attention to that number, I will stop playing this game. So
that's fair.
I have to stop paying attention to that number.
I don't pay attention to the number anyway, because we don't use that as our score. Regardless.
I mean, you just did that.
Well, I laugh at it. I meme
you
it.
Literally just went ha ha ha.
Well, no, because it's funny.
I mean, what's funnier is that you were third place. So
I was second place.
I mean, technically, you scored lower than Eduardo, who got first, and I beat you in hype, so you are third place.
I'm talking about the fan number. I got second place.
We don't care about the fan number.
Yeah, but that's why I said the fan number doesn't count.
That's why I said you're third place.
Yeah, I feel like there's some conflicting logic that you're.
We were just talking. We were just talking about fan number, and so when you said third place, why would I then assume that we're discounting it when we're literally talking about it?
Well,
yes, in terms of score, yes, I agree on that front. I am third place. Yeah. There's no argument. But we were literally just talking about fan number.
Well, he accepted the premise that you argued for, and that leads you to third. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, Eduardo gets the win. I have some maths to do because I'm salty about it, but I will figure that out on my own time. In the meantime, congratulations to Eduardo. Very happy for you getting the win tonight. It was a well-deserved, well-earned, great card. In the meantime, Walter, we'll start with you. Where can the nice people at home find you if they want to follow you and maybe, I don't know, a cool podcast that you and I do on a regular basis?
Yeah, you know, Chase, I am sorry for being a little extra critical here in the last couple of matches. It is almost 2:30 in the morning, and I am exhausted. So maybe my friendship filter diminished a little bit. As always, you guys can find me at C80s_LOL and at C80s.bsky.social. You can find the podcast that we do at Rough Drafts Pod on Twitter and at roughdraftspodcast.bsky.social, I believe, as well as listen to the podcast on any of your favorite podcast platforms of choice underneath Rough Drafts Podcast or the independent feeds for the movie Final Cut podcast or the gaming Steam Cleaners podcast. And listen, I am just going to say it's a little weird your charismatic cult leader is a babyface and just said he was going to change everything. Feels kind of fascist in my opinion, but what do I know? Fascists are good guys nowadays.
I wonder if perhaps he is not going to be a face for very much longer. I wonder if this is part of a long-term narrative that I've been building in which the guy who previously claimed to be a man of the people may not be everything that he claimed to be. But we'll get there next week. Xander, in the meantime, where can the nice people at home find you?
They can't find me. I'm hiding. All right. Where's Waldo? No, I'm just kidding. They can find me on all socials at Tentacle Coach. Doing big things with collegiate esports, which brings me to my next thing. Please go support Brooklyn College Esports. That's CUNY BC Esports. We're in playoffs right now. The league team just won this past Wednesday and secured themselves semifinals for one of our conferences. We've got semifinals for another conference coming up as we play Pace University next Friday. And all of our teams are fantastic. Please go support them. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Go show them some love. They very much deserve it. We're nothing but supportive here on this show. You can find me, Chase Wassenaar.bsky.social or at Chase Wassenaar on Twitter. I always love talking to y'all. So definitely let us know what you think, what you'd like to see. We have 3 months left in this competitive year to prove ourselves, and we will see which of our competitors can make that happen. But until then, goodbye, Internet.